Hello, good morning. This is Kenya News Alerts and this is Morning Tea Show with your host House of Zulfa. Alafu leo niwaletea mgeni. What I introduce?
Hello, I'm Philip Lewis and I'm happy to be here with you today. Welcome.
Relax. Just relax, yeah?
Yeah.
So Lewis,
Yes.
tuambie. Umesema aje Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lewis, tell us about you kidogo.
Okay. I'm a Christian. Today is on a Sunday, so that's one thing. I'm 21. Yeah, and I love being me. Okay. Firstly,
Okay. Sawa.
I've never been to a studio, so
Okay. Sawa. Tuanze tena. Okay, so but today you're welcome. You're welcome here.
thank you. It's my
At Kenya News
pleasure.
Alerts TV. So today we're going to talk about the conflicts. Kuna kitu ambayo inajulikana mpaka mtoto akizaliwa leo atakuwa anajua. Sawa? It is the political issue, you know, between the Luo and the Kikuyus. You know, sio unajua hiyo kitu ambayo ilifanyika pia 07 tukapigana sana. I don't know kama si watu wa other tribes who are fighting ama just only these two tribes that are fighting, you know. What do you think about that? Why is it that everything that is political lazima ikuwe about the Luo and the Gikuyus?
Okay, since independence, those two tribes are like they have been on a clash. It's like we have our own titans and Olympians in Kenya.
Fighting.
Yeah, they're always fighting. But one thing about our fighting is that this never end. Because I remember my history teacher in primary was like, there was this one time Jomo Kenyatta went to Kisumu, and he was thrown stones at. The stones was thrown. Even like the recent one, where the former president went to Nini, it happened. But this one was different because it is said that, I don't know if it is a conspiracy, I just heard that he ordered that all those men who did that to be circumcised, like by force. And that...
Now who ordered?
The president.
Uhuru ama Jomo
No,
Kenyatta?
the president and Jomo Kenyatta. And I was like, is that even possible?
You know, by the way, you know, just risking it, yeah. Even my primary teacher, my social studies then, teacher was like, there was the way that now the Raila awongea, it is because something happened to him. I don't know if it's Moi or Jomo Kenyatta ordered the two, I don't know.
Okay.
But, you know, the thing is, there are other tribes. Tuko 42 tribes.
43.
43?
Yeah.
Because of the Indians now.
No, kuna zingine ilitokea. The one from Congo. Yenye ilikujanga huko na ikaishi Mombasa. Yeah.
Unaona update sasa. Kumbe your history is good. Yeah. So, there are other tribes. We are like 43.
Yeah.
So tukitoa wawili 41 of Acha Waluo and the Luo and the Gikuyus, yeah? And we are here as Kenyan people, and it's like we have no voice when it comes to political issues. Only these two tribes talking. Mara ndako mulima, Murima wamesema aje na the lake people wamesema aje. Utasikia eti the eastern people wamesema aje, the Nile, the
Masai,
the Samburu people wamesema aje. You know, only late tumeanza kusikia. Okay, tumekuwa maybe 3 tribes kidogo because of the president wetu ni sai
Ruto
ni Mkale, the Kalenjin, you know. So it affects us as a people because they fight, and it's like sisi tumesimama hapo wengine hapo kando, let them talk, you know. Let them talk eti wamesema aje, tunaangalia mlima, tunaangalia maji, you know. And it is there have been a lot of bloodshed because of that. There have been a lot of things happening that are not good for the other tribes. And the question is, why doesn't other tribes now, other people talk about it? Ama want to get involved? Because ukisema, for example, Wakamba ni Kalonzo ni kama tu ako tu up, you know. It's like Raila, Uhuru, babake
Jomo
Kenyatta
and Odinga,
Kibaki, Raila. And
Moi, Raila.
Yeah, but then Raila was from time ya Moi,
from time ya Kenyatta,
Jomo. Yeah, na babake walonga time ya nini?
Yeah.
So what do you think about that? That is a question. As a citizen, as another tribe of this
as another tribe of this loving country.
Of this country, as a people, how, because these political issues, you know, why are there only two tribes talking? Why is that?
Okay, the reason is because we are told with everything there must be a beginning. So we can imagine that the beginning, in the beginning there were no, those other tribes were not even heard anywhere.
No heard anywhere. Unajua ukisema hivyo, kuna mtu kama Masaku. Masaku like was there kwa mlima akienda kupanda hiyo stuff hapo. The Masaku people also fought.
Yes,
Kamas
they did.
also fought.
Yes, they did.
You know,
yeah.
I don't miss the scare about the Maasai fighting. But I've not heard about the Maasai. But hata bado kwa history, I don't know, sijasikia. Nimesikia kuna watu kama wao au Masako, kuna watu kama Mekatilili wa Menza from the Giriama people. There are other, which other tribes? You know? But they did fight. But we only told about Dedan Kimanthi. We only taught about Jomo Kenyatta fighting, you know, but we are not taught about other people, other tribes that fought. Yeah, but they did fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because what was the 6, the Kapenguria 6, kuna tribes ngapi kwa the Kapenguria 6? Do you know the Kapenguria 6?
I used to
Let me
sing
they
them.
confirm them because
I used to sing them.
That was David Nani, Jomo Kenyatta. Let us go back there and see the Kapenguria 6. There are other tribes there. You know, it wasn't only the Luos and the Nini and the Gikuyus. Let me see the Kapenguria 6, yeah? So that thing really, me unisumbua. And I used to ask my mom back in 07 nilikuwa class kitu. And I remember asking my mom, like,
Johawa,
why? Sema?
Bildad Kagia, Kungu Karumba, Jomo Kenyatta, Fred Kubai, Paul Ngei, and Achieng Oneko.
Now I'm searching how many tribes.
The tribes.
How many tribes are
See,
there in the
Bildad Kagia ni?
Kagia. Nitakuwa ni Mbere ama something. Are there in the Kapenguria 6? Because I was asking my mom, how is it that only 2 people, and my mom was like, atujui imekuwa tu hivyo tangu the beginning of Kenya, you know, sawa, and tumekuwa like, okay, sawa. Paul Ngei, is Ngei Kamba?
Yeah.
Sindio? Kubai?
Okay. I think that is it a Luo or what? I can't lie, I don't know.
Okay, the thing is, I can say yes. The thing is, other tribes fought. Sawa? Okay, I think at the end kulibaki Odinga na Jomo Kenyatta. No, Jomo Kenyatta akuwa prime minister. And then they said that those people sacrificed, the Luo people sacrificed something, you know, for Kenya. But I think that other tribes too sacrificed because they didn't come only uko kwa central na at the lake. They came also Mombasa. In fact, when they arrived on Mombasa kwanza 1849. That's when they arrived in kuletwaje somewhere Mombasa. Somewhere.
Is it the
They arrived there. The thing is they arrived.
Yeah.
And tribes fought for their land. Everyone everywhere was fighting for their land. Okay, you say when it came to push and shove, ati walibaki watu wawili. But the Kapenguria 6 walikuwa ni watu ambao they were there to take this government, to tell the people to go away. You know, the Mau Mau also and stuff. But I think everyone should be involved in this. I think we need like a Maasai president, you know, sawa kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa ananiambia Tanzania, I don't know if it was a real thing then, alikuwa ananiambia eti huu mwaka kuwa na president ambaye ni Mkristo, mwaka mwingine kuna kwamba ni Muislamu, you know, that's what they do. I don't know, sija research bado nikajua vizuri, but I think we need that kind of thing in Kenya, yeah? Because how can only 2 tribes? Sasa kama kuna issue ambayo ina trend sasa inabaki ule Luo, kuna this Luo person ambaye kwa ni soldier number 1 wa Raila, ametusi wa Kikuyu sana, amekuwa like a lot of things that I will not say here in life, you know, but and then the Kikuyu will come again and speak something. So as I'm asking, how do you feel as another tribe? How do you feel when it's like you don't have a say, only 2 tribes are going to sit on that chair?
Okay, I feel inferior. I feel invisible. Like no matter what I do, I can never be known, you know. They're like even if I want to run for president today, I like for example take the one Wajakoya. Wajakoya did not fail because he did not have good politics. He failed because the strongholds did not know Wajakoya is. Like they were like, we know Raila, we know Ruto, but we don't know these others. Unaona? Aya Ruto had a Kikuyu backup, the one mwenye ametupa. So you are like these 2 people without if you are a Kamba, if you are not going to stand either with a Kikuyu or a Luo,
you're not going to do anything. So what is that? Why can't a Kamba just stand themselves na tujue now this Kamba is good, now this Kamba is going to go, this Kamba is going to become ama this Masai ama this like Taita. In fact kuna wareta kwa politics
Taita, do I know any? I don't
ambao tunawajua like tunawajua vizuri. Kuna Wagiriama ambao tunawajua isipokuwa tukatilili Menza, you know. Kuna whether Mijikenda people, you know. Kuna watu, kuna Mbere, any Meru person. In fact kama ni the former governor of Meru somewhere,
Kawira Mwangaza.
Yeah, enda kauka Kawira.
Is she former?
Yes, in fact I'll get impeached. I'll get impeached, impeached. So the thing is, what is that? Like lazima stick na one tribe ndo tukujue politically, you know. Na nani kwanza mwenye alifanya kwanza nini isikuwe Machakos? Inaitwa aje? Capital ilikuwa ikuwe Machakos. Si ndio?
Yeah, by the way.
Like ikabaki itakuwa ipelekwe
Nairobi. I used to hear that story.
You know, politically, and you say that we did not fight, but politically we were like there. Back then, we were like there.
Yeah, for example, like Masako.
Yeah.
Not Masako, I mean Syokimau. She predicted a metallic snake.
Yeah.
That would come with a white man. And they were like,
but then Syokimau was a woman.
Yeah, Syokimau was a woman. And she predicted of a white snake, white metallic snake, that would come with a white-clad man. So the people were like, what? And then after the white man come the white man, come the snake, which is the train.
The train, yeah.
Yeah, so
even
like,
Mekatili wa Menza said the same thing. Said something about snakes. I don't know, they didn't, but you know, hey, we should like really talk about this. Let's go back there in history and let us meet Syokimau. Back then when you didn't know about anything about the Western person. Back then when you used to do barter trade. Back then when the Kambas were doing the long trade, they were leading in the long trade, long distance trading. And the Wanyamwezi from Tanzania and from coastal people and the Arabs and the Transaran. And you know, we were doing barter trade with no money and stuff. We didn't know anything. Okay, we had politics, but not the politics of today.
No.
I think we lived as one people, as a Kenyan people.
And the
best... like, people are from there.
Okay, the best thing
what used to happen back then?
The best thing was, if I remember history, when I was in primary, social studies was divided. There was social studies and then there was history. So my history teacher used to tell me...
Goja. Which
in school there, yeah. So I used to say that Kenya was one. Okay, Africa was one. there was no Kenya, there was no Uganda.
Yeah, there's no Tanganyika.
Yeah, the boundaries were put by the Nini.
These people, when they came to the scramble and partition of
Yeah,
Africa.
yeah. So you will find we were ruled by, us Kambas were ruled by Nini.
A chief.
Kikuyus still we were ruled by.
But this chief did not meet and be like, unajua sasa nini.
No.
This just to know that we are going to trade with them. Like the way the Maasais and the Kambas had like conflicts, the Ngombe and stuff. So they used to like go and steal for each other.
Yeah.
What did the Gikuyu do, by the way, then?
The Kikuyus? I think Kikuyus were,
we don't know. This thing is so confusing because in the mention of these things, you don't know what the Gikuyus were doing.
Yeah.
You don't know what the Luos were doing.
Luos were fishermen.
Yeah, but were they like long distance trading?
No.
No, we don't know anything about them.
They were fishermen.
Yeah. We just know that they say the Kisii, like for example, the moment that you hear the Kisii people in being now like discussed, inaanzanga tu like na vita. Unasikia the Kisii came and they dislocated the people of Shugwaya.
Yeah.
They came, they fought those people and those people are displaced. Alafu wakapita wakaenda huko. Unaona? So that's when you hear them and you don't know anything else about them. Unasikia?
Yes.
But there's mention of the Kamba people. There's mention of the Maasai people. There's mention of the Nandi people, the Giriama people, the Mijikenda, But then, I don't know where in history we went, and as a Kenyan people, tukafika pata other tribes to go to like Apo. What happened, though?
We were swallowed. We were swallowed by the big fishes.
They did sell us out.
Yeah,
they did sell us out.
Do you know, right now, Zulfa, I can tell you, name 10 of the 42 tribes. Unaweza name?
No. Yesterday I was talking to my sister and we were like, so how many tribes are there? But we were talking about like marriage and stuff, and we were like, so we were like saying, let us write down which kind of person do you want to get married to. So like, tuandike chini. Let me tell you, I couldn't mention like 7 of them.
Yeah,
just like other tribes. But then, what other tribes? I don't know what are the tribes in Zingani. I was like the Gikuyu, the Kisii, the Luo, the Baluya, the Taita, the Kamba.
Abagusi Mbere.
Abagusi niteshata mabagusi wa kwanza.
Ushasema?
Yeah.
Like,
and then we were like, because wanafanya tulikuwa like, hebu tuandike chini, who do you want to marry you? Which tribe do you want to marry you, And we were like, so tukafika hapo tulikuwa like, and then basically, okay, other tribes then. Other tribes because atukumbuki. Other tribes. And that is not okay.
Do you know, speaking of marriage, there is this conspiracy that says if there are different types of women to marry. If you want to get rich, marry a Luo or a Kamba. A Luya or a Kamba. Yeah.
Where?
A Luya or a Kamba. If you want to come from being rich to poor, marry a Kikuyu.
Why? But I think that
because she will spend from you, but a Luo or a Kamba, a Luo will spend on you.
Oh yeah.
A Kamba will help you grow. Unaona? A Luya too will help you grow. And but a Kikuyu, I don't know why people get to be so
to pass through the Gikuyus, and they're like don't marry a Gikuyu. But then there's this person was like, do not marry a Gikuyu woman because it is something, I don't know, ama nafaa kusema, but they were like they kill you. They organize something, ama they take the money.
Yeah, when you become rich, they organize that you die. What they will tell you to buy land in their home, and then they.
But is that true?
Okay, partially, yeah. Because there is a story I used to hear when I was young that I don't know, he was a family friend that he married a Kikuyu. They sired. They sired, I think, 3 kids. And then once, the man relocated to the homeland of the lady. Because the lady was like, see, at home, my father's brothers are selling land. Instead of them selling to strangers, why don't we buy and relocate there? So the man was like, well, if that's what you want. So she said that behind every successful man. So the woman, it was like, okay, they went. After 2 weeks of relocating, the man died mysteriously. The man died mysteriously. He was beaten at night. It is claimed. It is some said that it was the wives organizing, others the brothers-in-law. So you never know. So it is said that the wife, the man died mysteriously, and the wife inherited everything.
She obviously.
Yeah, because
and this is why going back like to political things, you know, and then you're told if you go to the Luo people, if you're married to a Luo person, they're still going to marry their own tribe at some point.
Yeah.
So the thing is, back to the question that I want to ask before we get into this marriage stuff is, how comes that their political issues are like so that way? Like, there's a secret that we don't know that happened back then when now Kenya was becoming ours. Hapo kwa independent, kwa ile meza walikuwa wamekaa. Did something happen? Kuna kitu ambayo, was there some betrayal? Because there's like a lot of venom between these two people. Yeah. And the way they feel they're so entitled to Kenya and the political and the future of Kenya is just like, you know, there. But sisi naona wakisi wameanza kukuja, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where they're coming from, you know, and they're kufukuzwa Kenya.
This Kenya without Kisii.
Kuna petition endelea wakisi wafukuzwe Kenya. I don't know why walikuwa wafukuzwa Kenya. Yeah, there was a petition going on, so. But I see they're coming now politically. Kuna kina Matiang'I. And they want Matiang'I to become the president.
Hey, I can vote.
For Matiang'I?
Yeah, I can vote for it. Like, really, do you know that man? That man was like, when I was in school, I always said, if someday I ever get to leadership point, I would just want to be like Matiang'I, because everything goes his way, like naturally.
Yeah,
he does not have to come to and start inspecting or giving promises. No,
he will speak what is supposed to be spoken,
and then he will come and find it.
And he will follow. But then, you know, when he became the first CS of education, I remember seeing it on television that he went to St. Charles Luanga in Kitui. It is in Kitui. Alifika tu like normal. Ako anajua kuna kuja CS ama nini. Just normal. Si ndio shule ambayo ina pass kabisa. Let us go and see what happens there, you know. And alifanya tu kuland. Akafika tu, you know. And he was like, what is going on? Akapata hakuna teachers wako in class, sawa? Akapata walimu wako tu hapo, you know. And then teachers were like, where? And the principal was fired just on that spot. Wow. Why are your teachers not in class? Kunafaa kuwa saizi watu wako lab. Why is that not happening? You're the principal. You should make everything, you know. And there was this thing that was going on. Kuna huyu bado ndo Morara Kebaso something, you know. Accent ya Wakisi. So pia na yeye pia nasikia anataka kuwa president. I don't know Wakisi wanna come. Maybe things are going to change right now. You know, maybe things are going to be like, now we don't want all these two tribes speaking about our country. Like, they're the only people who are, they have the right to speak about everything, you know. So maybe because these Kisis are coming, like they're really coming for this thing. Sawa. Na sijui wametaka wapi man. Wamekam tu. Wamekam.
I used to hear about that Kisii kufukuzwa.
Yeah.
Ikiwa kama meme.
No, it was a real thing. There was a petition and stuff.
There was once a time that their hospital ilikuwa meme wako like Sibitari. Wameandika with CIBITARI. Sibitari. And you're like God, tumechoka sasa.
No, let us go back there. Like kwa post ya hospitali.
Yeah, Sibitari.
It's like the Kisii name.
No.
Sibitari.
Sibitari. Hospital. Imewekwa kwa mlango ya dispensary. Sibitari. And you're like, God, I am.
We are tired.
Please.
Take these people mwapeleke hapo Uganda ama Tanzania, isn't it? But they're intelligent people. But then if you meet like a real Kisii, they're really intelligent. Like lawyers and doctors and people, they are really intelligent.
I had this friend once when I was in high school. He was quite charming. Yeah.
and really charming and confident. Like, you don't stand a chance if a man mwenye ni Mkisia amekuja place. You don't stand it because they have this confidence and this charm. Utapata tu like you're married in that tribe, evil, you know. And hey, because I remember I used to have like this a friend of mine back in like high school. I'm going to go Mora. Sawa, Mora, Debbie Mora, you know, was like, amenyamaza kutua hapo. Yes, accent ni Mkisi nini unadhani fala, but wewe everything iko tu huko and stuff. I think right now like she's a doctor or something. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So these people are coming. These people are coming.
Well, like this Kisii, if the Kisii rise, do you know it will be the beginning of almost everything, every tribe rising
because
up.
we know when it comes like, you know, I don't know why we let these people like be the people. Like for that long we've been living only two tribes to speak. Imagine. For us to be our elect leaders, there's just 2 tribes and we are like we are 43 people in this nini. So you know, so we should, all of us, get a chance there. All of us should get a chance there. Unaona? So if now the Kisis are waking up, maybe now the Giriama will wake up, maybe now the Mbere people will wake up and be like, okay, now we want what is ours. We want to be able to eat that cake that is being eaten there. Okay? So as we go on, I want us to go like you know, let us see if there's comments and then we'll read the comments. Hapa naona kuna Ann Kemboi. Ann Kemboi anasema that is true. Like we have been only letting 2 people lead us. Si vizuri na Kenya kuna watu wengi. Wacha sasa Wakisii waamke tuendelee na hivyo na tribes zingine ziamke. Naona kuna Kevin Nyasuje anasema yes, it is a very difficult thing and a very confusing thing. I grew up just knowing it's like only a Luo president should be or a Gikuyu president.
Yes.
And what is that? But then same.
Just because they were there during the the ruling.
Were there.
Yeah, I mean, just because they were the first one to rule doesn't mean
that they should rule
for a
like
time.
an hereditary thing now.
No,
it
it's
has become
not
hereditary right now. It has become like only, but I see after Uhuru ni nani? Mtoto wake.
Yeah.
After nani ni nani?
That is not how it should be. As a country, we should know that this country belongs to all of us.
All of us.
Not just one person. No. Not just one tribe. Because just that I personally hate politics. Just that because like.
No, but you should. But I used to say like. When someone asked me politics, I'm like, no, politics are
don't give me politics.
But then I came to realize how, as a person, if you don't know your politics, if you don't know your politics, then you don't know your rights, then you don't know the laws of Kenya, then you don't know what you are as a citizen.
Yes.
So you're going to let these people just carry you kama upepo, like wakienda tu hivi kama windsock, wakienda tu hivi unaenda. So I think we should know, we should want to know. As a youth people, we should want to know, we should want to speak, we should want to like speak and know our politics and know our rights and know everything. Sababu maybe wazazi wetu walikuwa like hii politics ni mchezo mchafu, wajaka na wanachukua na Wagikuyu na wanachukua ni mlima na lake peke yake, and then see how it has affected us because we just electing the same people, and as a Kenyan people, as a tribe, as a different tribe from those 2 main tribes that are there, you know, unapata it is just we don't know what is going on. We don't know what is going on. And when you go back to history, go back to our people, we used to be like, everyone used to stand up for their own thing.
Yeah.
I don't know where we stopped doing that. Ama tulizimiwa wapi, ama ilibaki wapi, ujishikanishe na huyu ama ujishikanishe na tribe ndio win. You should be as your own tribe. Venye Wakisii, I think Wakisii wanakuja peke yao ama wanakuja na mtu.
Wanakuja peke yao.
Unaona sasa?
Yeah.
So we're going to go on a small break and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about then can a Luo person get married to a Gikuyu person, and then how does it work? Because even marriage is political. Okay? So let us go on that break.
Okay.
to know the sacrifices that Kimanthi, and that is Dedan Kimanthi, did for our country, that is Kenya. Okay, so welcome. So kujua mtu, unajua lazima ukitaka kujua mtu, okay, when you hear the name Dedan Kimanthi, what do you think of? Ukiambiwa tu saa 6 usiku, Dedan Kimanthi.
Okay, when I hear about Dedan Kimanthi,
ongea ukishout. Ongea sana sababu kuna
interference. Okay. When I hear about Dedan Kimanthi, all I can my brain goes to a hero, a fallen hero,
okay,
a Kenyan star of those years, someone who stood first, who stood to fight for this country, someone who made sure that this country will not be under the bondage of colonialists for all eternity. However, eternity is long.
So when the name Dedan Kimanthi is a hero to you,
yeah, it's a hero.
The moment our guest anasema, the moment the name Dedan Kimanthi is said to him, anasema is a hero, and that is true. Now that we're going to go back and know who is this hero and how did he become a hero. So Kimanthi was born in the Geje village, Tetu division, in today's county, in today's Nyeri county. That is today's yani kitambo kutoka the Geje village, Tetu division, but leo inaitwa Nyeri county. His father died in September 1920, a month before Kimanthi was born. Sawa?
Yeah.
Kimanthi was raised by his mother, Waibuthe.
Speaking about mothers, do you know that the children of single mothers are such strong ones?
True.
Very strong ones.
Because ukisema because when you're raised by a mother alone, you see the strength of a woman.
Yeah.
You see the strength. How can because let me tell you, my dear. Jesus
Christ.
This is our small guest here, so don't be surprised, viewers.
Yeah.
Okay, we love children. Okay. So being raised by a single mother is the greatest flex of strength that you're going ever to see.
Yeah. Like look, for example, our former president, Mr. Uhuru. Okay. When did Kenyatta die in?
He died when he was already a grown up.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry. I wanted to use a good example.
So
a good example.
Yes.
But sorry.
Yes.
If I use the current one, Ruto, that one has some mixed up. But let's say he's an hustler. He grew up well, and now he's a president.
But in life, you've seen people.
Yeah.
Like Kimanthi, he was raised by a single mother.
Yeah.
His mother's name was Waibuthe. Waibuthe.
Yeah, Waibuthe seems like a very strong woman, though I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see jina Waibuthe.
Yeah.
Sawa, inakaa ni kama mtu wa
the might of a mother.
Wasiha na nini? Ufuta na siha. So Waibuthe, one of his father's 3 wives. So when he died, he left 3 single mothers. Wow. Down. So at least hapo ulikuwa na support system.
Yeah.
So ujinga ni upate mlikuwa mnachuana, but I think kitambo stepmothers didn't hate each other.
No,
they used to live and cohabitate really good.
Okay, Jesus.
Really good.
Yeah.
With each other, okay?
Yeah.
So he had 2 brothers, Waibararia and Wagura, and 2 sisters. At the age of 15, he enrolled at the local primary school.
Yeah.
Now that is what used to happen.
Yeah, kitambo watu walikuwa nasoma
wakiwa wakubwa.
Yeah. Because I remember my grandpa telling me, yeye alisoma akiwa around 9 hivi. Yeah, aliingia shule akiwa around 9, akiwa big boy.
Yeah.
And though
even my grandma told me she went to school when she was 17 years.
You see
17, and you're class 1, 17 years.
You can imagine. Na sasa 17 siku hizi, huyo ni mtu atuseme ako high school.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow.
Okay, so when he enrolled shule, he enrolled Karuna Ini, where he perfected his English.
Yeah.
He continued his education in the secondary school Tumutumu CMS school.
Yeah.
He was a passionate writer and wrote extensively before and during the Mau Mau uprising.
Yeah.
Now, Dedan Kimanthi, my dear guest, that is the background. Hapo ni before. You know, kila mtu saizi, kuna ile before you became you, Mr. Philip. Before you, kuna ile history ya pale. Ulizaliwa lini? What is your background? Who is your mother? Who's your father?
Yeah.
Because yes, as a people tunaambiagwa, Dedan Kimanthi was a Mau Mau fighter. But do we know his mother? Do we know he had brothers and sisters? Do we know? But they do know when something happens to you, it happens to your family.
Yeah.
But people never focus on the family.
Yeah.
They only focus on you. But anything that happened, unajua ni kama vile nakuwa nasema Yesu mamake, Yesu alikuwa anatembea na prostitutes. Yesu alikuwa anatembea na wezi. How did his mother and his brothers feel? Ukiambiwa mtoto wako alienda kupiga watu kwa church. Mtoto wako anatembea na prostitutes wa mtaa. Mtoto wako, you know, in this society, how do you feel when you see that? Yeah. So and then Mau Mau wasn't just a good thing. Yes, they are freedom fighters, but then they were called terrorists.
They were the people who wanted a new reformation country. And to the colonialists, that is very dangerous.
But do you know, before the colonialists came, it was a humble place.
Yeah.
Ni kama saa hizi usikie Somalia imekuja imeingia Kenya. Na saa hizi lazima kila mtu avae dera, na ajifunge hijabu, na ajifunge ninja, na avae gloves na socks, we uslimike. You know, there are people obviously that will fight this.
As for me, I will.
You will fight, you know? You will fight.
Yeah.
So that is what, it is an invasion. Even an invasion in your own home. Kuna safe space. It was our safe space.
Yeah.
Kenya was our safe space. Africa was a safe space.
Yeah.
And then some white people came. And that wasn't really beautiful.
There is this book I read. I think I was in high school. It's called We Come in Peace. So it's about a lady, a young girl, before and after the colonialists. It shows that before the colonialists, the village was very peaceful. It is in an Ukambani village. So the village was very, very peaceful. But one day, as their father was going for the long distance combat trade, he came back with those new people. He came back with Masai and all that. But during the night, they turned against him. Yeah, the Swahili turned against those their hosts, and they were like, they wanted to take over. So, yeah, that is where they started. Point of correction. We Come in Peace is about the Muslims, how the Arabs invaded.
Mombasa.
How the Arabs invaded that village, because we are told, because we see that lady, that young girl, she's separated from the mother, the father, and everyone, and then she goes to work to a Muslim guy, where the wife treats that girl terribly, and then the girl decides to beat her up. Yeah, then she beats her up, but the first maid who was there, who was old in that home, she's the one who defends her against, because beating beating your boss is very terrible. So the maid is the one who is beaten to death, but the girl escapes. So my point is, invasion is invasion.
Have you ever read Captured?
Captured? Not quite, but I'll look.
Captured is just the same way. Captured is this little girl. She's with her father and her grandmother. You know, they say that kitambo ulikuwa unalala na shosho yako kama ni msichana.
Yeah.
Vijana walikuwa wanalala bila babu yao.
Yeah.
Because I don't think men used to sleep men and wives used to sleep in the same hut. So they're just peaceful. And then the neighboring, the Samburu, it's about the Samburu and the Masa. That's those people of Masa Beat and the Turkana.
Yeah.
You know, they are fighting for cattle and stuff. So they are peaceful, and then they're invaded at night, and her dad is killed and she's captured. Now that's what's called Captured. I used to read that book a lot. And she had to resist at some point. And I think that is what Dedan Kimanthi did.
Yeah.
You grow up and you see how
your people. You know, if you see those videos and how people, I saw them and I cried. And I remember I was talking to the producer, Mr. Felix, and we were like, these things is what our forefathers went through.
Yeah.
And it wasn't good.
It was
so we were asking each other, what is the difference between Africa, and I'm not trying to minimalize what the Jews went through with Hitler. But as Africans too were kept in concentration camps, just as the same way as the Jews were kept in concentration camps by Hitler.
Yeah.
And when you read later about it, you're told that when the Mau Mau uprising was so high, the British army was asking for help so that nukes can be sent. Walipue. So it could have been something bigger.
Yeah.
It could have been like the Jews. It could have been. It was, but I'm not trying to compare it to the Jews, because the Jews thing is like, it's kando kidogo.
Yeah.
But as to, because when you look at the videos, you see that these people were kept in concentration camps.
Yeah.
And concentration camps are so bad. When you look at those videos, and you're going to see those videos, my dear listeners, they're so bad.
Yeah.
Our forefathers went through some nasty stuff,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this phone and you're going to see some things, okay? So, Dedan Kimathi grew up and he found that they were already captured. There was already an invasion in his own country.
Indeed.
And he had to fight for it. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now after reading the invasion, not tumeona vya amegrow. Vya amegrow akiona. Obviously alikuwa anaona venye watu wao mamake anafanya kazi kwa cotton. Venye kwanza venye babake ameshakufa, obviously the women were used to work for cotton.
And they used to work for free.
For free.
That,
The kipande system was, we shall get, listeners, we shall get deeper and deeper into this. But it wasn't a good time. I kept myself in that situation. I was like, it must have been such a tense time. Okay? So we're going to go to know him. So, what did he do before freedom fighting? Okay? So, before becoming a prominent figure in the Mau Mau uprising, Dedan Kimathi held various jobs and roles. Here are some of his occupations before his involvement in the freedom struggle. 1. He was a teacher. He worked as a teacher, sharing his knowledge and contributing to the education of his community. So you're from school now, because then they used to go and perfect English and then go to college, and then ukishasoma education at college where you're a professor now, because that education was top notch.
Yeah, you're taken to even outside the country.
Yes. So Dedan Kimathi now tumeona kama mtoto mdogo pale akiwa 15 years old, ameingia kwenye primary, amekuwa mzuri kwenye English. Alafu ameenda tena sasa amefanya kazi fulani, si ndio Hata tumeona what did he do before, because we want to know the man before the hero. We want to know who was that man. Okay? So now the man, he becomes a teacher. Okay? After becoming a teacher, he teaches. But then observe. But it is painful. Put yourself. Now I want, as my, me, I love being creative, my listeners. Put yourself in those shoes. Now here you are. Rudy. Imagine it, yeah? Rudi hapo. My guest.
And
in that situation, umezaliwa kuna wazungu. Ni black and white kwanza.
Sawa? And you can imagine, in those days, only the whites. The whites went to school. The blacks were like, if you are a black and you come to school, you sit like that. Well, the rest of the class is here, you are like...
Kulikuwa nile racism. Hata restaurants hawezi enda huko. Ile ni ya wazungu. Ile ni ya fulani. Ya Wahindi. Ile ni ya Arabs. Blacks nini huko. And it is our country. So this man is looking at everything, is observing everything. Indeed. Pain and bitterness. And wanting freedom. Where are the... Where are they? Where are these? That is freedom, They wanted that thing. So, he becomes a clerk. Anacha kufunza because maybe he's seen that some parents are dying, some children, some boys are being taken out. So he can't focus on that pain. So he goes to become a clerk, Then he held clerical positions in different organizations, gaining experience in administrative tasks. sawa.
Yeah,
Huyu
but
ni
he
mjanja,
was-
amesoma, amekuwa
Yeah,
mwalimu,
yeah.
ameobserve, amejua, amebecome clerk. Amejua when you're a clerk, you know how to manage stuff, you know how
Yeah.
to put to combine files,
Yeah.
to typewrite,
Yeah.
to, you know, filing system and
Kabisa,
stuff.
all
Sindio?
that, yeah.
So after that, he becomes a soldier. He serves in the King's African Rifles during World War II. However, he later decided due to the harsh condition and discriminatory treatment faced by African soldiers. So when they said partition and scramble of Africa, unajua hawa watu walikuwa wanachukua blacks kwenda kupigana huko kwa Hitler. Do you know that?
Yeah, yeah.
So they used to come and carry them and go. You know, come carry go. Come carry go. There's a song like that. Come carry and go. So they used to come and carry our African men, and then they go to fight. Wanaenda kwa front battle. Venye David alifanyia Uria.
Yeah, Uria. Yeah.
Anaenda kwa front. Ni Africans wanaenda kwa front. Ni whites wanaekwa huko. Ni Africans the
You are
first
the one
line.
who will,
You're the ones who are going to die. Bomb ikikuja inawapiga nyi wa kwanza.
Okay.
So our guys amekuwa nini soja?
Yeah.
Amekuwa mwalimu, amejua vitu. Amekuwa clerk, amejua administration.
Yeah.
Amekuwa soja.
Sasa
He is learning.
Yeah, and now
he is
sees
now he knows
how
compact.
the discrimination of that.
Yes, but he is
how
learning.
African men are being
And
discriminated.
he knows how, unajua ukikuwa kwa army utajua how your opponent thinks.
Yeah.
Utajua how your leader thinks.
Yeah.
You will know compact. You know compact.
Yeah.
You will know compact stuff.
Yeah,
Unajua ni waeke pale to attack pale nini. So tell me, if you were Dedan Kimathi, being raised in such, going to become a teacher, seeing your students' parents dying and being overworked in concentration camps, then becoming a clerk and seeing how you're treated, even not paid sometimes, and then becoming a soldier, going to fight a war you don't even know.
You don't even know
why you're fighting. So how would you feel?
That thing is very diminishing. It even, let's say it kills the soul, and sometimes just you're like, and you remember that you did not choose that. He was
so sad.
Those times they did not choose to become soldiers. They were just taken. Like they come and select the strong men, you know. They select the strong men from the village, and they are like, yes, we need you and you and you to go and fight for the then King George. I think it was King George, I think. Yeah. So they're like, they were taken and then forced to fight a war they don't know why they're fighting, a war they don't know how it began. They're just fighting for someone, for people who are not even giving them the right kind of treatment they should get as fighters. You know, there is a way that someone can fight for you and they're like, yes, I'm fighting for you, and you are appreciating it.
And I know why I'm fighting.
Yes, and I know why I'm fighting.
So ametoka huko, sawa? So these experiences shaped Kimathi's understanding of social injustice and fueled his desire to fight for the rights of his people. His diverse background and exposure to different aspects of the society contributed to his leadership qualities and his ability to mobilize the Mau uprising and movement.
By then he was like, you know, I've seen how this is going.
I've seen how we're being treated.
Yeah, and this is not fair. This is not how we should be treated in our own country.
It's like he was backed up into a corner. Umeamka uko sawa pazi, nimepata education. Nimepata job. Inafika a place they back you into a corner. Like hata nyinyi mmetuzoea sana.
Yeah, and they're like,
which is our country. Now you're taking us out kwa country to oppress. Now you're taking us out to kwenda to fight ambayo hatujui ni nini.
Na hadi tukifight instead of nyinyi kuwa fair, you are like mnataka tukufe sisi wote.
Yeah.
Na nyinyi ndio mbaki with the victory. And yet the victory should be for ours because you are the one who are in the front line.
And if we fight this war, but say that Asheni country to go free.
Yeah.
Because you have taken our men. Because they used to take our men.
Yes, indeed.
I think that's why in the world hakuna a lot of men.
Like now in Kenya, it's the ratio for men and women is 7
because they took our men, our brothers, our fathers, our husbands.
Some things are so painful that even if I started imagining.
After some moments, you shall play the videos of how people were kept in concentration camps. Yeah. And you shall see. Pale enteleni ku comments, you know, enteleni kutuambia how do you think that these heroes fought for us?
Yeah, and how do you
And if they
take
hadn't
them?
be added, they hawangekuwa wamefight. Ni kama South Africa.
Yeah.
South African freedom yao imekuwa juzi na bado wazungu wamejaa huko.
Yeah.
It's like South Africa ni ya wazungu bado.
And I still hear there is still
racism bado.
racism and
Yeah,
all that.
Tena iko vibaya sana.
Somebody once told me they would like me to go to South Africa, and I'm like, oh dear, I'm too black for that. I don't
But
know.
then bado huko kuna hiyo shida.
See, why can't they just get rid of them once and
They
for
got
all?
rid of them late. Sijui in 2000.
Yeah, around
Around huko. So our producer now is going to play those videos. The videos of Dedan Kimathi. The operation videos. Yes. Okay. So let us go and let us go now and know wife and family. So sasa ameshaanza kujoin Mau Mau. Ashaanza kuwa like sitaki, but bado you know the heart wants what it wants, yeah? The heart must want what it wants.
Moyo ukipenda umependa.
Umependa moyo. Moyo wake Dedan Kimathi ukampenda msichana mmoja anaitwa Mukami. So Dedan Kimathi was married to Mukami.
Yeah.
Together they had several children, including Waishuri Kimathi, Maina Kimathi, Nyampura Kimathi, Waisheke Kimathi, Wangeshi Kimathi, Nyakinyua, Nyamwera Kimathi.
Yeah. Hey. But then people knew how to plan their
lives.
Children. Yeah, like beginning amesoma akiwa mkubwa akaenda after that akaoa and then
no, you know, I want to unajua leo nataka to discuss. Hata leo sasa tuingie bado into the Mau Mau because these are topics that you're going to do today as our listeners and tomorrow. First, before to know who this man and Mau Mau whatever, we want to know the man. You know, when you understand the man, you will understand his motivation towards fighting for this country, fighting for our independence, fighting for us to have our land back, fighting kwa nini. So let us get to understand the man. Amesoma. Amezaliwa, babake hayupo, mamake ni single mother. Hata amjui babake sababu babake alikufa akiwa kwa ball 1 month alikufa mwezi wa 8 at the 8th month.
At the 8th month of the pregnancy.
Yeah. So now he's raised by a single mother. He sees his mother wake up. Listener, yeke hapo, see your mother, you don't even know your father, you wake up, there's an invasion in your country, it's a state of emergency in your country, and you're seeing your mother wake up every morning to go to work, to prune cotton. A moment of silence. Imagine.
And you're like, this is the life.
This is the life I have to live.
You have to live. This is the life that is waiting for you.
For me, for my children.
After like, let's say school and all that. This is the life. Right now in this era, you are like, you see, you have a choice. But then there was no choice for our black child. The life that you see your parents in
is the life that you're going to live.
Is the life that you are going to live. In that life is the life that your children will live, and your children until I don't know God knows when, until kingdom come.
So he observes it.
Yeah, and he's like, no.
Anaipea a chance. Anaenda shule. Anasoma. Anakuwa mwalimu. Anafunza.
Anakuwa clerk.
Have you seen the Sarafina movies?
Sarafina?
Yeah, South Africa.
Oh yeah.
Sarafina.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Have you seen that movie? I want you to look at that. That is the movie of Safrina.
Indeed, this is very.
So this man observes.
Yeah.
And he's giving it a chance, yeah? He's like, okay, let me learn. Maybe if I learn, these people will learn to treat me as their equal.
Equal.
Because I have learned, I can speak like them.
Yeah.
And you know, I heard that wamekataa languages, traditional languages.
Like
they had to fight for the languages zetu ambazo tunazitumia saa hii zibaki. Tungekuwa sisi tuna languages, traditional languages, all of us tunaongea the same language.
At this is what we are like
blacks.
You know, blacks and what we
blacks
know
American hawana language.
Yeah.
Wanaongea to the same language.
The only language we know ingekuwa ni English.
French.
English.
Latin. French. Spanish, because we are learning them.
Yeah.
You know? So sometimes this guy gives a chance. I don't know if the videos are ready so that you can see them. Okay. Okay. So we are going to play those videos tomorrow because we are introducing the man. We are introducing the man.
Yeah.
So anakuja anapenda. Hata sikusoma watoto wote by the way. Alizaa watoto wangapi? We 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 9 children, yeah.
Wow.
So Muthoni Kimathi, Wangoi Kimathi, Wanjugu Kimathi. It is important to note that the family of Dedan Kimathi has been actively involved in various activities to honor his legacy and to seek justice for the injustice suffered during the Mau Mau uprising. I don't want us to story ya Mau Mau bado. I just want to know the man today, and then tomorrow you can understand. We are going from the man to the hero.
Yeah.
The man, the
Now
boy,
it's
the
man.
boy, the
Yeah.
man, the hero
The
tomorrow.
husband.
The husband
The
now.
father.
The father, the brother.
Yeah.
The son. Because you're told you're a son, you are a son
Before you are a brother.
before you're a brother.
Yeah, and
You're a brother
before you are a husband.
you're a husband,
Before you are a
father.
Yeah.
and then you're a separate man.
And then from a father, now
You're
you
your own man
yeah,
now.
Yeah. You
So
become what society
tell
wants
me,
to
how
see
do
you.
you feel? And what does this man, when you look at him, he was trying to live a normal life.
Yeah, this is a man who was trying to make something for himself. A man who walked and was like, yeah, this is not the life I want. No, this is not a life that I will choose. You know, he was a father, and I am sure he did not want his children to live the life that he lived. He did not want his grandchildren or his great-grandchildren, or not just that, even his neighbors or friends' children to live that life. So he decided, I will be another kind
Let
of
me
man.
ask you a question.
Yes.
If you went back in time right now and you found Dedan Kimathi, would you tell him that he's going to be shot and killed and hanged?
Okay, it is said that if you went back in time, you should not interfere. But,
Yeah, I would interfere.
But if
I
you
would tell him,
interfere-
Dedan, you're going to be shot.
No, firstly, if you interfere, you just kind of tamper with the reality. But at the point of Dedan Kimathi, trust me, I would tell him, you know what, you are going to be betrayed, and this is going to happen.
Because I had a question somewhere and they were like, maybe Dedan Kimathi was the president that we never had.
Yeah, I could say that too.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So would you interfere? Me, I would interfere. I would
would.
tell him, Dedan, my dear, you're going to be shot.
Yeah.
So avoid kwenda kukata zile miwa. Because apparently alikuwa nakata miwa. Ndo alipo ndo alishutiwa. But we shall get back to that tomorrow.
Was he shot or hanged?
Shot.
As
It was shot
executed?
first. Then he was apprehended.
Uh-huh.
But we shall get back to that tomorrow. Tusiweze kuharibu spoilers.
Yeah,
Za kesho.
spoilers alert.
Sindio?
Yeah.
So Dedan Kimathi is there with his beautiful wife.
Yeah.
He loves,
Yeah.
he marries, and have you read the book? Is it The River in Between?
Yeah, the river in between.
That kind of love story.
Hey.
That kind of love story.
Yeah.
Maybe him and Omboy and Mukami used to meet somewhere
And they will just
in a river and
Hey.
they just like share love and share
Yeah.
stuff and be like, one day when we fight for this independence. No, maybe no. They were not like, let's fight for this.
No.
They were like, my love. Let me say, what is my love in Gikuyu? I'm trying to search that.
Mwedwa wa goro.
Mwedwa wa goro.
Mwedwa wa goro yakwa.
Huh?
There will come a day.
There'll come a day when we will be good.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do these movies. Mbona tujafanya movie ya Dedan Kimathi?
By the way,
Let us go back there. Let us see his love life. Let us see him as a man, not just as the freedom fighter. Him as a man and everything that pushed him. You know, you're told that everything that you go through, every show is everything, pushes you towards the person that you're going to become.
Yeah.
Maybe someday utaona Zulfa ameshakuwa Al-Shabaab. And I'm sorry, no.
Please do
But
not
why?
become that.
But why? Ama siku moja nikuwe like, I have become a nun.
Yeah.
Why? Sababu development character huku nini?
Yeah.
Nikole, nimeacha basi acha niende.
Huyu
Roman
ukienda kwa
Catholic
huyu.
nikanini.
Ukienda kwa huyu had to break. Character development.
You know? So this man,
He was like, yeah, I have loved you, let's make babies. No, but we need a free country. Yeah, now that.
Now, no, I think before that, akimari udema kwa nafikiria kuhusu kupigana yeye. No, but the moment that you see your child,
Yeah.
and you're like, no, what I went through, no, umezaa kijana, uko like, kidogo kijana kifia 15 years, anachukuliwa na kapigane war, and I will lose my child. No, my child will not live this life that I lived. You know, the moment, let me tell you, the moment that you become a parent, and you look at your child, and you're like, I want to give you better. Mamangu alikuwa anakaswa kunibaia nguo za Christine, ndakuwa nakubaia nguo 3 za Christine.
Yeah.
You know, so Kimathi looks at Waichuri. Kimathi is the firstborn, and it's like, Waichuri, you're not going to go through what I went through.
Yeah.
So pale kwa love life ako nafikiria hivyo until you have your own child, you're like, no.
And so, you know, that reminds me of this book I read, The River and the Souls. They are like somebody, one of the characters, nilisoma kitambo when I was in primary, around class 6. So one of the characters was like, he wanted to become a freedom fighter.
Yes.
So, but his, I think, I don't know, it's his friend or father or brother, went and never came back. And do you know that really scared almost the whole community after they knew that. So I was like, I think that same reason scared Kimathi. Like, going
the same
and never,
reason.
Yeah, going and never coming back. And they're like, yeah, that same reason is the main thing that made Kimathi not want at all his children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren to suffer the same fate as his fellow soldiers in the king's army. And neither was it really necessary for him to just lay down. So he decided to become a better man, a better father, and a better hero for this country. Yeah. So to me, Dedan is he's not just your hero. To me, he is what is a mentor, someone that I look up to. Like, I say, someday, if God permits me, I'd like to be like him. I'd like to make a difference in this country, to be a better man for the love of my life, to be a better father for my children.
Yeah, but then wapo umesema vizuri.
Yeah.
I think this person was inspired, like, I want to see my wife wake up in the morning and go start pruning some white man's cotton.
Yeah.
I don't want my children to be taken away from me and be sold to some slave somewhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it was like, you know what? We need to do something.
Yeah.
I, as a man, I need to protect my family.
Yeah.
And what can I do?
Yeah, he found that he can do 1, 2, 3.
Alifikiria maybe if I become a teacher, it will be different. It wasn't different. If I become a clerk, it will be different. It wasn't different. If I become then a soldier, it wasn't different. Now I need to do something different.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read some comments here.
Yes.
Yeah. So, kwale kuna mtu anaitwa Plenson Felix. Anasema, Naison Zulfa. Anasema, Dedan was indeed a strong man. That is true.
Yes,
that is
very
true. That is
very
true. Yeah. Okay. Now let us go back to hapa kuna Irene Chendai. Irene Chendai anasema Dedan was one of the unsung, like really unsung, because mi kuniambia mmemwekea to street Nairobi and his family keeps on saying how they are treated really bad.
Imagine.
I don't think that is everything. Maybe the government should do more, you know? Okay.
Yeah, this government should do more for our heroes. Not just naming streets after them. Because now there is a street named after the Gen Z that was shot. You see, after Masai. But the government should even put respectable places for them, and even they should even name counties or so. And that is my opinion. I'm not a historian or a politician, so that was just
Ibaki in county ya Dedan.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so tell me, I have asked a question, yeah. So now you're there. You're back there.
Yeah.
And everything is happening the way it is happening. I'm thinking the kale na kaa venye saizi kunakaa hivi.
Yeah, kunakaa kunyesha.
So it was like it was cloudy all the time now. Hakuna sunshine now anymore. Tell me, what would you have done?
I would have tampered with the whole history thing. I would have really tampered with it. Firstly, I would tell the Mau Mau that the Kapenguria sticks are going to be caught. I will make sure that in every place I've made sure that they will not be found. Secondly, I will tell Didan that he should not, by any chance, go to the place he wants to go that day.
Mwambie kaa kwa nyumba.
Yeah, kaa kwa nyumba.
Unasikia?
Or
But
just
then
get
no, hata spoil. We're not going to spoil for the people right now. We are not going to spoil for them right now, yeah? Because today tumesema tuongelee just the man. Just the man Denan.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But then unajua Denan kwa dread kama hizi zangu. Dready.
Yeah, what was ready.
You know the moment that you decide kuanza kulea madread umeanza kuwa rebellious.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Not all are rebellious.
No, it's true. But then, let me tell you, okay, things hizo wameanza because unaona sasa mashule wamekubali watoto wakuwe na manywele.
Yeah.
But kitambo because of the Mau Mau and everything being associated with the Mau Mau,
Yeah.
the moment umeshaanza kwa nywele karefu kidogo.
Yeah, they are called unruly.
Madread unruly, yeah. And you're told like, huyu ameshaanza kuwa sijui aje ameanza kuvuta bangi huyu.
Yeah.
You know? And today let's just know about the man and the woman. How they loved each other. How they started a family,
Yeah.
and how they hope that things were going to change, and things didn't change.
I don't know. I don't know if it's okay. I forgot to research that, but I think the wife is she still alive or something?
Yeah, she's still alive, and she was too. But we shall get back to that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't try to introduce that. I just want to know them. Mukami na Kimathi.
Yeah.
Mr. Kimathi.
And Mrs. Kimathi.
Trying to raise a family.
In
We
a
are
world.
already in a country. In fact, I think the entire world was in a state of emergency.
Yeah.
Because the Jews were there going through their own thing.
Yeah.
And then now they are in Africa. Kituendelea Kenya and Tanzania.
Indeed.
Kituendelea Tanzania and I don't know about the Middle East though then. But they want to do story Middle East then.
Middle East was the same because it was I think those countries were colonized by others, France, Italy, like this French was in.
But
was
okay,
it
what we know
Congo?
about the Middle East is that the Arabs
The Arabs
were trading with us.
Oh, the Arabs. I don't think the Arabs were colonized. Were they?
Yes, maana tujui story yao.
Our history does not cover
And
that.
but because we were told the barter trade was before colonization.
Yeah.
The Trans-Saharan, whatever, the Libyan, whatever, and stuff. You know. So
what I know is that the Middle East came to colonize us first. Well, the first colonizers of Kenya, because in that, as I have said, in that book, We Come in Peace. There is those Muslims were the ones who bought that family. Were the ones who bought the family of that lady, and they were like, you know, we want you to work for us, unaona. And it was kind of like they thought they were friends. Instead of being friends, they turned out to be foes. Aya, another thing is that I think was it in Zanzibar where they were ruled by Muslims too.
And but then I was talking about with my sister that kind of thing.
Yeah,
they
were ruled.
Why Ali move his name from Muscat to I want to
Oh God, what was his name?
Sumahal something, Sumahad something, is a Muslim name, yeah?
Yeah.
So what we are trying to, as we close up this show, yeah, today we are learning about the man. And this is a new show, Upper Kenya News Alert. Inaitwa Government and History.
Yeah.
You know, tumeona venye watu wanaenda wajui their rights.
Indeed.
They don't know their government. They don't know their history. That's why itatumika vitatumika.
Yeah.
But let us go back there. Let us know when this country was fought for. What happened? Who are the people fighting for this country? And who are the people fighting for it now? So we're going to compare those people and right now and see where we went wrong as a people and as a country. Yeah. So today we're introducing the man. Tomorrow we shall be dealing with the Mau Mau now, the hero. The Mau Mau leader.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much. This was my guest,
Philip Lewis.
And I am your host, House of Zulfa. Karibu and bye-bye.
Ciao.
Hello, Habari, good morning. This is Kenya News Alerts, and this is Morning Tea, and I'm your host, House of Zulfa. And today also nimeletea mgeni pia ambao tuko going to discuss some issues, so I'm going to let the guests introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, I'm Lewis Philip, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Karibu.
Asante.
So Kenya, ukoaje?
Niko poa. Yeah, kupambana na hii life too.
Una feel Kenya ikupeleka aje?
Kenya is not everyone's cup of tea, so. So yeah, we just have to
bear with it,
to bear with it
because it is our country.
It is our country, it is our home. We can't,
because we love it.
Yeah.
Unajua unaambia ukipenda unakuwa fala. Unakuwa tu fala, unafunga tu macho to some things,
you can't do anything about it.
You can't do anything. You won't abandon it.
You can't.
Ukishapenda hata akue aje.
Hata kufanyia.
Now Kenya is our love, yeah.
Our first love, by the way.
Yeah.
Hadi akitua to break, we are like, tusha
like maybe hakuwa na intent.
Yeah.
Maybe ilikuwa mistake.
Ilikuwa makosa.
Maybe hakuwa najua ni mie na heart. You know, you give it excuses, yeah? When you love something.
Indeed.
And this is Kenya, it's our first love.
Yeah.
Because the moment you're born, you're Kenyan first. I think you're Kenyan first.
Yeah, you're Kenyan
before
first.
You're even your tribe, you're Kenyan first, yeah?
Yeah.
Before useme wewe ni Mkisi. Sindio?
Yeah.
Yes. So, welcome to our studios.
Thank you.
So good to have you here.
My pleasure.
Yeah. So, kuna kitu ambayo imehappen. Si kama ambaye unajua our former president. Mtoto our first prime minister.
Yeah, Mr. Uhuru
Jomo Kenyatta. But jina yake kwa ni Jaden for real.
I hear Jaden.
Call him Jaden.
Mwenye alimuita Jaden alijaribu.
Inakaa joke sahi.
Yeah.
When you're called as a child, when you grow up, inakaa nani alikuita hivyo?
And everyone is like,
it's like sijui parents think because you're cute and you're little and then you call that name.
Yeah.
When you grow up, it's not a serious name.
Yeah.
Ni kama like right now a man comes and aitwa Jaden kwanza napasua. I'm a junior. Those names are like no serious at all.
There is this mzee akiwa kijana alikuwa anaitwa Junior. Sasa hizi mtu anamtanga Junior na ako like and that mtu wamekuwa mabeshte hivi. So kwa zile za mimi nakaa kijana mwenzako.
That's your name. Unaona?
Yeah.
Like ni kama mtu fulani kwa Sweetie. Jina ilikuwa ni Sweetie.
Sweetie.
Yeah, like the name was Sweetie something. You know? So Jaden, our former president, yeah. Anajua ukiretire na kuishi Gatundu.
Yeah.
North.
His home.
Yeah. Na kumekuwa na some things happening. Tukamsikia alikuwa kwa harusi. Yesterday actually morning we were discussing about how alikuwa kwa harusi ya mtoto wa Kalonzo Misaada, now Mrs. Martin Nyaga.
Yeah.
Na Uhuru alienda huko.
Yes.
And people are like, no, this is not just a marriage, you know, because in Kenya everything they do is politically inspired.
Yeah.
It's political, every move. Nilikuwa naambia watu jana nasema everything that Kenyan politicians do is politically inspired. Hata ukisikia ati sukari iliamka Mumias, something
political.
You know, political.
Yeah.
And so when you look at people, Kenyans were like, maybe these guys are just not there. Uhuru agenda pale just for arusi, you know, because for the longest time amekuwa atujui nini endelea. Actually the first time we heard of Uhuru after ameretire ni juzi walipopatana kwenye kanisa.
Yeah.
Our president and I think Raila was there too, you know.
Yeah.
And akasema mimi naangalianga tu TV. Na sasa tu radio mimi niko tu naangalia tujaluza kwani where have you been?
Yeah.
You know, because you just the moment you went home and you handed over mamlaka to Ruto, you just disappeared. Yeah. So where have you been? Mimi naangalia tu TV na news nini, you know. So that's the first time we heard of him, and then the second time we are seeing him making moves. Tunamuona kwa nini ya Kalonzo, kwa wedding ya mtoto wa Kalonzo.
Yeah.
And Kenyans as Kenyans, because we have freedom of speech, were like, no.
There is something.
That is something. What do you think? Like how now unajua Kalonzo anatisha for presidency 2027.
Yeah.
So tell me, what do you think about that? Do you think alienda tu hivyo?
No, that can't be at alienda hivyo because they are besties. That is not possible because the same teacher I was told me that I was talking about the other day, told me that in politics there is no permanent friend or permanent enemy.
Yes.
So you can't tell me that Juzi Kalonzo was who was Raila's Korana was now is besties with the president.
Okay.
Ruto. That is not possible.
Yes.
So there must be something that transpired in between there. Politically, kabisa.
You know.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, and Kenyans really observed that, we didn't see the couple photos. We were just seeing the photos of Uhuru and Kalonzo. So they were like, these people are just getting politically married, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because kama ni harusi unataka kuona picha maybe Uhuru apiga na the couple to be.
Yeah, by the way.
Ilikuwa tu tunaona tu picha za Wamalwa, tunaona picha za Kalonzo, Mr. Kalonzo, picha za Mr. Uhuru, Mr. Jaden.
Yeah. You seem to like that
I
name.
love it's Jaden.
Jaden.
So, they were people were like no. Maybe sasa Kalonzo ameshikana na Mlima. Unaona?
Yeah.
Now because and we talked about that. Yeah, we said why does it mean like every other tribe has to shikana with another tribe? But that was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was I'm just recapping it so that you may understand now.
Yeah.
That was a move ambayo tuliona. Uhuru ameshikana hapa. Unajua Mlima is a big political thing. Sasa hizi nikitaka kura hata tukisema kisses are coming and you want to be independent as other tribes to vie for things in this country, yeah?
Yeah.
Bado unajua you have to play the game.
Indeed.
You have to play don't hate the player, yeah?
Yeah,
hate the game. No, the game is like that, yeah? So Kalonzo ameshikana na Mlima. So that means the Mlima itamsupport. Wacha nikunywe funda la maji, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Mlima, okay, this is politics, dearest. And politics is like have you ever played chess?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, politics and chess.
It's like chess. It's
yeah.
intense.
Like one time there is no way, and then the other, the king is moved, and you're like, guy, how did this come here? And you're like, okay, this is crazy. So so politics is something that you should not even bet about.
No.
It is more unpredictable than football.
And the thing is, you have to play the game. You have to.
Yeah, you have to.
Tunasema yes, but you have to. When you look at it, when unakaga unaona lazima ujishikanishe na either Wajaka ama Wagikuyu. Either ujishikanishe na the two. Now Kalonzo, people were like Kalonzo anajishikanisha na wapi? Na Mlima.
Yeah.
So that happened like I think yesterday. Not yesterday, I think the previous day, yeah. And now tunasikia sasa jana Ruto ameenda kumvisit Uhuru.
Wow.
Now that is a topic. That's what I want to kuoneshe. Now that was one move. Ameenda and we're like now sasa huyu amejishikanisha na nani? Na Mlima. Now Ruto is like ngoja guys, what is happening? Ameenda huko.
Yeah.
Junasikia alifika hapo saa 6 mchana, hakuwa na magari.
With the public transport and like
so
how?
Atakera mjue na kam.
Yeah.
Unaona?
Yeah.
Kwa like rada ni gani bro? Hasa mwenza kujishikanisha na mtu mwingine nini. So I'm going to read this, yeah. And let me listeners comment and ask anything and tell us. Let us share this, yeah. So let me read what's happened, yeah. So in an unexpected twist that has left political circles buzzing, President William Ruto paid a surprise visit to his predecessor Uhuru Kenyatta on Monday at his rural Ichaweri home in Gatundu South, Kiambu.
Yeah.
Sawa? The meeting comes nearly 3 years after sustained political animosity between the two, which has been punctuated by public spats, dramatic incidents, and accusation of political retribution, the meeting also raised eyebrows and sparked speculation about potential though in their coming election.
Indeed.
Niambie.
Okay, this is Kenya. And in Kenya hakuna kitu inafanyikanga by chance or
by chance, yeah. But especially when it is the politicians.
Hapo huwezi pata ati you know they did this because of this and that. No, Ruto, I don't want to say he was scared, but maybe he is, because anaona hapa Kalonzo might rise. And as I said, Kenyan politics is not something you can predict about, because right now Kalonzo is let's say with the mountain, is with the Murima. So maybe PK, do you remember PK? Yeah, PK might say, I too want the support of my people. Or even Gachagua. He's not that he's
but
not
you know the
retired.
moment now, like Gachagua jasema ana vie for anything. So when the Murima stands now, Murima is the entire Murima.
Yeah.
Murima ikwangi divided. Hakuwezi kuwa kuna Gachagua pale kando na kuna Uhuru pale kando. When they say we are going to support Kalonzo, is the entire Murima.
Yeah.
Sawa, that's the good thing. I think that's why they've been politically ahead and powerful, because they stand together, not like other people that they just tuko na huyu, you know. So continue.
So the visit might be for, maybe he wants Uhuru's support this time. he wants his support. Okay, with the fact that they have been on a clash lately. So you remember hizo pesa za bodyguards za retired presidents.
I remember Kansedena speaking about that.
So they have been on a clash maybe
for 3 years. For 3 years.
Yeah, you can imagine.
It happened, it happened when 3 years ago. It happened that let me remove these glasses for a moment. It's a serious issue.
Oh, and by the way, today you look cutesy demure.
Very demure.
Very cutesy.
Thank you. So it happened. I remember ilifika wakati ambao tulisikia eti walikuwa bado ni deputy and president Uhuru and Ruto. Tukasikia kuna clashes na happen na wasikizani, huyu ako huku, and that was animosity went until the last time. Ikafika place mpaka sasa now Mr. Uhuru wasn't supporting now Ruto for presidency. He was supporting is for nani Mr. Raila, you know, and I think that really fueled and agitated a lot of people and the promises, and especially Mr. Ruto. Sindio? And now kidogo, you know, it's like a Kenyan thing that every president like goes for 2 terms. Now this Ruto president now is like, how comes umeenda kusupport watu wengine? And he knows the moment that Mlima ina support the another place, Apple, you don't have a chance.
Indeed.
You know? So it's like, let me go and see. Let me now put yourself in Ruto's shoes. Akaona nini na happen? Nini inaendelea? Hebu nani kihumu jamani ambie dada. Unaona ni kama is going back to your ex and being like, so niambia utanipea child support mpaka nini, ama utanilipia nyumba mpaka na sana naona umeanza kulipia shiko nyumba tena. Unataka aje, you know? So he's like, naenda huko, hebu niende huko, an emergency thing, or maybe a PR thing. Unaona? Maybe we don't know. So what do you think about it?
Okay, according to me, Ruto wants the Murima support.
Now he doesn't have it since Alinini Kashagwa. Actually, unajua alikuwa na Murima support mpaka the moment that Alinini impeach Kashagwa. Because Kashagwa is from the
Murima.
So the moment obviously says Murima iko like atumtaki. Atumtaki ametolea mtu wetu hivyo. Hivyo. So right now maybe he thought the only support that he had near Uhuru. But he's trying to patch the relationships to build the bridges that he burned. Unajua unaambiwa of which the Spartans walikuwa wakienda war, they burned all the ships. So unajua if you don't win this war, there's no going back home. You're going to die in this land. I don't know if you know that thing about the Spartans.
Yes, I used to hear that.
Everywhere they went. Ukifika unajua ile gari imekuja na imagine if you're told, imagine you put yourself in these shoes. like you're going to school na babako akikufikisha hapa na kuambia auregei au babako anashutiwa hapo,
okay,
unaambiwa sasa hakuna mahali unaenda until you get an A, until you do well, you exceed in your exams.
Wow.
What did you do? So now this man
just have to work hard.
Now this man, Mr. Ruto, banned all the bridges. Yes, banned.
Yeah. Zote kabisa.
Ameziban vibaya, alibana Uhuru.
Kabisa.
Ameban na Gachagua. Na hiyo ni mlima sasa. Na tumesema hata tukisema let us not hate the players, yeah? Let us hate the game. We know lazima ujishikanishe na one tribe, yeah? Okay, in future maybe it will be different.
Yeah.
Maybe now the kisses will come, upate kisses wako peke yao, taita wako peke yao. Like you can vie on your own with your own tribe and Kenya will accept you.
Yeah.
Like the only thing unafaa kujishikanisha nayo ni Kenya peke yake. See it ni your a certain tribe or a certain thing. But for now, because the game iko hivyo, now our president ban bridges, a lot of bridges. Anaona sasa nimeshabana Gachagua, hiyo ni mlima, ni sasa inabidi anaona sasa Uhuru ni kama ameanza kusupport Wakamba sasa. Wakamba wako na wajaka
kabisa,
nimebaki na nani? So now he runs to Uhuru. What do you think they were speaking? Wavenye walipatana, you know the first time you see your ex,
yeah, like
munakuwa na ile moment flani,
yeah, kwanza kuna hii moment of silence like macho tu ndio inaongea, mko like zile za hi
and then you're like, okay, how is the weather? How does it come from? Because let me, when I want to understand things, I'm a creative, yeah. So when I want to understand something, I must like put myself in those shoes, and be like, now let me assume like this is my ex, because when it's political, Kenyans are saying it's a political marriage. So at some point, Ruto and Uhuru, they were politically married.
Yeah.
And then things happened in the bedroom ambazo tu understand.
Yeah.
Unaona?
Yeah.
And now after 3 years you're going to see this person again. How does it go? Mnanyamaza kwanza for a moment. Mnaangaliana. This love, like some hate and love. You know, hate and love works together, yeah?
Yeah.
Me, on the moment someone tells me, I hate that ex, I'm like, you love that ex. Because the moment that you let go of someone, you're numb to them.
Yeah.
You're numb, like hata afanya nini utakuwa like but at a head, so you meet and you're like hapo hapo, so maybe we'll meet na tukue hapo in that. I told you, our viewers and listeners, let us put ourselves there. So they are there, wanaangaliana, able to go in that moment, wanaangaliana, they're like, okay, hi naona huku Gatundu mmepanda mahindi, unaona?
Yes.
And then he's like, hey, hata kuna tusukuma tukoma, because you don't know how to get into. There's a hanging cloud there. There's a hanging thing.
There is a heavy mood.
There's a heavy mood. Mko tu hapo. Yes.
And
now you're just like, okay.
There is this speaking of ex, there is this friend of mine.
Yes.
She's actually my cousin, and she's like, leo unajua this huyo ex wangu alini text and ako like, do not hate your exes, they were once your
the reason of your happiness.
And I consider that, I don't hate my exes, it's just you specifically. So I'm like, now with the Nani's situation, with Uhuru and Ruto's situation, I think Uhuru is like, I don't hate my exes. It's just you, because you wanted to sabotage everything I stand for. Like, okay, so how do you explain wanting to take away my security and my pension and reducing my pension,
and my bodyguards being removed from me, and my mother being harassed, and my children being harassed. But then there was a tense situation after. I remember last year, in this same radio, we were discussing and we were like, there was a tense moment where his children were harassed wakati wa maandamano.
Indeed.
Unaona? So there's a tense moment here. Wewe ndo. So mnaanza accusation. Wala mimi sikuwa intend kudu hivyo. Unajua sasa ilibidi uonyeshe watu niko na power. Oh, ulidu hivyo kwa nini?
And they're like, wewe kwanza, that was unfair.
And the blaming game. Unaona? Wewe kwanza mbona ulikuwa ni support mimi na ukaanza kusupport watu wengine. Wewe na wewe kwa nini ulifanya hivi? It's a blame game, yeah. But now So the sources are saying that they discussed about we are in a state of hate in this country right now. It's like an emergency. We don't know, animosity between each other. Sasa ni wale, it was a secret meeting, but kuna watu ambao wanatuletea umbea ilikuwa ndani. So they're like they were discussing about the state of this country. The state of this country is not really good.
It's not.
Because the youth of this country are really upset. The old people are losing hope with this country. And our leaders are not listening to us as the people of tomorrow. So there's a lot of things that happened, and we are there. It's like, speak. We're waiting for as the people of Kenya, we're waiting for the government to address the issues that are happening, that happened during Maandamano, because we lost a lot of people. We are saying that we are not employed as the youth people, and the youth are the people of tomorrow. The youth were killed because of speaking, and we are speaking, we are saying there's issues going on, and the government isn't listening to us. So they are saying there's animosity. Because if you saw what happened with the Maandamano, the Gen Zs were really angry. Really angry. Unaona? With the government, you know? So, inasemekana kwamba jana walivokaa chini, waliongelelea kuhusu the state of this country. Na, let me ask you a question here.
Ask.
As a youth, are you happy?
As a youth?
Are you happy with the state of this country?
I can't say I'm happy. Because firstly, life in this country is intoxicating. And it is becoming unbearable for the youth. Firstly, there are no jobs. Like, wizi imeongezeka to a point that a friend of mine said that beshte yake aliibiwa simu kwa tuk-tuk. Tuk-tuk. Hapo nyuma kwa watu wangapi? Na simu imeenda tu hivyo, and you'll not know who took it, and you'll not know how it went.
Na wananyamaza.
Na ni watu wangapi?
And we were discussing, and I said, I can't blame people who are stealing right now. Why? These people went to school, because the government promised us, go to school, get a degree, you're going to get a good job. And then you go and your mother sells all the land and your father is sacrificing everything. You go do your engineer degree, you go do something, and then there's no jobs. And you are promised that if you focus on education, you're going to get everything. And now you don't get it. And now you have to pay rent. Na sisi kama kitambo vya 1000 ilikuwa ni 100k. Hizo 1000 ukishabai unga una fare kurudi nyumbani.
Imagine.
Ukishabai mafuta hauna fare kurudi nyumbani. Ukishalipa stima hauna, you have to pay rent. You have to eat, you have to dress. You have to survive. And unaambiwa there's nothing so dangerous as a desperate man.
There isn't.
People are desperate. Kenyans right now are desperate. Really desperate. No jobs. Hakuna hiyo employment kwa tunaambiwa we shall create him. No, amna.
See, I've heard,
like it gets higher. The expenses of life is getting higher and higher.
I've heard that unemployed teachers wanapelekwa majuu. Sasa okay, watapelekwa majuu.
Why?
Those people have families in this country.
Why?
There are schools in this country.
Why are they getting pelekwad maju?
Because huku, I don't know, they are not.
Hakuna opportunities za kazi.
Imagine.
What is that?
See, the government should create.
Is the government taking them maju? Ama ni wewe unajipeleka maju?
Government inakupeleka. Na sasa ubaya ni, unajua inakupelekanga inakuache huko.
When is utafute kazi?
Inakupeleka inakuache huko. Just because you are a teacher, unaenda tu huko. You can imagine. Okay, for example, wachukuliwa wapelekwe Sudan. Like right now as a youth, and as a youth I can say that we just feel like we don't belong here anymore. Because
Yes.
how can we belong to a country
Do you know that
where instead of the youth being given opportunities, old people are the one who are given the opportunities, and our watu wameishi miaka yao.
That's why our youth are going back to drugs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
watu wameishi miaka yao, hawa watu wako na pesa zao. We need that little amount because we have families out there. The things that we are doing, hii bangi si ati we just decide wacha leo niamke nikuwe mvuta bangi. No.
Stress.
I am in stress, I am in depression.
To escape.
Yeah, something hata kama ni 5 minutes, it will take my mind off things.
And we are blaming them. And we said, achana mayus. So wao ni kula tu madarati, wanatafuna mogoka, wanavuta bangi, wanalewa, wanajidunga, wanaiba, ni watu chafu. It's the state of this country. We are desperate as the youths of this country. So those are the kind of things that they were discussing back there, yeah?
Yeah.
So, wakasema bado, they were saying that the solution, the solution, which I will discuss after we come back from the break, you know, to a break, what I can tell my viewers is that continue on commenting, continue on viewing, continue on telling us how you feel about the state of this country, and tell us, do you think that Ruto going to visit Uhuru, what is it? Is it a political move? Are they genuinely concerned about the state of this country? You know? So let us go for that break and then we will be back shortly.
The only sane body that brings the country and the leaders together.
Okay.
Because this, when religion is not there, and the leaders will be like this judge who feared no man or God, you see. So the religion ensures that God's voice is at least heard, and these people, even if they do not fear other people, they will fear God. Unaona? So the religious body is one of the main that should be respected, and these leaders should know how to bring it together. Si juzi kuna huyo priest alikata pesa za Ruto kwa kanisa ya Catholic. Yeah, like that is one of the
Akasema pesa irudishwe.
Yeah. So you see, and there is this another nini.
So the question is,
yeah.
The question that I ask, Sawa, you say that the number one body, the most sane body.
Yeah.
But the question is, they don't speak up. They didn't speak up when everything was happening bad. When they were receiving that money, until now the Gen Zs were like, no, is when they spoke up and they were like, oh. Unajua hata kwenye Yesu kwa Biblia walisema Kaisari apewe yake na kanisa ipewe yake.
Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God.
Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Ananiambanga hivyo. Give to Caesar. Something like that, yeah. But the thing is, I think that sawa, church ikue kwa nini kwa politics. But politics isiingie kwa church.
Yeah.
Unaona? Do you get that?
Yeah.
The church should speak up. The church should keep things balanced, you know, be like no. Sawa? Because unajua hata England bado they were ruled by like popes and stuff.
Yeah.
Pope ndo alikuwa na bonga anasema hiki kitu inaweza my ways.
Yeah.
And I remember kama unajua history ya
Henry the Sixth.
Of Tudor.
Yeah, lately he has been my case of study.
Yeah.
And his 6 wives.
Yeah. And that person was dangerous. Used to just like and nini undead. Nako ni undead. Ama ni ndangwaje unalive his wives, like just random
executing.
Yeah. So the Henry of the Tudors, I think is the one who changed the church.
Yeah, because
and now the Protestants were born from there.
Yeah, from the Church
back
of England.
Then from uko history that the church lazima ikue in government, wa serikali, even in our own traditional by the listeners and viewers, we have this show that you have created our government and history. We shall be going because it's from saa 9 to saa 10. We'll be having those discussions there. So now the church used to be, because wasikia hata chief alikuwa na kusacrifice even then, sawa?
Yeah.
But umepata sana like ni kama church na government imeingiliana sana, unapata ni kama now the government is controlling the church. And church should be an independent body, not the religion, because kuna the Islamics, sawa?
Yeah.
Kuna
Hindu,
the Christians, the Hindus,
yeah,
you know?
the Buddhist, yeah,
Buddhist and all other things and all other whatever that imeshikana hapo kwa religion, si ndio? So so now when the government inakuja inakana kama ambaye ina control church, unapata we don't know as a people who can we trust, and we know who are these stakeholders, you know. I want to research who are these stakeholders ambao wanaongea kwa government,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Na watu wakishikana, okay, that is a good advice from the former president. Sawa, church na nizishikane zikuwe one thing, yeah. But the question is, if wakikuwa one thing, will they speak with one voice ambayo it is good for the Kenyan people, ama will they speak with a voice ambayo is not for the Kenyan people?
Me, I think wakishikana wanaekwa tu kwa mfuko. This is Kenya, my dear, and money, kwanza this time kwa hii serikali ya Ruto, money now speaks louder than
and money shouldn't be, because there are people who don't have that money.
Sasa,
and
now
we are told, I want to ask you, unajua Hustler Fund?
Yeah.
Did you deal with Hustler Fund?
Yeah.
Ulichukua Hustler Fund?
Nilichukua.
But then your Hustler Fund ilikuwa ni ya nini? Ya kutusaidia ama ilikuwa tu ni like something ama me, you know, I used people hear people say it is money laundering and stuff, you know. And it is said that the Hustler Fund is something that is supposed to help the youths, and people who wants to start up businesses and hustlers, you know, out here. And nasikia kuna watu ambao wanasema wamesaidiwa nayo, but the majority wako like haikunisaidia. Uliambia ukilipa unaongezewa limit, but haijaniongezea limit nili to 500 bado. Na how can I start business with 500 shillings, you know? Because 500 ni unga moja ya ugali and maybe sukuma.
Yeah.
Unatembea mguu kwenda home sasa. Right?
Yeah.
So tell me about Hustler Fund.
Okay, Hustler Fund. People,
but that was the thing that was going on yesterday bado. There was something like that going on. Ruto alienda kwa nini? Alienda KICC kwa sherehe second anniversary of Hustler Fund. So tell me, has it helped you and your friends that you have talked to about them? Imekusaidia? Because when umesema since yesterday they met na wakaongelea kuhusu eti religion and the civil and the stakeholders, ukasema money is the only thing.
Yeah.
Now hii money we are told hii money ya Hustler Fund yatusaidia sisi. Has it helped you?
Okay, Hustler Fund. I don't remember kama nisaidia, because nilikuanga na Daisha, I was stuck in a situation and I wanted like 700 like really fast, and I had been taking and paying urgently, so I thought maybe this time wataniongezea, nikakuja kupeana tu ni ile 200 yangu, and they are like, and I'm like, how can this help me when all we hear are fake promises that ukilipa unaongezewa, and hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So it's very very, and most of my friends are like hii kitu itusaidii, because unachukua inaanza kuzana almost immediately.
Inazana.
Yeah, almost immediately.
Yes.
So you're like, okay, sasa hii inazana immediately. Hiyo pesa kama haijanisaidia yenyewe,
nishaanza kuzana.
Na hiyo pesa ya kuzana, imagine.
Na kesho shakwambia sasa iko 519, 520, 525, 600. Mimi kama yangu itook 500. Na sasa I think it is 700.
Wow.
Now I was like, I have to like clear it because I don't know, you know. Sawa?
Yeah.
So tell me. Tell me. Lewis, tell me, what are we going to do about the state of this country? Because unajua unafika place unaambiwa, I told you as we started this show we were like, it's our love. Yeah. It's our love. And when it's your love, you don't give up on it. You don't give up on it at all. You know, because love doesn't give up. Love doesn't give up. Love lazima ikuwe phoenix. You rise from your ashes and go. Now we need to rise Kenya from its ashes.
Someone once told me.
So the question is, do you think that these meetings that they're doing, is it like, unajua nilikuwa nasema ni kama these leaders do things for, like ni kama for example Kalonzo kuwa president, maybe ni bucket list and like anisha kuwa president, unaona? But do they really care about Kenya? Because the moment that these people sit on that seat, I'm going to say sit on that throne, the moment they sit at that throne, it's like they forget, you know, they forget that these are the promises that I gave my people. These are the things that I said I'm gonna do. This is what I should do. Kenya ilikuwa hivi. Unajua ni kama mtu ama wanakuwa ni kama venye ukiwa nje ya field, una venye field vitu zina happen, uko like angepiga hivi angefanya hivi. You know, but when you get there, you sit on that system, umeenda umekalia ile kiti, you're the president now. You're the minister now. You're the deputy president now. Now it's like you forget. Ama what happens, you know, because atupo padli pazuri. Because ukiobserve vitu ambavyo vime happen in the 2 years, we are not happy as a Kenyan people. So you as a Kenyan youth and a Kenyan people and a Kenyan people of tomorrow, because you are here for the next like 50 years, unafaa kureturn miaka ngapi? 60 ama 65?
It's 65.
You are far from there, so you have like another 45 years of working. Sindio? How do you feel?
Okay. Miaka inaenda mbio. Like it's like, I don't know, the earth is going at a higher speed around the sun than it used to. So right now I might be 21. But years are going at a rate that hadi mtu akiretire hata kuwa anasema, I did this in my youth. Your kids will ask you, Dad, Mom, what did you do at your 20s?
Your country? Says we are owned by the Chinas. What did you do for your country? Okay,
one thing I can say, see, I'm defending him, is that ruling is not easy.
It is not. Ushaikuwa prefect wewe?
Nishaikuwa prefect. Ruling is not easy.
You lose friends.
Because everyone needs you to be on their favor.
And a certain way. And you can't be a certain way.
And you can't be there for everybody.
Yes. Ana Nyashinski alisema, I can't be there for everybody. Sawa? Na sisi impress kila mtu bado. Unaona? Do you know, I think that's what they say. Beauty is in the beholder.
The eyes of the beholder.
You know, wanafikia wanasemaga beauty is in the eyes of the beer holder.
Indeed.
In the beer holder, not the beer holder. You know, when you're drunk, you see everyone is cute and beautiful. I'm told that. I don't know.
It is
Maybe
true.
I'll try and see.
It is true. Very true.
Very true. Everyone becomes beautiful.
Very. And you're everyone. Even the funny thing is, waangalie the following day after you are sober.
You'll be like, oh my God.
What was I looking at? What on earth is this? So
what happened yesterday? Beer happened, So everyone, maybe maybe this person, because anasema life became expensive so that it may try and stabilize our shilling. Those are the things that he said. He said that we have a lot of debts that we have to pay that our children shouldn't pay. That's why I am doing things to pay staff. Maybe he is doing that. Maybe that is what is good for us and we cannot see it because we want easy. Maybe, you know, sometimes such a one the negative only. See the positive. See both sides. Usone 2-6 ikiwa 6. Maybe I could have said in a car 9. Unaona? Sawa. So maybe because he said we were in a lot of debt and we have to pay this debt, and by paying debt we'll have to pay taxes, we'll have to contribute as the entire country, we'll have to stabilize our shilling isikuje ikuwe ya Uganda, unaona? By the way, oh my God, do you know I'm told in Rwanda waliamkaga is Rwanda or which country, they wake up you had like 300 million kwa bank and then you wake up that 300 million is 10,000 and you're poor now, and you can do nothing now. Tell me.
Okay, that is kind of scary because almost most of the people pesa zao ziko kwa bank and they're like this is my everything.
So the thing is, the question is, do you think that everything he is doing for this country, and as Kenyans we don't see it because we want it easy? Ilikuwa tu easy wakati wa Kibaki, wakati wa Moi, but we have a lot of debt now. Tumekopa wa China, tulikuwa tuuze airports. Unaona? What do you think?
Okay, let me start by saying in high school my principal was my was it history or business teacher. Aliniambia in the era of Moi, the late President Moi, Kenyan money was in the same value with China's money. And that was around in I think if not 92, it was 72, somewhere there. So you can imagine at that rate the Kenyan money and the Chinese money are at the Kenyan economy and the Chinese are at the same now are at the same part of the economic society, you know. So you can just imagine from there to now. Right now a Kenyan dollar, a Kenyan shilling and a Chinese okay, I don't do currency, but ziko na a difference kubwa sana. Ni kwan. So unapata that difference inachangia sana tukiona our president is doing nothing, tukiona that what he's doing is not what we expect him to do. He's saying that he's doing for our level best.
Yes,
he's trying his best to make our life endurable, but is that what is happening? Is that what we think? Unaona, sometimes we are like maybe he's lying, and sometimes we are like, okay, maybe he's saying the truth. We are to go 50-50. If we throw ourselves into him, he might see us as fools. If we don't give him our trust, he might see us as hardcore, and then he akazilaza. Even if you don't want this, it will still be happening because we can't do anything right now. If we try to do anything, you saw what happened to the Gen Z when they tried to speak up.
Let me ask you a question, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched Game of Thrones visually?
Yeah.
And there is the Dragon Queen, yeah? And there was the Snow King. Ndango aje Snow King. Nisahau jina, that cute man.
Niliangalianga
very handsome
kitambo.
guy.
Yeah.
And then there was that guy, there was the short guy. So from the Lancaster family.
Yeah.
And there was the eunuch. And everyone, after they lost their kingdom, everyone had ideas of who should sit on that iron throne.
Yeah.
And the Dragon Queen felt that she was doing everything for this, for the 7 kingdoms.
Yeah.
And the eunuch also felt that way. The Lancaster felt that way, and the snowman also felt that way. So maybe as a Kenyan people, we're not ready to have that conversation. That as a Kenyan people, tumekuwa in debt for a very long time. Na tukiendelea hii maisha ya rahisi na debt zile zikiongezeka, at some point China itachukua Kenya. Unajua ukipeleka kitu kwa loan, unaona inachukuliwa, wanakuja kuchukua. Unataka kwa Shylocks, wanakuja kuchukua. So maybe this president is doing everything. Maybe msije mkanipiga. Maybe. And we are not ready to listen to that conversation. We are not ready to sacrifice, to do the things, you know. Unaambiwa pia etangwaje mtu amechaguliwa anachukaga kwao. Etangwaje?
Nini?
Something
a prophet is not accepted in his own hometown.
Prophet is not accepted kwao. maybe he is doing everything he can do to save Kenya, but we are not right. Sure, unaambia it comes hard before it is better.
Yeah.
You know. So we don't know. What can you say?
Okay, according to Kenyans, which I am a Kenyan, according to me, I can see that he's trying. He's trying his best. Even though he's... we were told a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. Unga ilikuwa mia ngapi? One something. But now it is around 90 or something. Kuna hiyo ya 90, kuna hiyo ya 100. Yeah. So people are grumbling for it, but now unaweza nunua at your own.
But then you know unga kitambo 40 bob, I'm told by my mom.
Yeah.
My mom told me that actually I saw my mom comes from a very rich family. Very rich. Very rich. Do you know that her father's lawyer was Mutula Kilonzo? Yeah.
Wow.
So you know.
Royalty.
So she comes from a very rich family. Very rich family. And I saw vitabu counters ambazo kwa zimeandikwa kuhusu budget ya duka, because they had a lot of shops. They used even to work with Comesa.
Wow.
Comesa, the African bloc. So I saw and I was like, ngoja, ameandika sijui eti sumuni. Sijui kuna vitu fulani, kuna stock fulani imeletwa sijui eti ni shilingi 3. Hiyo shilingi 3 is like sijui ni bundle ngapi za unga za chapo. 3 bob. Unasikia it is like 10 bundles.
3 bob.
3 bob. Aliambia nyumba used to be paid like kama akiwa kole. Nyumba ilikuwa inalipwa zweti bob moja. Nyumba. Ukiishi place mzuri ni 10 bob. But that 10 bob was big. You know, it was like unaishi one bedroom and shilingi 10.
Wow.
Una get?
Yeah.
You know. So it was a good time then. I don't know where we went wrong. You know. Now what we want to struggle kuhusu unga. That is what you were saying.
Yeah. Well, they were struggling kupata unga. And you were like sasa okay, utapata unga na mafuta je? Ya kupika, ya kukula. Si unakumbuka hii time yenye kulikuwa kwa mafuta ilikuwa imepotea. And it was like everyone is claiming that the president sometimes we should even look that we should even see that
on that point. Unasema hivyo. There's someone who asked me, maybe we are blaming the president, but maybe the president, unasema barabara fulani imeharibika, hospitali fulani haina pesa, maybe the president anapeana hiyo pesa, but by the time inafika pale kwa MCA wao ndo wanaharibu. Maybe anapeana 10 billion ya kutengeneza barabara, because we are discussing about this person called Morara Kebaso, and we were discussing alilo hospitali Taita, akaenda uko Taita akapata, ukienda, I don't know if you ever gone to Coast. Ukienda Coast kuna barabara ambayo iko, there's a national park there, name inaitwaje? Kwa national park pale kubwa sana.
Is this Serengeti? I've never been to Coast.
No, it's we know it. Hata kama hujaenda Coast, you know it because umeisoma. It contributes so much in the economy and the tax paying of this
Masai
country.
Mara or something?
No, Masai Mara iko place ingine. When you're going to Coast kuna nini hapo? I'm forgetting the name.
Is it Serengeti?
No. Kuna that place, yeah? And barabara iko vibaya sana. Hiyo barabara ngao the last imetengenezwa ni 2000. Na pesa inashinda kitolewa. Kumekuwa na magavana, kumekuwa na ministers, kumekuwa na nani, but mpaka sai na pesa inatolewa ya kutengeneza. So this person asked me, maybe you're blaming the president, but the president maybe anatoa pesa because inabaki ilitolewa.
Yeah.
Unaona? Pesa ilitolewa ya kutengeneza barabara, ya kuweka dawa kwenye hospitali, ya kulipa madaktari, but haijawafikia. So tell me.
So okay, hapo we
should you blame the president alone? Ama tunafaa kusema president akwe kama endangwaje? Huyu CS education kitambo. Matiang'I aende hapo in the ground. Ajue in the ground pesa nimepeana hapa, mbona barabara haijatengezwa? Wewe toka mwingine. Tukue kama alikuwa nitoaje? president alikufa Magufuli wa Tanzania. Magufuli
anatoa huyo anaingiza huyo
anakupiga. I heard there were teachers that aliona kuwapiga viboko. Yeah.
The teachers
in school there in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam.
Yeah.
So guys, you are saying we shouldn't blame the president. Now tell me, as we close up the show, naona muda pale watupiga kisogo. So niambie, what do you think?
I don't think the president is the only one who can be blamed. Pia watu wenye anapea hizi contract and all that. Pia wao wanatumia hizi pesa vibaya. When we start blaming the president, we should make sure that those people wenye pia sisi tunachagua apart from the tumechagua, they are trustworthy. And we should advise him. Si kuna hizi nini akienda public court
gatherings.
Yeah. So tunafaa tumwambie kama ni kuchagua watu, achague mtu mwenye hata they will not squander the money. They will put the money in use. And even if he will have to use Matiang'I's way of working.
Work ethic.
Yeah, unapata tumekaa tu hapa hivi and out of the blues tunasikia gari ndo hii imefika.
Ako like ngoja unasikia ako pale.
Yeah.
Kitengela. Mbona Kitengela hakuna street lights? Na nimependa pesa ya street lights. Nani MCA wa hapa? Mbona Adriva hakuna barabara mzuri kunyesha kuna kaa vibaya? Mbona siweje Adriva mpaka sasa inatusumbua?
Mbona pale pana kaa? So that is what we as a country we should advise our president to do. Something at least pia sisi tutanini.
Now, Mr. President, His Excellency, maybe you should come to the ground, you know, and see things from the ground, from the perspective of the ground. Vitu kwa background.
Kwa ground ni different.
Yeah, ni vitu kwa ground by the way ni very different right
Sana.
now. Maybe unafaa ukuja hapo uangalie uulize who is this person? Like anaamua I am going today naenda leo Taita. Hii barabara ngoja. Sasa kuna kila mtu wa kila department, sawa? Hii barabara nilipenda pesa ngapi? The government allocated this kind of money. What happened?
Mr. President,
what happened?
Ruling is not easy.
Yeah.
And you can't be everywhere.
You can't be everywhere
at the same time. But at least you can, you know, put somebody you trust. Si kila mtu ni trusted huku nje. Maybe those who we think are friends are mostly the one who wenye wanatumaliza. You know, there was this movie I was watching, The Crown. The Crown, the Prime Minister, during the time of Queen Elizabeth, she has served with so many prime ministers. So one of them was like, you should not go visit the people because that will show that the crown is weak. But the Queen said, no, that does not show that the crown is weak. It shows that the crown and the people are one. So it is not those up there that are in fault all the time. It is the people who are advising the crown.
Because
so,
that is true.
Yeah.
If you don't have good advisors right there, then you're going to fail your entire thing.
Terribly.
Who are giving you advice?
Terribly. See, like the same case happened to after Solomon died. His son Rehoboam.
Absalom.
Is it Absalom? Rehoboam and yeah. So it was like the advice from the youth and the old men. Akachagua iya. My father put a yoke on you. Should I take the yoke? It was after Solomon. After Solomon died, the elders came to him in the book of, is it 2 Kings or something? The elders came to his son and they were like, your father put a yoke on us. Will you take it off or will you add it? And then he went to the youth and he was like, and the youth were like, tell them you will add it. And then he went to other advisors and they were like, tell them you will remove it. You see? So he followed the advice of the youth, which was bad advice. Angalia tu mtu mwenye, somebody once told me, even fools grow old. So si lazima ati mtu akizeeka atakupea the sound advice. Upate he said he will double it, and that is how the kingdom of Israel was separated into two.
Okay.
So the advice given to the president should not be undermined by one person. It should not be at the interest of one person. It should be at the interest of all of us. And when the president takes all that advice, I kalie chini, I fikirie, I combine, and then akuje na the point yenye ame come up, yenye imekuja kwa akili yake, yenye yeye ameona this, I have taken and considered all your voice, and I have decided this and that. Unaona? So
okay,
I think that is all from me.
Okay, so guys, it has been a really wonderful show. Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for showing up.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for for wale watazamaji wamekuwa nasi. Ni wapi? Sako kwa bako as the show went on, and tumekuwa na points pale.
Yeah.
And you can continue to comment because we are live. You can continue to share your opinions, yeah?
Yeah.
We love you so much. Let's continue to fight for our first love, that is Kenya, and maybe any other loves.
And let's pray. Somebody once told me,
may God save the king.
Yeah,
may God save the president, yeah?
So, when somebody once told me, if you start marrying someone, Zulfa, marry someone who will not, when you mekosana, they will not run to another dress.
They will dress to you.
They will run to God.
Okay.
So Kenya is our first love. Kenya is let's not run to another dress.
Okay.
And women, let's not run to another trouser.
Okay.
Let's run to God.
Okay.
Let's go and pray for this country.
Okay.
It needs prayers.
Yeah, it does.
Very.
The president needs prayers.
Yeah, he's human too.
Our leaders needs prayers.
Yeah.
And our youth, we need prayers too.
Everyone needs it.
Goodbye. This has been Kenya News Alert Morning Tea Show. Asante sana kwa kuwa nasi. Tuonane kesho the same time. Bye bye.
Adios.
Yes. So good morning. This is Kenya News Alert, and I am your host, House of Zulfa. Welcome to the Morning Tea Show. Today niko peke yangu, but I'll try to be as interesting as tukiwa watu 10. So, the thing that is going on right now in Kenya, the thing that kila mtu is talking about, is the wedding of Kalonzo's daughter. Anaitwa Misada. So Misada was getting married to Mr. Martin, and the ceremony was in Naivasha. And we saw some really interesting people there, okay? So, tuliona Uru aliattend, Wamalwa, Wavinyandeti, that is the governor of Machakos, and it was a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. What you can say is congratulations to Misada. Now Mrs. Njogu. Mrs. Nyaga ama Njogu. Mrs. Nyaga. Martin Nyaga. So the thing that I want to ask my listeners today is, what does it mean for Uhuru to attend that wedding? What does it mean? You know, keeping in mind that everything that our leaders do is political or politically inspired. Sindio? So guys, comment pale, tuna comment live, tunauliza maswali, mniambie what do you think it means, you know, because Kalonzo anaitisha presidency for 2027, si ndio? Na pia pale obviously kulikuwa na Wamalwa pia ambaye pia anaitisha that presidency. And then now Uhuru is there. And we've been having issues with our current president and people saying that, oh, nini. And actually, back then when I had some course of mine here, tulikuwa tunauliza, can the president get impeached? Okay? Because we've had issues. Because after Gachagua went and after some issues as the Kenyan people have been facing, right now, ujua Kenya tuko aje. Because this president has been here for only 2 years, okay? And right now, instead of thinking about developments and thinking about the things that this president told us, well, that is Mr. Ruto. Alituambia atafanya vitu fulani, hata tumempa muda kweli wa kufanya hizi haya mambo ambayo alisema atafanya. I don't know, you know. But the thing is, there are a lot of issues, and the way things are going, Kenyans are like, no, we don't want. Some Kenyans are saying we want Matiang'I there. Some Kenyans are saying we want Kebaso. And we had a whole discussion about it, yeah? So, tell me, what does it mean? So I went through some of the comments there. Kwa hiyo ceremony, after they posted it, I went through some of the nini, and I'm going to read it to them, to you. So wanasema, this Kenya wanasema, this means that Mulima na Eastern wameshikana for the election that is about to come. So this was a political wedding. But you guys, we saw that girl get married. You know, it's a very... But as you see the video, ukiendelea kuangalia ile video unaona venye those politicians were there with their wives and it was an happy ceremony. Inanipea hope as a Kenyan, actually. It gives me hope as a Kenyan. Like things are going to change. Like maybe if now wameanza kushikana hivi, they're in one place, like when nimesema Wamalwa pia anaitisha presidency na Kalonzo anaitisha presidency 2027, and they were there at the same place, and they were there and they were laughing and sharing meals and cake and cutting cake together there. That means maybe you're going to have another peaceful election. We're going to have maybe the leaders that are to come, you know, are going to be mature, but we don't know. We're just looking at it, yeah? So, as they say, let me read this. Wanasema aje. Wanasema, let me get back to them. In recent months, members of opposition led by Kalonzo have dropped hints of forming a coalition that will be bigger than Azimio to unseat President William Ruto in 2027. That has been the talk, by the way. That has been the talk. The talk of Ati... that has been the talk, yeah, of which Kalonzo alikuwa ni Azimio kitambo, and now they want to make a bigger thing. Maybe the coalition is for Uhuru and Kalonzo, you know, and maybe it is going to work. But Kalonzo has been there, guys. Let's talk about Kalonzo. Kalonzo has been there tanguko. And all the time, lazima, I don't know why lazima ajishkanishage na mtu all the time. And he's already like a household name. We know him, amekuku tangu, zama. My parents found him there doing stuff, and he's still here, you know, asking for this presidency stuff. But lazima ajishkanisha, anajishkanisha, mara kwanza sijui ilikuwa amejishkanisha na Kibaki, mara ya pili amejishkanisha na Raila, wakaform sijui ni Orange. You want to go Orange or something? I don't remember, was a little girl then. And then bado any lazima ajishikanisha na mtu. What I can tell this person is, why can't you just stand on your own, Mr. Kalonzo? Because you've been here. You don't have to shikanisha yourself with anyone. You know this politics. You know this Kenya. You were once our vice president. You were once our minister of something. You know this place. Then why do you have to always shikanisha with someone? You know? Hapo na mahali nafikiria nasema like politics is just like a dirty game. That we can't even understand, that we can't even sometimes but we shall continue to understand it, yeah? So Uhuru attended that wedding, and people are not taking it just like a wedding. People are talking about different things. People are talking about this is just not a wedding, because hata ukiangalia kwa mtandao hata hakuna picha nyingi za hiyo harusi hamna. Picha ambazo zipo ni picha za nini, za Uhuru na Kalonzo wakiongea, you know. Those are the pictures that are there. So that really makes us think otherwise, you know. Are there like cardinals for nini? So wanasema ngoja niangalie comment. Kuna comment hapo wanasema the couple in question aren't in pictures at all. The underpinning is that you, Kalonzo, and Uhuru are getting married politically. Yeah, and I can actually back that up, you know, because why? You know, why? And the way we've seen Kenyan politicians doing these things before, hivi tu ndo hivyo, Ruto na Uhuru the same, hivyo ndo hivyo. Unaona wanashikana, just some things. I don't know why we are always carried by these things. Na unapata kuna mtu ambaye sa even after what we've seen and we are continuing to say, tumekuwa tukisema hapa kwenye studio, the mistakes that our parents did politically by electing leaders that hata tujui, man, leaders ambao hata wakishafika pale, you know, there is like just they play with their emotions, you know, wanabaki tumeokoka ni Mungu ametupeleka hapa, and then when they get there at that seat they're like, they don't keep their promises. They start doing things that they didn't even say. It's like now tukiongea hata wasikizi, and then now we fall for the same thing. Now tumeona Uhuru na Kalonzo ni hawa. I mean, how desperate as a people can we be? You know, tukiona kitu kama hii eti harusi au tumekuja tuko like, wameshikana basi, sijui nini. We shouldn't do the same mistakes that our parents did. Sawa? Wengine, man, these politicians. Okay, again kuna mwingine amesema you have seen all the signs now. Murima is with you now. Sawa? So hiyo nasema pia Kalonzo sasa na Murima, which is the Mount Kenya region, wameshikana sasa for 2027 elections, you know. So what I can say kwa comments pale, naomba muniulize maswali, munijibu pia mniambie, do you think this is just like something they are doing, you know, for the elections, ama they just went there innocently to support Uhuru? Alienda pale tu kusupport rafiki yake ambao wamefanya kazi na yeye, you know, wameenda tu pale kumsupport, ama mnadhani kuna kitu kingine ambacho kimewekwa? Okay, so naona pale kuna mtu anaitwa Masi amesema obviously it is in Kenya, and in Kenya even though vitu zina work. In Kenya even though vitu zina work. So true Mercy, by the in Kenya this is what they do things. Unaanza kujishikanisha na church, mwingine anajishikanisha sijui na nini, mwingine anajishikanisha sijui na nini, and we fall for it. Aya pale kuna Dena na anasema hello, this is a good show. Anasema this is just rules for politics. You know, politics is a game, and a very dirty game. Aki, true. You can never know what is true with these people. Aki, you never know what is true with these people. Okay, naona kuna planes on Felix anasema Zulfa, you're on point Zulfa. Thank you. It is true. You guys comment pale muulize, because me kwangu hata sometimes I don't understand these things. I don't understand how comes a wedding sasa ishakuwa something, ishakuwa not a wedding now, it's just something differently and totally different from that. And also there was this thing that was going on there, very cute actually. Kulikuwa na mabibi na mabwana, and they were doing these TikTok challenges. I don't know who got them to do that. I am not the bride, you're not the newlyweds and stuff, and they were kissing, and they were, sometimes you go and question yourself, like, is it like really genuine? Are they like doing this genuinely? Me, I never get anything with politics. You never get anything with politics. Pale namona pia anaitwa Ndizi anasema hello, it is true. Mimi hata I never believe anyone that is a politician, because it's like they are made of lies. But some maybe are honest. Yesterday I had a guest here and we were talking, and I remember he said there's this one politician, Matiangi, Mr. Matiangi. That guy always does what he says, what he's required to do. That guy, yani, whenever he's given a task, maybe if he becomes our president, you know, maybe we shall see something different, because he does. Maybe atakalio kiti alafu a change, you know. But that guy venye tumeona from akwe CS wa education, from akwe from in interior security, amekuwa tu like on point, amekuwa anafanya whatever is required of them. So maybe not all politicians are liars, you know. Maybe some, tuseme 90% of them, but maybe 10%. You know, we must have hope kama kuna mtu ambaye kama Matiang'i anafanya. Sawa? Okay, what else? The question that I'm asking is, was Uhuru attending that wedding just for political issues, just for PR and stuff, just for us as Kenyans to see it? Ona sasa hawa sababu tumeshinda tukilia sababu ya our current president, sasa hawa wameshikana, maybe it will be different. But these are the people that have been there, you know. These are I don't know, me as a person mwenyewe, let me say what I think, you know. Me as a person mwenyewe, we've seen these people do the same things. Na ndo maana ulipata, because we've seen the same things, and us as a youth, as a people, and the people of tomorrow, tulienda kuandamana pale. These people, Uhuru, Kalonzo, Raila, Ruto, Wamalwa, are people who have been here, are people who have been kuuza sera, wamekuwa kiuza tu sera. They have been here, you know. They have been doing these things that they're doing right now. So was it genuine though? That is the question. Aya, namwana pale kuna anaitwa Adele Anyango, anasema no, maybe he just went for the wedding, but in Kenya you never know. True Adele, you never know. In Kenya you never know. That's why I think we really need to get to know our politics. We really need to get to know our rights. We really need to get to know the constitution. Because as ukiuliza, ni wangapi wanajua constitution? Ni wangapi wanajua their rights as a Kenyan people? Ni wangapi wanajua? How many Kenyans go to kwa bunge ya wananchi? And you should be there to know what is going on. How many Kenyans go? We don't go. We don't know what is what. Unaona? So, naona pia kuna mwingine anaitwa Kila anasema hello, me just think that ilikuwa tu ni harusi and those couples were really beautiful. True. Actually, I never knew about Kalonzo's family. Okay, I have met his wife, but I've never sijaijua watoto wake ama nini, but I usually heard that akona mtoto ambaye ni DJ kijana, but I never knew about the daughter. Such a cute couple. Such a cute couple. Again, we congratulate anaitwa Saada, Miss Saada, but now is Mrs. Martin. But then does she keep her name? Does she keep her name, by the way? You know, if I was getting married and I'm from like a prominent family, I would keep my name. I would just remain like so and so Kalonzo. I would never change my name. I would keep it that way, but that's just me, yeah. So guys, commentini jamani pale mkiniuliza, mkiniambia, was that just a genuine wedding that Uhuru attended, you know, ama ilikuwa ameenda for political, to get politically married to Kalonzo 2027 washikane? Sababu nimesoma Kalonzo amesema ana create a coalition that is even bigger than Azimio. And you know, Azimio has been the bigger coalition here, you know, in Kenya. So Kalonzo amesema, I'm going to create something that is bigger and we are going to unseat. English imeanza kuenda aje. Unseat President William Ruto in 2027. So you guys commentini pale, tuna reply hizo comments live. Okay? Sawa. So namona pale kuna mtu anaitwa Ezra anasema, in Kenya politics is just like a game, and let them unite, because as a Kenyan people we are tired of these games. Then if as a Kenyan people we are tired of these games, maybe we should elect like a Gen Z president. Maybe Morara Kebaso should be the president, someone different, someone new, someone who our age, someone who knows as a people, because sasa sisi ndo youth. Yani ukiangalia watu ambao wenda kuandamana Gen Zs, there were a lot of, as I continue to say, unemployed youth, a lot of them, and that means those people are not employed. Those people are disappointed with the government. Ni siku gani ulionaga youth wameenda kupigania nchi yao wewe tena in Kenya, you know? So maybe let us elect someone who understands us. Let us try and elect a leader who knows, a leader who is different, a leader mwenye hajakuaga tu hapa. Maybe sometimes nakaga nasema ama these leaders wenye wamekuaga is like being a president kwa bucket list, like they just want to tick it, like just to tick, not for us as a country, as a people, not as not for Kenya as a Kenyan, as a republic. Maybe they just want to is a bucket list, because mtu anakujanga anatuambia vitu tunasema maybe this is the one, maybe this is the guy that Mungu ametuma atutoe Misri, and then kidogo haya ndio hivyo sasa. So maybe it's a bucket list. What if now the Gen Z tumeamka, venye tumejiinua sahi, what if right now we be like, you know what, let us elect someone that knows what we're going through, yeah? Okay, naona pale kuna Aisha Kemboi anasema it's a beautiful thing, the wedding, but me, I didn't trust even for a moment about the former president attending the wedding. True, yeah? Okay, so guys, we're going to go for a short break and then we're going to come back. Nipate me comment pale, meambia, what do you think? Was it like a politically marriage, ama they just genuinely went to attend that wedding? Okay, let us go for that break and we'll be back shortly. Family, and he had his beautiful 9 children.
Yeah.
So now we want to talk about Dedan Kimathi now
As a hero.
Yeah, as the freedom fighter, as the hero that we all know now, as the street of Nairobi. Sindio?
Yeah. The street that was named after him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have like roughly 30 minutes to discuss about this. Okay. So I want us to go and deeper on the points.
Yeah.
Sindio? Twende sasa. Who is Dedan Kimathi to you as a freedom fighter?
To me, as a citizen, I'm not a freedom fighter. To me, Dedan is a hero. To me, he's a change maker. He's a visionary. Someone who saw, who envisioned Kenya not as a country, but as a free nation. Not as a country which was under any bondage, but as a country that everyone had freedom of speech, had the freedom to correlate, had the freedom to travel without, and every child out there had the freedom to go to school, to learn.
You know, my dear guest, yeah, Lewis,
yes.
It was a tense moment.
Yeah.
It was a very, very tense moment.
Yeah.
Imagine being born where you know hauwezi pita kwa ile njia. Na si eti hapo kuna umbwa, sababu you will be shot down.
Yeah.
Hauwezi ongea design fulani because you'll be taken to concentration camps.
Yeah.
And you're in that state. And now you're a grown man, you know, you've been living here for like 30 years and it is still the same. And now your children, you're like, okay, ndakufa hivi na watoto wangu watabaki into this. And if no one doesn't speak up, people are going to die. And my children might not even own this land. Because they say they were fighting for their land. And Wagikuyu, they say, Wayaki is freedom.
Yeah.
So Wiyaki.
Yeah,
freedom.
Wiyaki.
So they were fighting for their freedom. And now they're Kimathi with Dwight Lokami, they sit down. Now, I'm thinking somewhere in a heart, John and the fire is like there. And you're doing it in harsh voices because unajua then you couldn't just speak out.
Yeah.
So wako like, no, so they were the first freedom fighter.
No.
They were there, but hapo wamejoin bado. So what do you think? Unajua kama sasa unajua kuna watu wanavuta bangi na unaanza kuvuta bangi.
Yeah.
What makes you mpaka ifike kwa like now let me go search them.
Okay.
Unajua kuna klabu nyingi but haijaingia kwa klabu.
Yeah.
Then one day unaenda kuingia kwa klabu. So now this is then and Kimathi and Lokami. Wa kichwa na kwa like walai. Maybe even their child was harassed, we don't know.
Yeah.
Unajua kwa kila creative thing is what if their child was harassed and they're like I know.
Hii imefika mwisho.
Imefika mwisho.
So if we put it that way, that would also be
I'm sorry.
our motivation.
It's windy.
Yeah.
It's windy
out
here. We
here.
should let our ears play.
I have to, but I don't have any. So that was the motivation.
Yes.
And we are told that anything can motivate you.
Yes.
And there is this movie I was watching that said everyone is a ticking bomb. You just have to know the right button to press. Yeah, because if you have a yellow line and you have a red point, Mali, if I cross it, Zulfa, no matter how friends we are, itaishi hapo, and you can even swallow me alive. So I'm sure there is Mali ilifika nani akaona hapana, hapa ni mwisho. They have taken our land, they have taken our
this. That and you have taken me like back. That everyone has like that the taking ball.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
And you've taken me really back. About something when you umesema hivyo. But let us get back to the freedom fighters.
Okay. So, as I was saying.
So walifika a place wakapiga walikuwa kwa yellow line. Sasa venye alienda kwa kuwa soldier. So that was a yellow line.
Yeah.
But sasa red line yake udhani ilifika
wapi? Red line
like I know.
Red line I'm sure ilikuwa maybe one of because the reason one of the reasons was because of the oppression that African soldiers were going through. That can make sure maybe even his brother was oppressed. Maybe he died in that minute, or his child
and
was.
He had 3 brothers.
Yeah, or his child was shot.
Or he was harassed.
Yeah, he was harassed by those people.
Or his daughter was forced to go and prune some cotton, or to go wash toilets for a white man.
You see, yeah. Or maybe even they came to his home and said they threatened his land where he was after taking millions and millions. Yeah.
But maybe. And because obviously there's something in set of akaingia kwa forest.
Yeah.
You decide to kuacha home kitanda yako uende ingie kwa forest.
Mimi
ukijua now this is a death sentence.
You can imagine sasa mimi niache dufe yangu. Na niache hiyo smooth mattress.
Yes.
Niende nikalale kwa manyasi.
Yeah.
That must be something very you can imagine.
And vitu nyingi spiders. And some dangerous and poisonous things.
I'm afraid of such things. So that means that maybe what motivated him might be much greater than his love for life, you know. Akiingia hapo alikuwa anajua this is a situation of life and death. Nikipatikana I am dead. So nikiingia hapa I am getting here knowing very well that I am fighting for the freedom of this country, for the future. Because I'm sure hakuwa anaona tu hapa. Unajua sometimes what leaders fail to see is that they just look at the smaller picture.
Yeah.
Wanaangalia tu hapa chenye watakula saa hiyo. Like sasa hizi when someone is angry, they'll just see my chips and they'll be like, "Wa si anakula poa." So some leaders were like, "Okay, sawa, hii yenye nakula, kesho nitakula hii." No, he was like, hii yenye nitakula haitoshi, si sawa. Kesho nataka kukula something better. Maybe mine is chips and nini. So kesho nataka kukula, let's say pizza, you know? And I want to eat it freely, you know? Yeah, so Kimanthi was like, today I'm hiding, but I want to make sure when I come out of this hiding place, I am going to a free country.
Yes.
I am going to live a free life.
Ama if I die, Rojo, do you know his slogan was what? We fight till the last gun.
Wah! Makofi kwake. She knows.
A moment of silence.
A moment.
We fight till the last gun. Upate hakuna gun anymore ya kufight.
Yeah.
That man was like, yani, I'm going to die here. Like the way I told you, Spartans used to know nikienda huko, unajua Spartans aungeacha your arrow and your bow. Aungeacha ile shield yako. Ukiacha you have to go back for it. That shield. Afadhali ukufe ukichukua hiyo shield yako. You know? And then I say then Kimanthi's shield was his country, his land, the freedom of Kenya, the freedom of Africa. Because now these aliens had come to Africa and they were scrambling and partitioning Africa, and it's like now our Africa wasn't our own. They were telling us, stop speaking in your Gikuyu language, stop speaking in your Kikamba language, stop speaking your Taita, your Bagusi, your Baluya. We want to speak just an English, just one language. So they're changing everything about you. They're sending you to wars, to fight to wars, and doing it.
Wow. That was the hardest. I am sure, as a reincarnation of a freedom fighter, I am sure. Yeah, I am sure that was the hardest thing to do. Knowing that you're going to die, Zulfa, knowing that, Zulfa, you're not going to leave this place alive, no matter what you do. It's either you die here, or someone else dies. Or someone else dies.
Or someone else. Kuna rafiki waniambiaga alikuja akalewa na Mkisii.
Yeah.
Kuelewa na Mkisii, unajua Mkisii na Bakige tu wako na hasira, wako na nini. Sawa? So windy, yeah. Yeah. But we must embrace his nature. Hii ndio kitu yenye nani alipigania. Dedan Kimonte alikuwa anapigania. Hii hewa ikugonge hivyo bado kula kwenye paradise.
Yeah.
So our viewers, yeah, if you need anything advertised, if you want us to work with you, there's a number that there's a number in your screen that you can call, you can chat with, and we will talk to our team, Kenya News Alert team, our executive producers, and then they will tell you how we can locate you and how we can come to work with you. Because Dedan Kimanthi alipigania mpaka tufanye advertisements na wewe.
Yeah, by the way.
So we do it till the last advertisement.
Yeah, till the
last gun.
Yeah.
So what am I saying? Akaniambia alikuja akalona na Kisii. Sawa?
Yeah.
Unajua kuna hii rumor ya Kisii wana vita. Wakisii wanapigana.
Yeah.
So she tells me that Kisii alikuja eti akajam siku moja. Na kapata amempiga mara 2-3. Mara 4 alifunga mlango.
Okay.
Nakamwambia it's either I die or you die. Unaona?
Yeah.
20. 20 is either you die
or I die.
Naseke tu Wakisii wako na hasira. Hata mimi ni Mbaluya niko na hasira.
Yeah.
20, you know?
Yeah.
And they fought. Let me tell you, they fought. Alichukua mlango akafunga na akaweka kiti hapo. Ndio kusikuja mtu wa nje ati akuja kusaidia tibaki kuna mtu amesaidia.
Yeah.
That is what Dedan Kimanthi did. Au timu kona asili, timu kona guns.
Hey.
We are going to make our own makeshift guns. And they used to make makeshift guns with like door handles, yeah? Wanatumia hiyo handle, sijui hiyo konji.
Yeah.
Sijui kwa na make aje, but they used to use they were really creative.
Yeah.
And you've given me ati walikuwa wanatumia viatu, wanavaa viatu aje.
Yeah, walikuwa wanavaa viatu. Mguu inaangalia nyuma, kiatu kiangalia mbele. So, if they are going south, if you look at the footprints, you'll see the footprints are going north. So that is how creative they were. If they are going west, their shoes, they will convert them and utaona wanaenda east. Yeah, they were like, and that thing really worked sana. Until I don't know, maybe somebody alikuja kuwageuzia because they were traitors. Yeah. There were traitors.
And there's this lady, I don't know if she's something, she wrote something. She said that it used to give them nicknames. No, they was hii ilikuwa ni kama unashaka bonanga a Russian spy movie.
Yeah.
It was the same exact way. Alikuwa anawapea nicknames upate your name would not be revealed. Sasa anakuita wewe zui ni Nyawa Anthony, something way the mother of the birds, you ni something any names.
Yeah.
So I can't know. Sasa akisema mtu ni fulani sitajua nani.
Yeah.
I just like to say ati Philip Lewis, no nishajua.
Yeah.
But if I call you like something like the tree, who will know who is the tree?
Nobody.
You only the
me.
answer to kwa crowd ikisema the tree should bring trees, you will understand.
Yeah.
But if I say Philip Lewis now, because the only one, it was a very bad time.
Yeah.
Sindio?
Yeah.
Continue, my brother.
So, ulikuwa unapata with their creativity, those guys knew that knew survival. Then it was survival for the fittest. And it's at times like those that we as a country need to acknowledge the creativity of our leaders and the struggles of our independence. And we should also know that as a country, not only strength can win,
Yes.
even brain.
Even praying
Yeah, even brain
can win.
win. So yeah,
You
we should
know,
appreciate our creativity.
yes.
Because ukikaa chini Zulfa leo fikiria. Do you know, just by using your brain, you can become a millionaire in the right way? Because
Do you know by then we don't use even at 10% of our brains.
yeah,
We don't.
We don't.
But this Kimathi guy, when ukifuatilia, and I want you listeners, you know, and viewers, go back there. Enda uingie kwa blanketi, uchukue maji yako, ukikunywa pale ama juisi lako, and I want you to see how Kimathi was doing things, yeah? Kimathi was like a genius. And I've said there's this question they were asking, is Kimathi the president that Kenya will never have?
yeah.
Same yeye pekee alipigana. But he is the guy. So let us go. Tell me the days that yenye alishikwa.
It was around 19, if I have the correct name. He was arrested at
When he was nini,
yeah,
he was captured.
yeah.
And you know the
He was
person
at
that
the-
Wawere, not something Wawere, when alimshoot. Alimpata alikuwa anavuka valley.
Yeah.
Sawa? Na kwenye kuvuka ile valley, he shot him.
Guy.
Alimshoot. Alivyomshoot, alimpata alikuwa ameshika miwa na panga. Huyu mtu unadhani alikuwa njaje naenda because yeye alishikwa alikuwa amekondeana sana.
Yeah, you can see even his last picture. Akiwa nini uko nini where he is supposedly to be buried after his execution. You can see how venye alikuwa ameisha, you know. The food is taken, the land is taken. Sasa hapo ndio wanatoa chakula. And you can imagine kama hakuna chakula. There is like they are all hungry. Ni lazima aingie uko ndani kabisa. Atafute miwa. The likes of miwa, the likes of the wild fruits even, you know.
Okay. So let us read, yeah. Inasema Dedan Kimathi Washiore, born Kimathi Washiore 31st October 1920, was the leader of Kenya Land and Freedom Army during the Mau uprising.
Yeah.
That was from 1952 to 1960. Against the British colonial rule in Kenya in the 1950s. He was captured by the British in 1956 and executed in 1957. Kenya gained independence in 1963. Ndio?
Yeah.
Okay. Kimathi is credited the leading efforts to create formal military structures within the Mau and the governing and the convening a war council in 1953. Do you know there's something else? Do you know this person had built a parliament called Forest?
Parliament?
Yes. Elected, and the parliament was running. Like alikuwa sio kama amesoma akajua how they do it, the British.
Yeah.
Alikuwa the same way kwa Forest. Ako anafanya the bushy things. He also had kept a personal diary that he used to document kila kitu nani. Sawa eh? So this guy ako anafanya hivi kitu kiolela. Yani huyu mtu ni kama I can say that God has anointed him. Huyu ni kama David Belkuku kwa kimbia
na Saul.
Huku kwa caves, yeah? Yani this guy we shall never know. And right now here mpaka saa hii familia yake bado iko injustices.
Yeah.
Mnasikia hata bones za baba mpaka hajasewa jipewa. The bones because
Yeah.
he was married in
nini
Kamiti. Na mpaka alibariwa kama mfungwa wa mikono. Na mpaka wa leo Kenya has never given them the bones, the remains of their father to bury him in a free land because Kamiti bado umeshikwa.
Yeah.
So sad.
Very.
So sad.
You know, I usually say that history is missing some parts because you know Queen Lady Jane Grey from England. She's a queen that England never had. You know Paul Ngei, that is a president that Kenya never had. You know that Kimathi, Dedan Kimathi, is a president that Kenya never had. You know, those and history will always remain blank of their achievements, and as it remains blank, unless we say that in an alternate universe those people lived,
Any of these people,
but what they could have done, their visions for their countries, just died with them. Lady Jane Grey was executed 9 days after his coronation.
yeah, her coronation.
Yeah,
Coronation,
her
yeah.
coronation. Yeah, Paul Gay was assassinated. Is it assassinated?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
assassinated.
So you can imagine. Kimathi, he was sold out
By his own person.
by his own people.
For 60 shillings, no, 150 euros. That is 27k. But watu washtuka ni kama Yesu mwenyewe alizwa na
That,
30 bob.
yeah, that is silver.
Watu washtuka either.
But do you know this one haikuwa imefika at that point. Inafikanga at a point that you are like, yes, ikifika hapo, yeah, tunaweza expect. But haikuwa imefika hapo. Haikuwa imefika to a point that one of our own who understands us, who is born in our own area, you know, ingekuwa sasa ni mtu
Ushauri ule mtu mwenye
kutoka
job,
nje, yeah.
na mnatumika vibaya. Tuseme mko mjengo mahali na mnatumika vibaya. Na tuseme foreman anatumia vibaya. But huyo mtu yeye ako willing kulipwa so 3 mjengo. Na nyinyi mkiongea enda kusema huko. So maybe that is the person. Si huyu mtu ambaye alimshoot alikuwa ni part of the guards. Na I heard that alinuaga basi ambayo haijatumika mpaka wa leo. And his students have had the same fate of walikuwa Muririmo wa Kimathi. You know, the end of Kimathi.
Yeah.
You are the people who yani alikuwa hiyo kitu chochote akinunua akafungua restaurant inachorwa hivyo na watu Muririmo wa Kimathi. The end of Kimathi. The end of Kimathi. So Kimathi, guys, is one of the, we will never know. But at least we can have some clues when you look at him, when you look at his IQ, when you look at as the man he was, the way he made decisions, the way he executed his plans.
Yeah.
I think he was executed in 1957 and he was caught, captured in 1956 and died in 1956 by hanging. And his wife then alikuwa jela.
Alikuwa jela pia.
Alikuwa wanafanya pamoja.
Yeah.
Beke alikuwa jela then. Akaambiwa njoo uone watoto. But when she went there with watoto, akaja kuja ona bwanako the last time. When alifika hapa akapata bwanake ashahangiwa. It's like they were playing psychological wars with the families of the people. Kuja uone bwanako at the last time na watoto and then you come to find it's just a body. So umekuja, it's like they're showing you ndo huyu ulikuwa nadhani ni mwanaume fulani sana
Ni mortal. Do you know?
These people weren't fair to us.
These people are not fair.
I understand
And that is
why
not
blacks
combat.
are like the way they are right now.
Yeah.
Like blacks were like, whoa, this is why. This is why.
And I don't think, as an admirer of England, I don't think, I do love England. It is my dream country. But when I remember what England did, though we are told let bygones be bygones, some things are hard to forget, you know. I don't think if the family of those people will ever forgive them.
How will you ever forgive? Wewe ungekuwa na
can't.
familia ya Kimanthi unaona je mzungu.
You can imagine.
And you have seen your videos of your father being kutumiwa vibaya. And you know watoke bado wako alive mpaka saa hii.
Yeah.
You know watoke they are alive mpaka saa hii. So tell me. How would you look at them and be like,
All you can do is just say that as they knew they were getting into that kind of place, they were ready for it, and
But
we
I was talking to
congratulate
someone
them
yesterday.
and we thank them.
you know, I was talking to someone yesterday. Na akaniuliza you know it can happen.
Yeah.
So psychologically, unafaa kuwa prepared. Something can happen, but you must be positive. So maybe at the moment that these people chose to go fight.
Yeah. We are told, hope for the best, but expect the worst. So they were hoping for a free country, but expecting death, you know. And psychologically, I'm sure that even the wives, they knew how dangerous this was.
It was, but they were willing because.
Yeah, because they love the country.
Yani hii ni kama kitendo venye wanawake wa Sparta walikuwa wanaacha bwana zao wakapigana.
Yeah. And wanajua 90% will not come back. Or even the whole army will not come back. You know? And it was sometimes it was unpleasant watching and knowing that Zulfa,
I may not come back.
you may not come back. And I might live a widower for the rest of my life. You know? That thing really pained those ladies.
Do you know, I'm told that alipokuwa prison, aliambia bibi yake, when I die, I would love for you, if you remarry, to still use my name, so that my legacy will. And she did that.
But she did not remarry.
She did remarry.
She did remarry.
Yes.
Oh.
And when she remarried, she used his name to name those children.
Yeah.
Hata kama bwanake ameomoa sasa, unataka kataa?
Saizi?
Unakuwa like, because for your country, some things you just ni patriotic.
Yeah, patriotic. Yeah. So you are just like, yeah, I need to live with that, you know, as a father figure and as an understanding husband. You need to know, I married this, and she is a freedom fighter, you know, and as a freedom fighter, she is a hero, not just to me.
Remember when you're married to a police officer, ama to a doctor, you talk to a doctor, when he gets paid, hata kama ni saa 4 usiku ataenda. A police officer akiambiwa pale kumekuwa na shughuli fulani, mtu wa jeshi akiitwa kwenda, it's a thing you must be prepared. Mwizi.
There was once a time I dated a doctor. And it was kitambo nikiwa shule. And the only problem was one. Nataka attention yake 24/7. But
ukiwa uni.
Yeah. So I was like, nataka attention yake na nikimcall ako busy. Akichukua simu akisema hello, mlango inafunguliwa. Doctor, there is someone here, the patient wants to see you. And I was like, when will we ever talk like for 5 minutes? No.
Kama hajaambiwa aende.
Yeah.
Na lazima aende because they are hypocritic or lazima aende, can't let anyone die. Hata kama nani you. Sawa, unless ukifanya ni mgonjwa all the time. Unaona?
Sasa the worst part ni hadi ukijifanya wewe ni mgonjwa, unaenda unapatana na nurse mwingine, anakuangalia anasema uko sawa, anakupima pima sijui nini, anakuambia you are okay. And you are like, when I want him to come and treat me or her to come and treat me, and they are like, no, we are the doctors, we are nurses too. So it was hard because, and I understand that is how the wives of the freedom fighters
felt. But they knew it was necessary.
Yeah.
They knew it was a necessary sacrifice. You will want warmth at night, but in few years your husband will be killed. So after this, I end up pigania dunia sahi. Yes, you want this person to come and cuddle you at night.
Yeah.
But he has the duty to fight for this because men were falling. Nilikuwa nakwambia jana, maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Sisi Kenya hakuna wanaume wengi. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I told you the ratio is 1:7. So you can imagine one husband should marry 7 ladies. Two. So one man should have 7 wives. Can you imagine that? And with those 7 wives, they should make babies with them. How babies?
They used to go to the forest.
Yeah.
Have their conjugal rice there for forest.
Yeah.
nini, then
Yeah.
you come back home, unaiba board yako nini.
Yeah.
Ikifika second day unaenda kwa forest, you know, because alikuwa kwa forest there Kimani for a very long time.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah.
And I think our viewers ambao tuangalia saa hii like what they understand.
Yeah. So ikifika hapo ni pale unasemanga I have done my best, you know. I have done my best, and the only thing remaining is I leave all that to God, because how do you
he fought to the last
yeah. He did his
but
best.
there's something that you don't know. Do you know after he was captured kuna huyu general ambaye ilimwacha akuwe president, sawa?
Yeah.
Kumwacha si atakuwa president, akuwe anampatilia, alimwacha if I die you're going to be now the next general of the Mau Mau.
Yeah.
We don't talk about him, but if you see kuna video fulani Jomo Kenyatta after ameapishwa kuna mtu fulani alikuwa anakaa chizi hapo kwa macho kubwa.
Yeah.
And I remember, you know, when I got by Mori, General by Mori.
Yeah.
Sawa? Ndo aliatwa sasa ateke of the nini. Akaambiwa na tena do not let go of this country. Usikubali mpaka uache mzungu wa mwisho. Hakuna mzungu ana own land huku. And Kenyans own their land.
Yeah.
Even after Kenyatta was installed as the president, akutoka kwa forest, he continued to fight.
Yeah.
Imagine that's something that will come to cash later on.
Yeah.
But we don't know about that person. So we are going to know about General by Mori later.
Yes,
Sawa?
yes.
So to give us our last, we have like 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
So give us our last remarks, you know, anything that you want to tell us about, whatever, and then we can close up the show.
My dear viewers, as we go on 12th to deal to celebrate our, is it Jamhuri?
Jamhuri.
Yeah.
Let us be happy.
Jamhuri Day. Let's remember the people who fought for that
Who
Jamhuri
fought for
Day.
this country.
The people who made it possible
Yes.
for us to be free to
Today.
the extent of celebrating such a day.
Tumekaa hapa Paradise Hub.
Yeah.
Tunakunywa tu, tunakula tu, tunatolewa vitu hapa.
Yeah.
Nini.
As we stay and as we live in this country, tujue those people really did it. Those people tuwakumbukange. And if you know a family of a freedom fighter, sometimes enda tu uambie thank you. Thank you for the sacrifice,
for the sacrifice
that
they asked
you
to give.
people and your family or your father did, you know. Waambie tu asante, because
They gave
it
up a
takes
lot.
it takes a lot of courage.
Guts and kahunes.
Yes, and
Yeah.
knowing that, yes, I'll start fighting you, and we will never see eye to eye. I'll go hide while you will be free, and hapa ni kwetu na najificha
Imagine kwetu. Imagine mtu akuja kwao ni bila kujificha.
You know, it takes a lot of
Leo
courage.
uanze kujificha, but you know it is necessary ujifiche ndio at least sufuria zako zibaki zako.
Yeah.
Imagine, like for example, let me tell you right now, as you know, right now I'm not living in my own space.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love it because I'm living with family.
Yeah.
You know, but sometimes you need your own space.
Yeah, you need
Like, sometimes
privacy,
just want to
you
be
know.
naked in
Yeah.
your own house and just be like, you know, wacha nikae hapa nimejifunika dress na watch Netflix.
Yeah.
Peke yangu.
Yeah.
Unaona, unatoka tu some kama unajua hii language.
Yeah.
There are some languages Musambale.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yes, that is
So you
French.
just want to be like that, yeah?
Musambale, yeah.
Yeah. And now you can't do it. But hiyo ni nyumba tu. Now imagine your own country.
Whereby kuamuka ni lazima ukume kutembea pale hivyo.
Kipande system was ile.
Yeah, ile
in your
kubwa.
own country.
I think my grandpa has that. Yeah, ako nayo, and he was like hii ndio tulikuwa tunavaa.
Oh my God.
Written the number.
Oh my God, no.
And I was like, how old are you? Like, were you born even in the 1800s? Because that thing looks old, and it's made of, is it wood?
So ni kama like ukiongea shule ukiongea Kikamba.
Yeah, the monitor. The monitor. Yeah.
In your own country, you're a grown up, and it is like nilisikia ukisoma kitabu fulani inaitwa ya Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
It was a very tense time. Kuna kitabu kama Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Let me look at the camera because it is a serious thing that I want to talk about.
So
anaona muda hapa natupa kisogo, tumekuwa hapa Paradise Hub. Na tunashinda tukisisitiza sisi kama news, Kenya News Alert, we are ready to advertise for you anything that you want us, wherever uko pande zote za Kenya. There's a number ambayo iko pale kwenye screen yako, text pale, piga pale, say what you want. We shall speak to our executive producer and our team will get back to you. Sindio?
Yeah.
So we were talking, this is another show, about tunaipa nini, and I see people are, but then people are loving it, people are loving it, you know? Government and ministry, we need everything that we're going through right now is because maybe our parents didn't take the time to know our history and our government and how they correlate and how they make us people, you know. So we are going to teach you. We are going to start by learning. Tukisoma leo kuhusu Jomo Kenyatta, kesho tunasoma kuhusu Ruto. We compare them. So yesterday and today we have tackled Denan Kimathi. Is the man, the brother, the son, the brother, the husband, the friend, the teacher, the soldier, you know,
the clerk.
Until the moment tulifika mahali alifika akakuwa like na wacha niingie kwa msitu nipige hao wazungu. Mau inamaanisha nini?
Mau. I can't lie around.
Kwani I forget, but I shall tell you tomorrow. But it's something about tokeni kwetu nendeni kwenu. Sawa? I remember my social study teacher told me that, but I'm forgetting. So my dear beautiful viewers of Kenya News Alert, you, a million of you, you know, thank you so much for subscribing, for sharing, for commenting. We have had a wonderful day eating and dining with the Paradise Hub. Tunasema kesho tupatane hapa wakati the same. Okay, tomorrow will be somewhere else, but wakati huo saa 9 to saa 10. Saa 9 to saa 10,
but different venue.
Leo kidogo muda tumesongeza, but ni pale tulikuwa tunajibamba tu nini. You know, and I will have to apologize for some technical errors that has happened. Unajua man is to error. So thank you. I've been your host, House of Zulfa. This is Government and History, and
I've been your co-host, Lewis Philip.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Hello, good morning. This is Kenya News Alert and I'm your host, House of Zulfa. Karibu sana kwenye show yetu ya Morning Tea. Okay, so leo niko peke yangu. Kidogo guest leo amenipotea. Okay, so mtazamaji, tuko pale live YouTube and you can comment, you can subscribe, you can share. Okay, so I want this to be like a very engaging conversation. Sababu ile show ambao tunaongelelea vitu ambavyo vinadhiri saa hii, things that are happening right now. Okay, and we're going to start with kuchambua gazeti. Tutachambua gazeti, tutajua tuko na gazeti la kwanza ni Taifa Leo, and then the other one is The Standard. So let us see what are the headlines hapa. Okay, kusomea vidokezo. Magavana wasema wamelazimishwa vifaa vya matibabu vinavyomeza mabilioni ya SHIF. Alafu wanasema mwanachuo Mtanzania alijua Nairobi na kujirusha. Then kuna wataalamu wa ODM walioingia serikalini sasa waabudu Ruto, you know. But the headline yenye iko sana is Ruto and Uhuru are talking politics. Okay, so let us get into that right now and then tuendelee kudiscuss as you join. Let me open it. So comment pale, you know, and tell me, what do you think, what was in the question of today is, what do you think is happening? Yes? What do you think is happening when Ruto and Uhuru wameamua kumit after all that time? Okay? Okay. So, inasema Uhuru meeting jolts political landscape, fuels 2027 election talk. Sawa. Pale mbele, I remember kuna wakati ambao tulikuwa tumongelelea when I had the guest, and then we talked about how Ruto went to Kalonzo's daughter's wedding, and people were commenting and saying that obviously ajaenda bure, obviously ameenda sababu kuna it's a political marriage. Yes? And then kidogo tukasikia pia ameenda, as in President Ruto ameenda kumwona Uhuru after a very long time, and people were asking what is happening. And then kidogo umbea, you know, the juice from there was at the discussion, because the discussion was ash, yeah. So tukaambiwa they were discussing about the state of Kenya, you know. So mtazamaji wangu, I want you to comment pale YouTube, utuambie what do you feel about the state of Kenya right now, and when they meet, is it for Kenya or is it for their own political gain? Yes. So let me read from, so anasema Uhuru Ruto meeting jolts political landscape fuels 2027 election. Yes, wanasema Deputy President Githuri Kindiki meets with the former president and Ruto. Okay, so a surprise meeting between President William Ruto and his predecessor Uhuru Kenyatta on Monday has sent shockwaves across political landscape as Kenyans wait with bated breath to witness the implications ahead in the general elections. Unajua, it is a confusing thing, yeah, because ngoja nitoe glasses, you know, tuonane face to face. So tuliona Ruto before even he was the president of Kenya, kulikuwa kuna issues between yeye and the president, the former president, that is Mr. Uhuru. And then for some time ukabaki wamekosana, sijui nini, Uhuru ameacha kumsupport kuhusu election ambayo iliyopita and stuff. Yes? And now kukakuwa na bad blood for some time, for 3 years. Sindio? And then, you know, as we said, everything that happens, everything that a politician anafanya, everything wanafanya is always, there's a reason why they are doing it. There's a reason why they are doing it. Hawafanya tu hivyo bure, wanafanya kwa sababu ya shughuli fulani. Okay? So, tukaona after some time, Ruto, as in the president, Ruto, kukuwa na issues, impeach Mr. nani? Rigathi Gachagua, and there was a tense moment in Kenya. Sindio? And then that's when we come to see Uhuru amejitokeza. Tunamwona ameenda kuvisit huko kwa Kalonzo, and then kidogo anaanza kuongea na nani? Na Ruto. Now as Kenyans unasikia, we are waiting, we don't know what is happening, because as a moment we're like, okay, maybe he's going to support now Kalonzo. Okay? And now maybe sasa Vesa we meet na Ruto na wanakuwa na ash meetings, and we don't know what is being discussed there, then maybe, you know, maybe they're going watashikana tena. So we don't know what is going to happen in 2027. At this point, we go like, what is happening? You know? So let me continue. Wanasema talks of possible reapproachment between Ruto and Uhuru have not only thrown a wrench in the political works, but also thrust into the 4 questions about the political fate of Mount Kenya region and future of the opposition party Azimio coalition, in which Uhuru sits as the council chairperson. And yeah, by the way, that happened. After some time, ilibaki Uhuru ndo amekuwa nani? Amekuwa chairperson wa Azimio party. So tell me, this is the coalition party. Sindio? And then there's a inaitwa Jubilee ambayo ni Mr. President. Sindio? Na wakati ambapo Uhuru alienda kukaa pale kando na akakuwa chairman wa the other party, it meant that now these people are wasikizani. Okay? And sasa ni hawa sasa again tumewaona wako pamoja. What does it mean? What does it mean? Okay? As we think about that, I'm going to continue reading. Wanasema during the meeting held in Uhuru's Ichwari's backyard, the two leaders are said to have conferred on the need to address various issues such as fostering national unity, addressing pressing economic challenges, and advancing Kenya's development goals. Now, unajua, what I can say is, okay, we are tense because we don't know what this means for the political and the election that is coming. That is 3 years from now, 2027. Actually, hata mwaka ni kama ambao ushaisha. So, anajua Kenya tunarukiaga sana. Kwanza in fact tunapenda kurukia vitu like just evil tu, you know, tukiona huyu amemit na huyu we are talking. So sababu wanasema they were discussing about Kenya because maybe the president Ruto aliona amefanya vitu fulani and he was like, hey, let me go back, you know, venye Kenya mali imefika, I need to go back to the president, to the former president, a person who ran Kenya for 10 years, anipe advice, tuongee, unaona, tuelewane. Unajua, okay, I usually say to my friends, sometimes as a grown up you go back to your mom and you're asking, mom, how does this go? How do we do this? How do we do this? You know, after some time ya kujifanya unaweza and stuff, si ndio? So maybe he was like, Kenya haiko poa, and let me go back to Uhuru. Let me go back to the man who ran this country for like 10 years. Tukae chini to discuss. Tukae chini anipe wosia. Sindio? Aniambie, what am I going to do about this? Did I do something wrong when I impeached Gachagua? You know, when I'm not listening to the youth and people are like hating on me and people wanakata uongozi wangu. Sindio? And so, I think we addressed the pressing economic challenges and advancing Kenya's development goals. Sindio, some of the leaders appreciated the need to achieve broader and more inclusive political consensus in the governance of our country to accelerate inclusive growth and fulfill the national development agenda. A statement from status released immediately after the meeting. Okay. So, kuna issue ambayo tulikuwa tunadiscuss hapa juzi. Sijui kama kuna, if you are live with us. Tulikuwa tunasema Kenya sisi imekuwa ni kama is like only 2 tribes speak for the entire Kenya. Only 2 tribes speak for us. 2 tribe ni gani? That is Murima and the lake people, you know. So it's either Wajaka ama Wagikuyu, sindio? Those are the people that speak only. Those are the people that wako like, okay, ukitaka kukua president, ukitaka kuwa deputy president, ukitaka kuvai for anything, jishikanisha either na Azimio ama Jubilee. You know, and you know these 2 represent only two major tribes here. Sindio? So maybe, and you know people now are speaking. Tukasema pia kuna watu pia wameanza kujitokeza. Watu wameanza kukataa, wameanza kusema tunataka Matiang'i, tunataka Morara Kebaso, tunataka Wamalo, tunataka Kalonzo, tunataka, you know, we want other tribes because since Kenya became Kenya, since Kenya ilipata uhuru tumekuwa kuwa na only 2 types of presidents, yeah? Tumekuwa na the Kalenjins but not so much, and then Wagikuyu, but the tribes that speaks are only 2. Sindio? So wanasema the story that came from that meeting is what that they were trying to achieve broader and more inclusive political census. And that is what we want as a Kenyan, because tulisema we are 43 tribes in Kenya. Sindio? And 43 tribes, it can be that only 2 tribes ndo zinafanya nini? Zinatu lead. Only 2 tribes ndo zinaongele everything, you know. So maybe they go sit down and they're like, okay, maybe it's now time hizo tribes zingine wakule hiyo kiki ambayo iko hapo, si ndio? So tunasema wasema a separate statement from the former heirs of state also indicated that some people in the position as had faced harassment, calling for the cession of the same state, further emphasizing the need for vibrant opposition, transparency, and the need to fulfill the Reconciliate and Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission (IEBC). On his part, Ruto agreed to engage all stakeholders to remove unnecessary tension and propose a reconciliatory way forward. Sawa? Okay, maybe he's trying to reconcile with the Murima. You know, after each saga ya Kashagwa atoke, after all that, tumekuwa tense because tulikuwa tunasema don't hate the game. You know, don't hate the players, hate the game. Sindio? Because that is the game yenye ambayo inaendelea. So that is that. Tumesema tunachambua gazeti. So that is that. Ukitaka kuendelea na hiyo, you shall go and get your copy of the Standard. Sindio? Now let us go to something else, yeah? Kuna Uhuru Ruto talks over strategic moves of sign of weakness in Kenya Kwanza. I think that is bado more about everything that they were discussing, because that is the hot topic right now. Tumesema as a Kenyan people tumetensa tujue what is going on. These people ni kama vile tusema Mike so wili wakienda kupatana, you know, and uko hapo uko like okay, what is going to happen? You know, it's either they fight or they reconcile, you know? Sindio? So mostly what the Standard is talking about is more and more about what they were speaking, because as a Kenyan people we want to know what they were talking about. Sindio? Aya, bado kwa the Standard wanasema kuna issue ambayo inasema stop killing our girls and women. Sindio? Protesters demand. Unajua for some time, and it is a really sad thing, and I remember some weeks ago we had like a whole discussion and we were like, stop the femicide. Stop femicide. Because femicide imekuwa ni kama like now a story ambayo tu ya kawaida saa hii. Like says femicide yani kidogo yani hey Jesus. I don't know what is happening. And we discussed this and we were like, why are people killing each other? I mean, the moment that you know, unapata most of the people are young people killing each other, or people in toxic marriages killing each other, and the people who are getting killed most are young ladies. And I remember we discussed and we talked about it, and it is a really sad thing. Nasemaga, I remember I was talking to my cousin, and she's like an elder cousin of mine, and she was like, Zulfa ikifika place upate, you know, unaona hapa there's no peace, hakuna haja uendelee kukaa hapo, hakuna haja uendelee like kufight for it, you just get out, you just go. Because yani unajua yani the moment unaendelea kukaa in a very toxic marriage ama a toxic relationship, that is not good. So the Standard is talking about, let us go deeper in that and know what they were talking about, because there was demonstrations in Nairobi. So asama, demonstrators flooded Nairobi streets yesterday during the final days of days of activism campaign to end gender-based violence. The protests, which came at a time of increased violence against women, were staged in various parts of the country and called for equal rights for women in Kenya. During demonstrations, several protesters were arrested after clashing with police officers who lobbed tear gas. Kenya. So bado hata mkienda kuprotest bado for femicide bado tunamwagiwa tear gas. So let us get into that, yeah. Tunachambua tu tukipitia as we get to the main topic. So wanasema the 16th day of activism against gender violence came to an end ironically as police unleashed terror on activists in Nairobi amid calls on the government to ensure perpetrators of violence are punished. Score of rights of activists, among them Amnesty International Kenya Executive Director Irungu Houghton, was tear gassed and arrested for participating in a peaceful anti-femicide march in the city. Enyewe seriously. Tunaambia police ni nini? Police ukisoma kwenye social studies ama history, I don't know what they call it right now, yeah. Wanasema police are here to enforce the laws, and the laws which are made by the MPs, the parliament, so the government. Sindio? So guys, seriously, as a government we are failing when people are there, protesting about women being killed, our sisters, our mothers, our wives, our friends being killed, na mnakuja kuturushia tear gas. Seriously. That is so sad, because let me tell you, mwaka imekuwa tu people being killed, and these are ladies being killed. I remember one of the most saddest story nilisikia ni ile story ambayo kuna mdada ambaye yeye na mtoto wake mdogo waliuliwa. And it was really sad because huyu mwanamke alikuwa ametoka from a toxic marriage na akapata mtu ambaye anamwambia atamsaidia, and they were killed. Na more than 200 women have been killed this year. So it is so sad when we are protesting this, and then police mnakuja seriously. Mnakuja kumwaga tear gas kwa watu ambao wana protest kukataa our moms, our sisters. It's a sad thing, yeah. So let us see. So when you want to know more of that story, you shall go to the standards and know more of that story. Sindio? What else? Tunachambua tu hapo juu. Okay. So let us go to Taifa Leo. Now Taifa Leo wanasema uchaguzi mashinani wapasua chungwa. Sindio? Wanasema inadaiwa washindi wa kura za mchujo mashinani walichaguliwa na wanasiasa ili kufanikisha malengo yao binafsi. So apparently kulikuwa na election ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea mashinani, for mchujo. And so let us get into that. Sindio? Okay. Wanasema ODM ilianza uchaguzi wake November 27, huku ikitangaza baadaye kuwa shughuli hiyo ilifaulu. Sindio? Wanasema hisia mseto zimeibuka kuhusiana na uchaguzi wa majuzi, huku baadhi ya wanachama wakihisi kudanganywa baada ya matokeo kutangazwa. So apparently ODM walikuwa nafanya some elections hapo ndani. People, I don't know this is the question that I was asking. It is only 2 years tangu to kuwe the new president, and right now tushaanza campaign. Like in Kenya na politics, tushaanza campaign. Hata atujapeana, it's like fiti. I was saying, ni kama watu wako na bucket list. Like, I want to be a president, I want to be something, I want to do this. So, the moment eti huyu ashakuwa iko like, okay, huyu ashakuwa sasa, now it is me. Because sasa na nyinyi mnafanya eti elections hapo mkijiprepare for the next election, and bado it is only 2 years since Kenya. So inasema ingawa chama hicho kilitangaza kuwa shughuli hiyo ilifanikiwa, baadhi ya wanachama Homa Bay wana wasiwasi kuhusu matokeo. Inadaiwa washindi wa shughuli hiyo walichaguliwa na wanasiasa ili kutumiza maslahi yao. Everywhere is corruption. In Kenya, when it comes to politics, ni corruption too. Ni corruption. Unaika mtu ambaye unajua kiingia huko ndani atafanya kitu yenye unataka, and then us as Kenyans tunabaki the same. Tunabaki majenzia tuna kazi, tunabaki hospitali zetu hazina madawa, tunabaki madaktari hawalipwa, tunabaki I heard that pia teachers ambao wamesomea huku wanaambiwa watapelekwa kusomesha majuu. Tunabaki hakuna employments, because when these people are elect each other, wanaekana watu ambao wanajuana huko ndani. So sad. So wanasema Maafisa wa chama wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti wa Omabay Town Magharibi Bwana Orasha Ochuodo na mwenzake wa Omabay Town Mashariki Bwana William Oyongo wametoa wito kwa viongozi wa ODM kufutilia mbali matokeo ya uchaguzi huo, wakisema kuna maswali mengi kuhusu namna washindi walivyopata viti. I will not get into that. So kama unataka kujua more about uchaguzi wa ODM, utaenda kutafuta Taifa Leo. Okay, na bado iko online by the way. Sawa? Okay, so then there is now the aid topic ambayo inaendelea. Nasema shirika laanika uozo wa uongo na hongo wa utawala wa Rais Ruto. Sawa Sasa utawala wa miaka miwili wa Rais Ruto umepokea alama duni na shutuma kali kwa kukita mfumo wa ufisadi na kuepuka adhabu ili kujinusuru kisiasa. Ripoti ya hivi punde zaidi ya shirika la Africa Center of Open Governance AFRICOG inaonyesha kwamba Wakenya wengi wanaamini kuwa Kenya inaelekea pabaya chini ya Kenya kwanza. You know, that is a question that imekuwa ikiendelea. In fact, that is a thing. Maana nasikia topic yetu inasema Uhuru and Ruto talk politics, because it is a tense moment. As a Kenyan people, we are tense. Kumekuwa na deaths. First of all, kumekuwa na deaths. Tumekuwa na life yetu imepanda juu, yani life yetu, our life imepanda juu, imepanda huko, yani hatuweza afford vitu fulani. Promises that were told, they are not being met, and it's like now our cries are falling into deaf ears. So people are tense about this entire thing. Sawa? So wataalamu wanaongea kwenye Taifa Leo wanasema ripoti ya AFRICOG yatoa taswira mbaya ya hali ya taifa na kushtumu serikali kwa kuwezesha mfumo unawafumainisha wachache. But that is true, because it's like now the government is for some people. Kuna watu ambao wanasema, the small group of people wanasema it is good, it is well, serikali inafanya everything, we are good. And then tunajiuliza, now those people ambao wanasema hivyo, and then we saw like where all those young people, all those Gen Zs ambao walienda kuandamana. Do you think, never in history we ever seen such young people wake up to go kuandamana your design? Atujawai. And why are they doing that? And it is a topic that here in Kenya News Alert we have been talking about. We have been really talking about. Because as the tomorrow people, hatuna makazi. Life imekuwa ngumu, hatu afford. And the promise that we were told is go to school, study, earn your degree, kutakuwa na jobs. Mimi as William Ruto nita provide jobs. My government will do this. My government will do this. And now ni kama ushaona mtu anakuambia kitu alafu after some time na behave ni kama si alisema hiyo stuff. Unapata mtu ana behave ni kama ambaye si alisema stuff. Because ukiona mpaka AFRICOG, and AFRICOG is like a whole African thing. They are watching us. And they see that we are not okay. We are not okay. The government is for some people, and the rest nyinyi endeleeni tu kuongea. So Taifa Leo inaendelea kusemaje? Inasema utawala wa miaka miwili wa Rais William Ruto umepokea alama duni na shutuma kali kwa kukita mfumo wa ufisadi na kuepusha adhabu ili kujinusuru kisiasa. Ripoti ya hivi punde zaidi ya shirika la Africa Center Open Governance. Now this African Center Governance is like now all countries, kama you go there, you mnajisailisha huko, and then now they do a research in each and every country, see how you're governing. That's what it's called, governance. How are you governing your country? Sawa, umepewa mamlaka juzi, inaenda kuwa sawa ama iko sawa? Watu wako wako aje, ama iko aje? And wameobserve, wameona Kenya iko poa. Kenya iko poa, sawa. Wanasema wanasema wa Kenya wanaamini kuwa Kenya inaelekea pabaya chini ya serikali ya Dr. Ruto ya Kenya Kwanza. Ripoti hiyo iliyotolewa Jumatatu inatoa taswira mbaya ya hali ya taifa na kushtumu utawala wa siasa kwa kuwezesha mfumo mbovu unaofunaisha wachache. Ikifafanua tathmini yake mbaya, ripoti hiyo ilitaja kashfa kama vile mikataba ya mabilioni ya Adani iliyofutwa, sakata ya ugizaji wa mafuta ya kupikia mchele na mbolea ya ruzuku kama baadhi ya sakata ambazo zimekuwa nembo ya utawala wa Kenya Kwanza. Ripoti hiyo inashtumu rais na kwa kuendeleza sio na siasa za kujikinga kupitia upendeleo, kandarasi za kutiliwa shaka na uteuzi. So these people have, when they start doing their thing, they go deep. Wanakuja kwa ground pole 2 years wana observe. 2 years wana observe tu pole. 2 years wana observe tu. And they are like, you know what? This is not good. Kenya kilimo ilikuwa the first thing. Ilibaki because I remember they were saying tunapeana fertilizer ambazo ni free and sijui nini and then fertilizer ikabaki zimeanza kuuzwa. As youth hatuna kazi. Why is that? The government said that we are going to do this, and they are not doing. And even outsiders are observing this. So I'm going to go, tutafika hapo alafu tutaingia kwenye kuangalia comments, and then we shall continue as we talk about this. So my viewers, what do you think about the state of Kenya right now? What do you think? Tunaelekea wapi? Tunafanya nini? And what can we do as the people of tomorrow? Because yesterday I was saying Kenya is our first love. Na tukiachilia na tuseme eti my dears, we shall lose our country. Tutakuja tupate na tushauzwa jamani. So you guys, anyone that is joining right now, welcome. We are going to go for a short break, and then you're going to come back and continue to tackle, and I'll be reading your comments. So comment pale, like, subscribe. Sawa? We're going to go on a short break and we're going to come back. Hello, this is good evening saye. Habari ya jioni watazamaji wa Kenya News Alerts. This is House of Zulfa. Karibu kwenye Government and History. Kidogo mtatusamea leo tunaifanya mapema. We can't wait to do it with you. So of late tumekuwa tukidiscuss about Dedan Kimathi. Kwa wale hata niwapee recap kwa wale ambao hawajakuwa kwenye hizo live, si ndio? So we were discussing about Dedan Kimathi, and the first day we discussed about Dedan Kimathi as the man, as the son, as the brother, as the father, as a teacher. Okay? And after that we discussed Dedan Kimathi as the now the freedom fighter. We followed his entire journey. I had a guest kwa show. We followed his entire journey mpaka in every decision that he made mpaka afike kuwa freedom fighter. Even after his death, we even met his wife Mukami and his children. Sindio? So this show ambayo ni mpya ya government and history, takuwa tunaongelelea mambo ambayo yana affect things that happened in the past, heroes and people, and how they impacted our life now. Okay, so it's history and then the government. So how does that history affect us right now and affect the government right now? So tutaanza na history and then we shall compare it to now. So karibu, commenti, like, sawa, you subscribe and you share. Karibu. So today we are talking about this lady from Machakos. Her name was Syokimau. So let us go to Syokimau. Syokimau was a renowned Kamba medicine woman and prophetess who lived in the 1800s, long before Kenya was colonized. She was born in the Iveti Hills near present-day Machakos town. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, with some legends suggesting she appeared miraculously as no one knew her parents or relatives. So, we sijui kama nyi ambayo mmesoma history. Me, I did history in high school. And I remember my teacher talking about Syokimau, the likes of Syokimau, Mekatilili Wamenza. They were all like prophetess, and the things that they prophetized zili impact our lives. Sawa, we shall get to for now Syokimau, but we shall get to Mekatilili. Sawa, so Syokimau, Iveti is somewhere down there in Machakos. Iveti Hills. Yes. Now it's a beautiful place, a really beautiful place with a lot of big stones, and kuna mandhari mazuri, by the way, actually. So alikuwa ametoka kule Syokimau, ametoka kule na hakuna mtu, but actually when you ask about Syokimau, unataka kujua ametoka wapi specifically, ametoka kwa nani specifically, who are the brothers, who are the sisters, who are the whatever, no one knows. No one knows. Okay, maybe she just appeared. You know, let me tell you a story. Me kifika kwa history napiga story. So let me tell you a story about my grandmother. Told me a certain story, and she said that there was this I'm going to call it like a fairy, or like a watu ambao obsessed na vitu kama Disney and Marvel, you understand, maybe a goddess. She was like a goddess, and my grandmother told me that there used to be different, I don't know, let me say fairies or goddesses for different things, and you used to see them. So she told me that there was this one in particular, alikuwa anaitwa Ndambi, and Ndambi used to be in the river. Such a beautiful girl. Ulikuwa unampata, she told me that ulikuwa unampata jioni, msira mrembo kabisa, mweupe pepe, anaoga. Na alikuwa anaoga kwa, unajua, if you go to like a natural dam, utapata kuna like a circle ya maji safi, and then now kuna a stream, and then utapata the entire dam. So she used to shower hapo kwa this clean, very clean water. Alikuwa anaitwa Ndambi. Why am I talking about Ndambi? I'm talking about Ndambi because people say they don't know where Syokimau came from. Sawa, they just hawezi kuambia eti wale ni watu wa Syokimau. You know, kama venye tuliongelea watu wa Dedan Kimanthi tukasema alikuwa na watoto, alikuwa na bibi, alikuwa na bwana. We know nothing about Syokimau, eti alitoka wapi, mamake ni nani, we know nothing. So maybe she was a goddess or a fairy or something. The god or the gods had sent here to come and warn people, you know, about wazungu ambao walikuwa wanakuja. So my grandmother tells me that these goddesses used to be there. Kulikuwaga ziu wakulima, kulikuwaga ziu wa ng'ombe, kulikuwaga, that is mifugo, kulikuwaga na uwe wa maji ambayo kutoka Ndambi, and you were told you should not look at her while she's bathing, yeah? But ulikuwa unampata hapo. Now you imagine wewe ni kijana unapata dem super anaoga mahali, utakosa je kumwangalia. So tuachane na either way. Let's continue with Syokimau. So Syokimau prophetic abilities were believed to have been granted by a benevolent spirit that visited her when she was a young girl. Ishaanza kwa saa movie ya Nigeria. So we know Syokimau existed. So there's no point of sahi kwanza kusema eti hii ni story ya jaba, eti kulikujaga mtu spirit ikampea powers nini, because we know that everything that she prophesied did come true. And we have named buildings after her, we've named places after her. So damn, those benevolent spirits should find me. Okay, so Syokimau, she became famous for her accurate predictions, including foreseeing attacks from neighboring communities like the Maasai and the Kikuyu, which allowed the Kamba warriors to prepare and defend themselves. By the way, I don't know, the Maasai na the Kamba walikuwa wanapigananga ng'ombe all the time, like all the time. Alafu back then ni ile wakati ambao used to smoke signals. I was talking to someone the other day. Tulikuwa tunaongelea tunasema, now imagine dating in that time. Dating and the only signal, just because unatuma tu text ama unatuma pin and then whatever. Now imagine back then if you're dating a girl from the other village or a boy from the other village, na unabidi washe smoke. Inabidi like washe smoke na maybe your day mwendea kwa anaangalia hiyo side, alikuwa anaangalia side nyingine. How do you communicate? Like it must be a very 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 difficult time for dating or doing anything. Hata acha hivyo, when those people are coming to attack na mtu amesema wacha ni washe smoke signals, unapata upepo inapiga side nyingine, hiyo upepo inaonyesha watu wengine wa maybe it is Machakos and Machakos is bigger and inakuja mpaka inaonyesha watu wa hii side hiyo smoke. So watu wa Iveti wanadhani wao wana get attacked, na kumbe smoke ilikuwa huko mbali kabisa side ya Masi, na watu wa Masi wanakuja kuatakiwa, but because of upepo it might has been very, very hard. Yeah, smoke signals. Damn. So listeners, niambieni, what do you think about that? What do you think about the dating time ya huko? Alafu hizi smoke signals kweli zilikuwa za work all the time? Alafu ama ile walikuwa sema either ni smoke signals ama kupiga drum ama kutuma messenger. We should thank technology, yes? So Syokimau, she conducted prayers and made sacrifices under a designated tree known as the Idhembo, which served as a shrine. So wanasema Syokimau alikuwa anaenda kufanya, when you are a prophetess, kuna zile duties ambazo uko nazo. Tumeangalia movies za Nigeria enough. Tumeona Mama Jia akiwa prophetess. Tumeona hizi movies. Tumejua you must go there, wear like a red thing, a red cloth and be all weird and stuff, And then like ukuwe na makuku huko na masanamu huko and stuff. So that is what Syokimau used to do. And I think that shrine is still here. Like if you're from another place, you can go to Iveti and you'll find the shrine of Syokimau. So she used to conduct prayers and make sacrifices. Sawa. So prophecies extended beyond immediate threats to include significant events such as the arrival of Europeans and construction of Kenya-Ugandan Railway. So, when you're a prophet, I'm told that you sleep and you dream. Ama the prophecies are poured onto you. I don't know. I'll say tunasemaga it is God. Then I don't know. They used to say maybe spirits, ancestral spirits. Yeah. So ndo zilimuoneshaga, na I'm told my grandmother tells me that she said kuna nyoka kubwa inakuja. Hiyo nyoka inakuja na nyeupe. She said it's a white, long, very 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 long snake, and it is white. No, imagine sasa amekuja ameamka asubuhi amesema nimeota hivyo. And you know you guys obviously unajua kitambo alikuwa anawapea prophecies za kusema naona ng'ombe zikiibiwa, and then the Masai wanakuja wanaiba ng'ombe. So umezoeaga prophecies zake ni zile literally. And now she says naona kuna nyoka kubwa anakuja mweupe na akikuja kutakuwa na shida. And things will change. Actually, we shall get to I shall mention some of our prophecies and how they came true and how they affected us and how they affected those past people and how people are colonized according to our prophecies. Yeah. So tujeke tena nasema let us imagine. Let us put ourselves up. I love putting myself kwa hiyo shoe. So this is Syokimau amekuja ameniambia Zulfa, naona kuna kuja nyoka mweupe mrefu tena sana na akija kutakuwa na shida. And now obviously mimi I'll be like ndakuwa rada anywhere kuna tunyasi niko like alisema kuna nyoka anakuja. Nyoka atakuwa mkubwa. So you know we don't think because unajua ni kitu we didn't know Europeans, we didn't know white people, we didn't know them, they didn't know us, we were all strangers to each other. Okay? So obviously hakuna mtu ambaye angefikiria kama the white snake inamaanisha really. Sababu we used to do long distance trading ilikuwa ni mguu. Okay? So no one knows any technology, no one knows any kind of infrastructure because we used to use like hizo forest because wanasema tulikuwa tunatubega hizo manjia za kufatanisha. Unasema Mombasa inaweza ukiamua Mombasa ni huko chini unafuata tu ukienda huko chini mpaka uende, and most people died. People died through those long distance traveling. So no one knew about what Syokimau was talking about. No one knew at all. So maybe they stayed wakakaa wakaona hiyo imeisha hakuna. You know? Then later let us continue. We shall get to the prophecies. Let us first know who was Syokimau as the person. So anasema Syokimau's life and prophecies have left a lasting legacy among the Kamba people and in Kenyan history. Her name lives on in modern residential area of Syokimau, which is a testament to her enduring influence. Obviously everyone knows Syokimau ni wapi. Syokimau, it is named after Syokimau. Now this Syokimau that we're talking about, the lady that was born in Iveti Hills in the 1800s, because you are the first, when you go through history unajua the first people the first explorers arrived at Rabai in 1849. That's when the first explorers tunakujanga wa kwanza wale walikuja kuexplore wajue huku ni wapi. They came in 1849. Now Syokimau alikuwa huko because I think she never met the white people but she prophesied about them. Sindio? Now let us go and see what ninataka kuguzia tu some examples of the prophecies ambazo alisema and how they affected us. Naomba nikienda kuangalia zile prophecies, continue on commenting, continue on sharing, continue on subscribing, and also I will continue to insist, if you need to advertise anything, if you need a team of experts wa Kenya News Alert to advertise anything for you, all you have to do is look at your screens and then you'll find a number there, and that number you will contact that number na utaongea na the team of Kenya News Alert, and then mtawasiliana alafu we shall land to you. We shall come to you and we shall come to advertise what you want us to advertise for you. So guys, Syokimau, such a powerful name. Syokimau. I don't know what it means. I was trying to find what it means, but I don't know what it means. Syokimau. Let us get back to the prophecies of Syokimau and how they affected us as a country. So, some of the examples of her prophecies were colonization by the British. hiyo ndio ya kwanza. Anasema Syokimau predicted that people with funny skin, the white people now, people with funny skins ni white people would come, take over the land and force the locals to abandon their gods and adopt the British religion. This prophecy came true when the arrival of the European missionaries and the subsequent colonization of Kenya. So alisema, back then as an African community, we used to worship rivers. Ulikuwa naambiwa we used to worship mountains. Ukikuja upate mti mkubwa sana, you worship that, and they used to, when our wazungu walikuja wakatuambia mna worship idols. But when you think about it, our forefathers, our ancestors were not worshiping idols. Because when you look at a mountain, kuna ngoma fulani inasemaga nikitembea kote duniani ndege uimba, and so milima inapendeza macho, and God is in that. God is in his creation. God is in that beautiful, powerful, strong current river. God is in that big tree, big mwamba tree. God is in that mountain, So I think our ancestors were not worshiping idols. They were admiring and appreciating God's creation. Sawa? So Syokimau alikuwa ameshaambia watu kuna kujwa. Na hao watu wakija ambao wako na funny skin wakija, amtapenda. They will come, they will force you to work, they will force you to leave your gods, and you will have to do everything that I'm saying. And maybe people were like, unajua unaambiwa prophet anakataliwa kwao. So maybe people were like, asa funny skin ya kina nani? Funny skin ya kina nani? Unaona? Aya. So the second prophecy of Syokimau was attacks from neighboring communities. She could foresee attacks from neighboring communities like the Maasai and the Gikuyu, giving the Kamba warriors time to prepare. You shall go through it. Because I have told you, Wakamba and Maasai, like that is one thing. They used to fight for ng'ombe and fight for stuff. Fight all the time. So that one I've touched about. Then the third one is modern architecture. As about Syokimau foresaw a generation that would build houses on top of one another. What? Wow. Umesikia wewe? This one was a goddess, yeah? Syokimau foresaw a generation that would build houses on top of one another. Now those are story buildings. Aliona magorofa. That was 1800s. Wakati hata tulikuwa tunajenga na udongo. And we used to thatch the roofs with this kind of, sijui ni nyasi gani, but we used to use thatch kind of roofing and udongo. And she foresaw like 100 years from now, like huko mtajenga nyumba ambazo mtajenga magorofa. Damn. Which is interpreted as the construction of apartments and skyscrapers. She also mentioned that this generation would behave strangely, disrespect traditions and not fear taboos. And that is true. Madam alikuwa on point. Sawa, tushajenga hizo skyscraper already. She says that you will build houses on top of one another. And then sasa tumefika ile place, nilikuwa nasema meme fulani nasema Gen Z anaona mzee amesimama kwa gari na badala muamukie kiti anauliza mwenzake mbona mzee ameingia kwa gari kama imejaa. And I remember back then when we were children, aungekaa chini kama mtu mzima, like someone hata mwenye ako 1 year older than you amesimama. The moment you see your elders coming, you stand up. Back then, ukienda ushago, I remember there's this grandmother of mine that used to beat you like vibaya sana. Eti una nini? Kwanza uamke asubuhi alafu ukose kumwambia marahaba, wewe you're done. Wewe hata usikule kwa hii nyumba. Wewe hataenda kabisa, like potea, because you are an abomination. But saizi imekuwa tu kawaida, like utapata hata hapa kuna mzee mzima na nimekaa tu hapa, akuwe hata kuna madam mjamzito na nimekaa tu hapa, nipigiwe simu niongee all the dirty things, you know, nifanye chochote, and I'm like si mamangu, you know. So she saw all that. Aya ya nne ambayo I'm just giving like 4 examples and then we go on a break and come back, okay? So wanasema strange behaviors of future generations. She predicted that future generation would claim to be wiser, disrespect elders and disregard traditional customs. Kila mtu hapa kuna tribe. Obviously, every one of my viewers, we are like 43 tribes in Kenya. So I know kila mtu ametoka from one of them. But right now unapata hata mtu ajui hata their traditional language, hata ajui their mother tongue. Mtu hata ajui what they used to do, ajui hata their traditional kind of clothing. I think it's like only the Maasais. Na siku hizi hata wameacha kuvaa kala, wanavaa Air Force na hizo maleso zao. So we are leaving it behind. It is not good. Okay. So, when we come back, I wanted to discuss Prophetess Syokimau legacies and how they influence modern Kenyan society. Sawa? So we shall go on a small break, and when I come back I will read your comments, and then tutajua hizi prophecies zake zenye aliprophesy saizi that will affect aje kama a country, kama a Kenyan people. How will it affect us? Thank you. We are going on a break and then you're going to come back. Hello, good morning. This is House of Zulfa. Karibu. And this is Kenya News Alerts. Tuko hapa na today we have a guest. Please introduce yourself.
Hello and good morning. My name is Lewis Philip. promise after promise. So what would I be going to do? See, I better come here, listen to him, and then tell you what I think about.
But remember we said that if we give up on our first love, that is Kenya, ukisema saa watu wengine waende wewe utaenda sasa, how will you solve those issues that you have?
Mimi naenda kuwashikisha homa. Nikienda kuwashikisha homa.
Okay. Yeah. So we will get back to Jamhuri.
Yeah.
Ataka tuchambue magazeti kwa Taifa Leo. Na pale kwenye Taifa Leo muktasari wa habari. Wasema kesi ya ufisadi wa shilingi milioni 357 ya Sonko ya fufuka. So this was a case that was going on. Sindio? But let us continue. We shall get back to that. Na kukupa kwanza muktasari and then we continue. Wasema watalii wawili raia wa Uholanzi wafariki duniani katika ajali ya pwani. Then jinsi waandamanaji wasio na silaha walivyokutana na ukatili wa polisi. And that is that, yeah. Huo ndio muktasari wa leo.
Yeah.
Alafu kuna fulani ya Gachagua sema Gachagua amcheka Rais Ruto, anamwambia ya kwamba mlima hautamsupport hata ongee na Uhuru. You know? What do you think about that though?
Okay, what I think about that?
The last comment. What is you? The last comment, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it is true. Ruto lost Murima. The mountain is so far away. Because you can't tell, the mountain was like, because Nani is one of us, Gachagua is one of us. Let's just stick for the Kikuyus are one very united people. So they were like, he's one of us, we can't let him be, So by letting go of him, that means they just left. They just decided, no, I will not. We as a community, one of us has gone, so all of us must follow. We said on our first, I don't know, first or second, we said that those are the tribes. Those tribes are the ones that are known. So if you let go of this one, and you don't have the Luo, my dear, you are lost. Yeah. So Nani is like, his efforts to try and get back the Kikuyu are about to be fertile if he will not get someone who is stronger.
Fertile or futile?
Oh, futile.
Yes. So, but it is true, every statement ambayo umesema, because yesterday I was somewhere and I was with this guy. And this guy akaniambia, we are talking, I love engaging people and learning about them. Na ni Mgikuyu. Akaniambia, acha venye ameenda huko. Hiyo ameenda kwa Uhuru. Uhuru ni kura moja.
Yeah.
But mlima ndio everything.
Yeah.
Na sisi we are not standing with this person.
Yeah.
Na tukiamua kufungia manini zetu kwa bank, pesa zetu na chakula yetu, because cabbage, because carrot, because tomatoes, a lot of cash crops zatoka huko.
Yeah.
I don't know who advised him to do that. Ama he thought that is a superpower already peke yake. What was he thinking?
At first, do you know when he was selecting deputy? Do you remember the people who were nominated? Gachagua had a few percentage, just because, okay, not because he was a Kikuyu, but the few percentage was because Nani was his best friend, Kindiki. So you could imagine, it's like I saw this coming, because it's like it was just predicted. Kindiki was the second one.
But unajua wakati wa maandamano, that was last year when maandamano ya sijui kubeba sufuria, sijui nini, Kindiki alikuwaga hapo ana support everything huyu mjamaa alikuwa anasema.
Yeah.
Like nini ndeni mshike watu, sinawaga ni CS of security.
Yeah.
And then mpaka tuanza kusema wani right man and wake, like because whenever he says ashafanya,
the way it said, akikohoa unaitika. So Ruto
anaitika.
Like, yes, yeah. So but right now Nani was like, okay, yes, you are the president, but consider the feelings of your people. Consider what your people are talking about. Unaona? Yeah, but I think that is where the clash came on, because those Gen Z maandamano separated them. He was like, my children. You know, that statement till today makes me giggle, because he was like, my children. And then that is Gashagwa. And when Ruto would stand, he would be like, how magaidi. So do you know that thing really was those what you could see, those are two different people talking.
Ni kama unaambia I know it's a proverb ama it's a saying inasemaga mtoto ni mzuri akiwa babake, ni mzuri akiwa mzuri mtoto ni wa babake, akiwa mbaya ni wa mamake.
Yeah.
So now Ruto was the father. He is like, achana na hao watu.
Hao magaidi wafanyiwe, you know.
Okay. So the thing is, leo ni Jamhuri Day, si ndio?
Yeah.
Na unajua obviously kuna watu watafika pale Uhuru Gardens. And the president obviously will have to address the nation. Because tulisema jana, I was saying, we as a Kenyan says tuko like, what is happening? Uhuru amerudi kwa ex wake, si Uhuru, Ruto amerudi kwa ex wake. That is Uhuru. Yeah. Why? And they didn't tell us about this meeting. It just happened. You know? Amerudi huko. What is happening? So but we want to know that. The second thing is we want to know how our lives. Na venye unajua kuna kitu tunaitwa Africa COG. Africa COG there's an African organization that inaangalia how you govern a country. So they look at walikuwa wanaangalia venye Ruto na govern, and they were like, hey, mali Kenya inaendelea. Even the people themselves wako like, no. Sawa?
Yeah.
So the question is, what do you think? What will he tell us today? Because me I want to know, like I want to hear him speak. I want to hear him kama anataka kutupea a lot of issues ambazo tuelewi. We shall get back to that. Sawa? Yeah. So tumesema kesi ya ufisadi ya Sonko. Sonko nakumbuka, baadaye Sonko alifanya getting impeached pia.
Yeah, Sonko was impeached.
Alikuwa governor Nairobi, Mike Sonko amepata pigo baada ya mahakama kuu kubatilisha kuachiliwa kwake katika kesi ya ufisadi ilihusisha 25 million karibuni miaka miwili iliyopita. Sawa? Yeah. Jaji Nixon Sifuna Jumatano alifutilia mbali kuachiliwa kwa bwana Sonko, akisema hakimu aliyesikiliza kesi alifanya makosa katika uamuzi aliotoa Disemba 21, 2022 kwa kutegemea karatasi ya mashtaka ambayo irekebishwa na mkurugenzi wa mashtaka ya umma DDP. Hakimu wa mahakama hiyo Douglas Ogothi alimwachilia bwana Sonko pamoja na ROG Security Limited na Anthony Otieno Ombok almaarufu Jamal. Unajua Jamal?
Yeah.
Is a very famous guy. Yeah, akisema karatasi ya mashtaka iliyowasilishwa na upande wa mashtaka ilikuwa na dosari. So now I remember that case.
Yeah.
And ikaenda hivi kabaki ameachiliwa. Yeah. What do you think about that? What do you think about these people? How they steal a lot of money? Ni kama ile story ya Waiguru.
Yeah.
Story ya watu wengine ambao hatuwajui, but inaishaga tu hivyo. Do you think hii kitu amesema eti imerudishwa, will it go through ama itende hivi usikie eti what do you think?
According to me, in Kenya, the only theft that is punishable is a small theft. The theft of chicken thief. Huyo mtu atapigwa, huyo mtu atafungwa. Lakini millionaire ameiba millions.
Hata ibe 300 million.
Hata ibe ngapi?
Lakini mtu akuiba mahindi kwa duka hata ameiba kule.
Imagine.
So what is that? What does that say about people? It's not in Kenya alone. Okay, maybe Maju, because Maju tumeona at least squeeze wameanza kuwa accountable.
Maju squeeze like wanangoja president akitoka tu hivi.
Anauliza maswali zake.
Kama ni deputy ikimalizika tu hivi inafunguliwa. Unaona? So right now in Kenya that is very very not happening. The only one that just faced that was what was his name? Huyu mwenye alipatikana tu na nini? But right now unapata because anajulikana, ni famous and all that. Itaenda tu hivi hapa and then it will disappear. So we are not saying that it is good to steal a lot of money and you won't be arrested. That one we just want the corruption to stop. May these people set an example that those who will be found guilty of corruption, they will be they will pay, and they even their property confiscated. That one is one way of teaching people a lesson, you know.
Yes, like upate hizi accessories of funds ambazo amechukua. Kila kitu ki get frozen, but they do that. Every of your account, kila kitu ina getting frozen, inachukuliwa by the government. Unapata I saw hata ukiavoid kulipa tax and then now you're back, they take everything and they bill it, and utakuwa hauna chochote. Maybe wakubakishia hata nyumba na upata hata nyumba hata ina chochote, wamechukua viti, wamechukua anything of value from that place.
So that is how Kenya that is how Kenya should do their nini, because by dividing according to social standards and all that, it shows that the justice system is
broken,
and flawed and malfunctioning. So as a country we should know that we should have a justice system that haibagui ina kata katikati. Do you know that when that way is on one side, that is not justice, it is injustice. And injustice is what makes people reach to a point that they want to do some vengeance on themselves. No. So you just have to make sure that if someone is accounted or is responsible for any corruption, they should face the due diligence. And the law should not be at halfway because you know we need to famous and all that kind of stuff.
Like when you're a Kenyan, you're a Kenyan. Whether you are a tycoon, whether you have $300 trillion dollars, you should be accountable for whatever you did.
And when you're a thief, you're a thief. Hakuna cha huyu ni mwizi mkubwa hata urumiwa sijui nini, you know.
Okay. So Sonko bado amemba narudi. Now let us go back to, I want us to go through this and then we go back to the Jamhuri thing, Wasema watalii wawili raia wa Uholanzi wa fariki dunia katika ajali ya pwani. Let us read that. Will you read that for me?
Let me. Can you please read because haionekani hapa kwangu.
Okay. Watalii wawili wafariki duniani baada ya kuhusika katika ajali ya barabarani iliyotokea katika eneo la maji ya chumvi huko Mariakani.
Ajali hiyo iliyotokea Jumatano saa 1 asubuhi ilihusisha gari ya kuwasafirisha watalii na gari la mizigo la kusafirisha magari mapya. So why do you think these accidents happen like this?
Because when I say ajali hiyo iliyotokea, let me read this so that I may tell you. Ilitokea Jumatano saa 1 asubuhi, ilishia gari ya kuwasafirisha watalii na gari la mzigo kusafirisha magari mapya. Now maybe okay, can you read it all ndo tujue ili happen aje? Maybe gari iliamka from juu, maybe waligongana head to head. So can you read it all ndo tujue how that happened?
Okay. Kwa mujibu wa afisa mkuu wa trafiki ukanda wa Pwani George Kashmir, waliofariki ni raia wawili wa Uholanzi, wanaume waliokuwa wametoka Diani na wake zao. Ni ukweli, and I quote, ni ukweli kumetokea ajali ambayo imewaua wanaume wawili ambao walikuwa nchini kwa likizo. Walikuwa na wake zao ambao walipata majeraha katika ajali hiyo. Aliyekuwa akiwaongoza wakati wa ziara hiyo hakuumia sana. Hayo ni maneno ya Bwana Kashmir. So dereva wa gari hilo, wanawake hao wawili na afisa wa kuwaongoza watalii aliye katika gari hiyo walikimbizwa katika hospitali ya Mariakani kupata matibabu. So
ase na juju okay, but seriously, there are things that we call freak accidents.
Yeah.
Yani unavoidable things. Okay? So we just how it happened.
Yeah.
But pale unajua yani there's a, kama sisi huu msimu kuna wasatali wengi, and maybe this driver was tired, and maybe we don't know the full details about this thing, yeah? So tukikuwa tunajua what happened for real tunajua tu ni accident. We don't know who was wrong or who wasn't wrong. Sindio? But saizi what I know is watalii wamejaa Mombasa, yani wamejaa. Na obviously kama usoja wanakuja wana book safari travels, wana book whatever those places. They are tired, they are overworked.
Yeah.
Sawa? Sababu hao watalii ni wengi and you're taking them everywhere.
Yeah.
Sawa? So maybe this driver was tired. Ajala for some reason akasinzia kidogo and something happened. Aya yule pia wa gari wa kusafirisha magari maybe pia amechoka ama kuna stress. Nikwambia za Kenyan country tunangoja kusikiza venye jamhuri itakuwa, venye president atatu address, because tuko na stress. Maybe the driver alikuwa stressed.
Yeah, by the way, that is true. That is this nini.
So maybe the president should address us for real, because tuko na stress.
That is true. And there is this I had posted another day saying sometimes you should just, if you are seated, just shake your head, because anything can happen in this country.
Anything.
Your brain can even go missing without you knowing.
Yes.
Like you're just there, you think you have a brain, but the country.
But about that, umesema your brain can go. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
We used to have this genius Shule. So back when I was in high school, and I tell you one day, alikuwa ni genius, but have you ever seen those geniuses mwenye hata I don't know, asomi ama anashikanisha kwa blackboard, I don't know.
Yeah.
And she used to be umbea, because I never used to go and sit na yeye, because I love umbea too. Unapata tukapo tukiandika mangoma, because we wanted to go to Raska projects.
Yeah.
And I was like a songwriter and she had the voice. But I was the one who was writing the songs for her.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, she laughed Evie in a moment.
Yeah.
And she was gone. And she was gone. She laughed and she was gone. Gone how? Mentally akachizi.
Jesus.
Akaanza kufanya ujinga, tukaona Yvonne, alikwenda kwa Yvonne. Yvonne ana joke, because she used to joke a lot, you know. Ikakuwa sasa anza kupiga, akachukua demu anza kumpiganisha hivi kwa nini? That's when we ngoja, it is serious. So we screamed and the teachers came. And the teachers could not restrain. I don't know if it was possession, I don't know, it was akili hivyo ilipotea sababu ni genius na anashikanisha a lot.
Yeah.
Unaona? We never knew, but we know that alifungwa na kamba.
Jesus.
And that was that. I've never heard about Yvonne again.
You see, yes, and when I say you should check your brain, people are like, yeah. So always
Your mental health.
Yeah, your mental health is very important. Like there is this friend I have. I think I'll tell her if we can host her sometime. She deals with that, and there was once when I had that mental issues. Not that I was mad.
Mental breakdown.
Yeah, like I was so stressed.
Everyone
depressed.
does have that every time.
So stressed, depressed, and I was like, I think this is the end of me. The suicidal thoughts and all that. So she was like, no. In every end there is a beginning. Live life at a new one. So at this point,
and there's no, when ukishafika pale chini, the only way to go is up.
Yeah. So at this time, what we know is that maybe we can just say maybe the drivers had either were tired, were stressed, or any of that, or depression had kicked in or something, because you can't just say that Zolfa, this driver is okay, this driver is okay, or
because this kama huwa tourist ni mtu ambaye amekuwa akifanya hivyo for very long. Ajaanza
jana na huyo wa gari pia.
So tell me, we are stressed.
Yeah, before you become a truck driver you must be a makanga for a while. Unaona,
ulan
everything,
every rope,
upate hiyo njia unaijua kabisa.
Oh my God. Unajua,
so this country we should really
unajua, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
tumemalizana na hayo.
Yeah.
ya kuchambua magazeti.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you a question.
Go on.
Now you are Mr. William Ruto right now.
Yeah.
And you know that your people right now are not happy with you. Walikuwa wanauza juzi venye kama wanaweza kuimpeach wewe mwenyewe if they can impeach you.
Okay.
And then it's mandatory, you have to address the nation on this Freedom Day.
Yeah.
Now you are Mr. William Ruto. What would you tell them?
Okay, so far the country knows that these are not my words, these are the words of every Kenyan out there. The country knows that whatever is said is false promises. Promises which are made are just lies.
It's like anakuja tu wabonge, nimesikia wanasita stories za jaba.
Yeah. Anakuja tu apeane stories za jaba.
But the stories za jaba humaanisha nini?
Unajua mtu akiwa jaba that the nini stimulates your mind that you are like, unajua naona nikinunua gari na saa hizo hauna baiskeli, hauna nyumba, hauna anything. But
that is but when you write composition, that's what you say.
Yeah,
I want to build
composition.
Hata saa hizi you'll tell me I want to buy a car. Do you have a bicycle right now?
Yeah, I have a bicycle, I have a house I can rent, and then
usidanganye viewers. Nisiambie kama niende pale chini tafute hiyo stuff iko wapi. Niwaambie umekuja hapa na wheelbarrow. Unaona? So, but the thing is, okay, yeah. Sawa. So unataka kusema na right now but this has been politics tangu huko.
Lakini okay.
Politics imekuwa stories za jaba tangu huko.
Unajua kuna politics and there are very wide lies. Tell me, in politics we say nikiingia I will okay, mwenye anaingia sasa anasemanga nikiingia, firstly my first work of order tuseme for example itakuwa ku make transportation easy for tuseme the place, kuna place niliona mpaka wa leo 60 years they have been waiting for a road. Tuseme huyo mtu aingia na aseme ataanza na hiyo. Na akiingia it take a while, let's say around 1 year before aanze. Do you know that one is a promise, a political promise, but imeanza hata kama imechukua muda.
I said the moment me sipendi kupenda, but there's that thing akuyo promise. I don't like giving out promises.
Yeah, it's true.
Like a promise ukisema hiyo imekutai. Like hata kama nimekwambia kununulia maembe, imagine hiyo kupea power ya kuniaras
kabisa.
Sawa? But me, I think the president see about promises. It's your job. Yeah. It's the job as the Kenyan people who have employed you to do. Yeah. So you see about promises. It's about what you have to do. It's like we are giving you a chance. It's like, okay, hii ni kuku. Kuku unaweza ichemsha na mafuta, kuku unaweza ichemsha na maji na ukaange. Na wewe shika hii kuku sasa ipike.
Sasa mwenye mmepea kuku, ako zile za nitawapikia kuku by the end of the day.
Na apikia chicken curry.
Tunangoja.
Curry haijafika bado. Kitunguu ndo iko sijui. Unajua kitunguu nilipeana huko pesa na mpaka sasa haijakuja.
Kuna watu wanakufa na njaa kule. Tunangoja. Wengine washaanza kuzeeka huko. Bado mpaka wa leo tunangoja kuku. Kuku tumempea. Everything.
And this has of given you the kuku.
Yeah.
Si ilibidi to buy kuku. Ikubidi kwanza nunua Kenya, hapana, ilikuwa like we are giving you Kenya now. Yeah. Now what can you do?
Only promising, lying. But we just pray that maybe someday ataguzwa.
Someday lini?
Someday. You don't know.
What nimekuuliza, where is the president sahi? Sasa unajua you are going to address those people. Uko. In fact, he is arriving there. Sawa? Yeah. In some minutes. Sawa?
Yeah.
So tell me.
Okay, ingekuwa ni mimi, I will not even give one promise. Ningeongelelea tu vitu zenye nimefanya. Singesema ati vitu zenye nitafanya.
Unajua tunataka kujua vitu zenye umefanya, tunataka kujua vitu utafanya.
Vitu nitafanya na nikiwaambia mnajua tu ni uongo. Will you believe? On a serious note.
We believe, that's why we gave you the kuku. Ulisema acheki. Ushirule mjamanyo kwa okay, so my brother, sawa? My brother amekuja amesema tumekaa. Amesema tuko hivi tuko wote. I have like a lot of brothers and a lot of sisters. And then we are like, what are we going to eat?
Yeah.
Tukasema wasee tupike mahamri. Tujize ndoo 3. Unaona?
Yeah.
Nani anajua kupika mahamri? Akasema
anajua.
Cheki. Mimi ndo apike mahamri. Wenyi toeni unga, mimi napike hizi mahamri.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah.
And we changad for unga.
Yeah.
Sawa? Yeah. Tukanunga unga 3. But amesema unga 3 tunajaza ndoo vizuri, mahamri mtamu, mahamri nini sawa? Yeah. Ingredients nini everything tukamwekea pale.
Yeah.
Ndio alipika chapo 2 na akaacha unga hapo na akaenda. And you know what he said when he asked him? Alisema tulimpea pressure. Alifeel you made me feel so anxious. Anxiety kanishika mimi nikaenda. And it is you who said. Unajua cheki yeye alisema.
Yeye ndio alisema.
Alisema mkinipea hii Kenya, mkinipea hii kuku, kuna design fulani najua kupika ya Kihindi.
Yeah.
Hata biriani ya kuku unaweza pika na hii kuku. Yeah. Just give it to me. And then now you take your kuku and you give it to them.
Yeah.
And that's what I said, ilikuwa uongo aje. We trusted you. You said that you're going to cook this kuku. And when I say kuku inasema Kenya, you said I'm going to do this for Kenya. Because siki najua nimekuwa kwa government anaona. Nimekuwa chef. Ole Sereni. So najua kukaanga kuku, najua kuku, najua. And then now sasa anataka kuwaletea kuku ambayo imepikwa na masupu na waru na minji. And you're like, sasa what's happening here? Ako like said mnajua
so akozile za kakapigwa
cheki basi mkinipea kuku ingine ndo apikia vizuri. But now like Kenya wako like mmekuwa tukiwapea kuku na mnatuletea kuku ya machakura. We don't want that. So what did you say? We are like, we gave you our kuku, we gave you our land, we gave you our government, and you said you're capable of doing this, and you're not doing it. Okay. What tunakungoja sahi.
Okay, so I'll just tell you that I might correct. I don't know. I might correct the mistakes.
Ukikubali mistakes you're done.
Yeah, sasa hiyo ndio ubaya politics. And as you have been seeing lately, anything any small mistake, I didn't say anything wrong. Hey, kila mtu ako. Ulisikia
after maandamano aliyekuwa Twitter X that is X now.
Yeah,
ajibu maswali akatusiwa. And the Kenyans are like any Kenyans freedom of speech. Uko X. The way they chambua our presidents.
What?
I remember there's a day walikuwa wanachambua mpaka Putin akasema mwambie wa Kenya waache kuninini the president mpaka ali-address our president. Na president ndio akasema aje mimi mwenyewe nilifanya nikatoka huko. What do you want me to tell them? Yaani mama akasema mimi mwenyewe sasa namwambiaga anakataa. Wewe unaniambia sasa unifanya nini? Unaona?
Yeah.
So how will Ruto convince Mount Kenya people in this Jamhuri Day? In fact ni Mount Kenya people sasa. Yeah. Because kama Mount Kenya people wanashikilia Kenya actually.
What do wakidecide
who is the president? Ngama on the stakeholders. But I ask you, who are the stakeholders? I think those are the stakeholders.
Yeah, now we're starting to get some of our stakeholders. So it is funny because if the president is like, I will not, if the people will be like, sunana fenyole mtusi. Hatuwezi anza kusema, I will arrest all of you. You can't follow more than almost 100 people. Not even 100, 2 million people. Ati you have an account on X, sasa wewe ulitusi rais twende. Unaona? So what I think should be done right now is that kama Ruto is going to start promising people something else, ikue ni promise iko on the way, ni kitu imeanza, not ati kitu nitafanya, kitu already nimeanza, nikimaliza hiyo then ndio niwaambie what next, because nikisema ati nitafanya and you already know I lie. So if I tell you after lunch si twende nikubaie kuku, na jana nilikuwa nimekuambia Zulfa si after lunch twende nikubaie after hapa twende nikubaie ice cream, will you believe me kweli?
No.
Maybe nikuambie Zulfa shika hii kahawa and then after lunch, after show twende kununulie kuku. Unaona hapo utakubali, because umeona there is something I've already handed you, but not something that I'm thinking of handing you.
But even don't look back because of that. That is how we do. That is how elections work.
Okay, elections. That is
when we're choosing our leaders, we don't choose them about kwani hii Kenya. Tumekuwa to choose watu because of what they have done ama what they are saying they are going to do.
Okay.
I think that is the thing that we should change. Ama what have you come Matiang'i? To say Matiang'i, we have seen Matiang'i work.
Yeah.
We have seen him work. And
that is what I'm trying to say. We choose people not because of what they have done. Because some have
what they are saying they are going to do.
Yeah.
We choose them
of what they are saying they are going to do and what they did. Because we don't just choose any politician to become
no, we do.
Our president.
We do. Kwani ukiangalia hebu angalia. Okay,
tuanze na who? Okay, we chose Uhuru because of his father and all that. Unaona?
Hereditary.
Yeah.
Chini ya maji.
Yeah, hereditary chini ya maji. But when Kibaki was a politician. And by then, though I did not vote for, I was too young for that. By then, maybe the people who voted were like, when he was either an MP or when he was this kind of politician, this is what he did for his people. If we give him this chance, he will do it for us. So
but what had Ruto done for his people?
Okay,
nani alisema unajua kuna Ruto imekuwa ikiape. Nani alisema ukishakuwa ati sasa president, kama for example me and you are vying for this thing, I'm the president or the vice president, sio? Eti nikitoka nasema wewe uingie. Who said that?
That has never happened. Ruto is the first one.
No,
Ruto is the first one.
No. But
Kenya.
Is it that you know kwa story? Yes, the first one. But you know kwa story.
Yeah.
Eti nikishatoka yule anaingia.
Yeah.
Of which who said that?
I don't maybe the love of power.
Okay. So guys, we're going to go on a short break and then we're going to come back. Na tujue kwa nini watu wa mlima wamekasirika. And we are back. So the question is, how will Ruto convince Mount Kenya people in this Jamhuri Day? Sababu Mount Kenya inangoja, Mount Kenya region inangoja kusikiza. Utuambie why did you impeach? And how now do you expect us to support you kama mtu yote kwa ofisi? And you know we are the stakeholders of this country.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah.
So mimi sijui anampeaga advice. But hapo alimfanyia ujinga.
I told you that mwenye huwa anapea the president advice. There is ni kama mtaki.
Wallahi.
There is a word we say how nitaki. In short,
because I don't know.
Because how do you advise him to shoot like 100,000 people, unarmed people, just to say shoot?
Hey.
How do you advise him to go on to spend 500 million on a single trip? How do you advise him to use like 20 million which are not accountable for, and because he's the president, nothing of such will ever happen as long as he's president. You see, so mwenye huwa anamuadvise,
anamdanganya.
Yeah, anamdanganya na anamharibu.
Because it has been a blunder after blunder. Anafaa wameshamfuta by now. Ama may have them executed. Kama in the dragon in the whatever. Sindio, because it has been, unajua walikuwa nasema eti amepanda ndege in 2 years amepanda ndege mara zenye Kibaki in 10 years, ama alipanda ndege.
Yeah,
in 2 years. Ni tu ndege ameenda. So say mefanya kasonga yeah.
Even a certain journalist said if he's not traveling, if he's not on a flight, he's thinking of
a flight. Yes.
Like kama hayuko kwa ndege anafikiria venye ataingia kwa ndege. And one thing about presidential transportation is that sisi ndio tunagharamia.
Taxpayers, as the taxpayers.
And you can imagine hiyo pesa yote yenye inaenda,
hatuna madawa hospitali,
hatuna,
lakini hiyo taxpayer money dime, it is called taxpayer dime,
yeah,
inatumika kupanda ndege kwenda wapi? By the way, wanaenda wapi?
There is this day alikuwa ameenda, was it in America, just to go and shake hands with Steve Harvey.
Umesikia like, story ya Grammy huku?
Sinasikia ati Grammy will be
like to use our money
500 million.
Why? You're making me now shout. Because why? Hiyo 500 million na barabara ya kwenda our national reserve haiko vibaya.
Yeah.
Unaenda huku unapata wajia watu hawana maji, wanachota maji huko wakikuliwa na fisi. What is happening? Ama mtu akisha kwa president Kenya inakuwa yake. Like yake kama venye ukilipa nyumba inakuwa yako.
There is someone who said siko baya, I am a Christian, and there is someone who said Kibaki alikuwa anakunywa, Uhuru alikuwa mlevi, and I think Moi too was alikuwa mlevi, I don't know. And those people worked. But when we come to the children of God, see Jesus Christ who sits on the velvet throne on heaven, please have mercy on us.
But it's true.
Yeah, like hao watu wenye walikuwa wanakunywa, walikuwa wavuta bangi, those are the people who can say they did better, you know,
than the child of God.
Yeah.
You know, but let me tell you something, Philip, yeah?
Lucky, yes.
Me, the moment, like me, you will never, Mimi, catch me with a person and I'm in church. It's those brothers from church.
Hey.
Never. In fact, the moment that you tell me that, I'm like, where were you? Friend zone. Kabisa. Because they have this like principles ambazo ni unafiki. And I'm not saying everyone.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And they feel like that, the chosen people. That I am right, you're wrong. And they don't listen to anyone else.
Whatever you do.
Uhuru alikuwa anakuja tunamwambia anasikiza anakuwa like okay fiti tufanye hayo.
Yeah.
You know, but this person we have been talking and I quite like God, but you're not listening to us. In fact, that person who made that and it's true.
Yeah.
Because you're told as a person you should have a vice.
Yeah.
Kuna mtu aliniambiaga hivi, and that person ni a whole professor of psychology. Alisema ukipata a person that doesn't use drugs. Drugs, hardcore drugs, because unajua mama anakunywaga chai na kwa addicted na chai, so anapenda nini? Caffeine. That is a drug. So at least unako hapo, unapata kwa hapo. At least ni vice yake. Ukipata mtu ambaye ana vice, for example, ni mwanaume avuti bangi, hakunywi, hakuli jaba, hakuli cocaine, aendi hata klabu, ako tu, fear that person. Ukipata mwanamke hata apendi chai, apendi moshene na si wa kanisa, una get si ile chama kanisa bado, because chama kanisa moshene bado place wa mwaka unaona
uliona ule venye alikuwa amevaa bibi hapa.
Yes huyo ni serial killer. There's something wrong, because God has built us atusikue perfect. Hakuna mtu ambaye ni perfect. And then when you see someone is trying to be so perfect, what are you trying to hide? Ni kama, have you seen the original series?
Originals. bado namalizia ingine hapa.
Yes. Now ukiendelea the original series utapata kuna unajua Elijah. Elijah is always dressed like a gentleman. Akona kitambaa all the time akiuma mtu anampanguza hivi. Do you know why he dresses that way? Officially spoiler wewe na kuharibia, but acha nikwambie because I'm trying to make a point here. It is because he is the most dangerous vampire. The most dangerous, the most powerful, hata kushinda brother yake Klaus. Sawa? Na kuna wakati alaka akafanya akaua a whole village of innocent people, and because the mother is a witch, alimuonesha when you wear that suit and you carry that handkerchief, you're good. So it covers that darkness in you.
In his soul.
Unaona? So you see what I'm trying to see, when you see someone is trying to be so good, what are you trying to cover? Unaona? Una get? So our presidents ni wa church aka promise Gachagua we shall work together mpaka 2027. Kidogo Gachagua amekuwa like no, watoto wangu wanawatumia vibaya. Toka bro. Acha niingize bro ambaye tunasikizana. Sisi as Kenyans unajua aliingia hiyo live ya X akakaa akatusiza tukimtusi. Na it's like bongeni tu. Unaona? Mdadu amwezi ni impeach. Na ni impeach but in law yes the president can get impeached. But lazima majority wa parliament wakue wanakubali. That's already ana own.
He owns almost 90%.
So what can we do? So kwa nini bongeni mtadu? Bado wajenzi mnapata marusho huku kwa ma sites.
Do you know it reached a point God said no to soul. Mungu God rejected soul.
Yes. He went to that lady, that gypsy lady.
Medium, the medium. So at this point, I think it's either us who have been rejected or the rejected one is trying to take us with him.
Aki.
The rejected one is trying to take us with him.
Mimi niko na maswali nyingi, niko na swali kama, but I will not talk about that right now. Itakuwa ni story fulani different. Me I just want to know, these stories are majuu sana. You know we still are a Britain colony. Do you know that? Still we are,
because of the Commonwealth.
Yes, we are still under them. So but we are still their colony. Sawa? Americans walikuwa colonies wa wapi?
Britain still.
Or Britain. Si ndio? But right now they are trying to PR that nini. In fact they hate the royal family. Now mbona ashina kena maju?
Okay, I can tell you pia mimi wacha pia mimi nijiweke hapo. Zulfa today nikiomoka kidogo nipate a chance ya kupanda ndege. Like almost every day. You know I'll grab it. Now that is what is happening to our president. Amepata ako ka chance ka kupanda ndege to go and meet, when he went to meet Steve Harvey. That is in my heart I knew that is a dream come true. You know? He I'm sure he once said one day I will go and meet Steve Harvey. And him being the president, now he got the chance. So when somebody from let's say when somebody who is not from not so advantaged becomes advantaged, and when he's advantaged, he does not get advantaged by his own money. You know, he's using other people's money. He does not know the pain. He just squanders it.
It's true. Let me tell you, it's true. Pesa ambayo hujafanyia kazi unaikula vibaya sana. Nani usikiangi pay, nani upoteza 10,000 kwa vizuri asikia hapa staff. But me shilingi ambayo nimefanyia kazi I will cry.
Saizi let's say somebody who nani. Wacha tuseme tu wewe.
Wewe hebu nikuulize, si yako job?
Lakini hizi tumia.
No, si yako job. Like analipagwa mshahara.
Yeah, like 1.4 or something.
Na afanyi kazi. Mbona mshahara basi sikatwe?
He is the president.
No. Unajua hiyo ndio kusema inatuharibu kusema he is the president, Mr. President. Wewe ukikosa kufanya kazi utalipwa?
Hapana.
Hata kwa job yako utakatwa mshahara, itabaki you didn't do for this nini ikatwe. Mbona isibaki bro, unajua ulisema uko utafanya staff na hujafanya. So hapa tunatoa 200k. Ulipona ndege sijui kwenda US kufanya nini, iko happen. Tunatoa 100. Sasa this month unalipwa 150,000. You know, if Bakingi kuna watu ambao wanaweza mkatesha na kuwa like no maybe ataacha jokes then. You say is the president is like we're giving him so much power. Like now ndapanda ndege ni kasongo tu everywhere.
Kasongo yeah. Mumbali nangai.
Unaona?
Yeah.
So if there's someone who can humble, if you give,
I usually feel like saying we should make Kenya what is this country ruled by a king called a monarch and choose let's say
tuje tu Uhuru ndio president.
Yeah, Uhuru is the king.
Na akimaliza kingness yake ningena anachukua.
Yeah.
We know that atushindi hii history nyingi. We just know that.
And then the prime minister, do you know the king? The king can form and break a parliament. He can dissolve a parliament. I think so is the president. But king break parliament, even the prime minister goes. Unaona? So you can imagine sasa kungekuwa na king and then he's like this prime minister aliingia akapromise but nothing is happening. See, it is good amuulize ama kama anaona hafanyi I just dissolve the whole parliament because the parliament nayo iko kwa mfuko ya huyu akikohoa akiinua mkono akienda right wote wanaenda right, akienda left wote wanaenda left, mwenye anajaribu kwenda right na mkono iko left. Do you know that there is this post nilionanga kuna mmoja alikuwa amesema they will not disclose themselves but they are being threatened. Venye si tulikuwa tunawaambia waseme wapige no, kuna wenye alikuwa anasema they are being threatened wakipiga no on the finance bill. So you can imagine Zulfa, it's either you take 200,000 or you watch your family go down. Chagua moja. Hadi wewe pia wewe kama binadamu. Si hapo tu uko gun point.
Integrity. The love of my country.
The love of your country versus the love of your family.
The love of my country.
So you lose your family, you lose your head.
But the love of my country.
The love of, because of 200,000.
But the love of my country.
Only Jesus
because if you have your loves and this country in a didimia, you are in a yuko wapi sasa? Hebu nikuulize saa hii, ulizwe uchoose demu wako ama nyumba yako, utachoose nini?
Nyumba yangu.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say. Unaona? Choose nyumba ndio at least hata dema kijama za jamba atakam. Unaona? Unaambia cheki ninge lose hii nyumba ungekuja kudozo wapi?
Okay, somebody else will come to save.
Who?
Don't be the savior of everything. Jesus is the only one who saved everything, and right now there are people who are atheists. There are people who believe in the Anunnaki. Others believe in Zeus, the mythical and Hindu gods. So,
but me, do you know, when we get back to that, yeah. Umletaje Mungu kikwenu?
Mulungu.
Sito muta Nyasaye. Sawa? So vile muta Nyasaye, but what are we talking about here? Nikisema Nyasaye na usema Mulungu. Tunaongelea nini?
Okay, according to how
No, what are we talking about?
We are talking about God.
Yeah.
But according to how I learned these gods in religion and social studies, these gods were different.
No, these gods are the same.
Yeah, they are. But according to the story,
let me give you for example. Yes. Kidogo. Zeus. Let us go to Zeus.
Yeah.
Sindio? Yeah. Unaambiwa is the god of thunder.
Yeah. King of Olympia.
Yes. Olympians are these gods that are hapo wakina Aphrodite, akina wanani hao wote, sindio?
Yeah.
Now let us go to God. He's also a god of thunder, yeah?
Yeah.
God ambao sisi tunasema Mungu, sindio?
Yeah.
Does he has the cherubim and the angels and stuff?
Yeah.
Sindio?
Yeah.
Go to the Hindu. Utapata there's something in the same na E.
Yeah,
go to this. Yani unapata is like
this God with 3 faces.
The
one who created who created the river that passes through the hair of Shiv. So he's I think yeye ndio he's being compared to our God. like he has 3 faces. Our God is one in Trinity. Kuna moja hapa, his side na his side. And then we speak of Yahweh, our God, who is in 3 trinities. And then there is Shiv, the destroyer, as we have Jesus, the savior. Unaona? From there, I think the rest to Hindu, to us, are angels, because there is the angel who stopped evils, the Lucifer, who fought Lucifer. That one is Angel Michael. And in Hindu, they have goddess, they call him, is it Makali? The one who drank the blood of the demon. I don't know Kali what. Yeah, so
so the point is religion
is the same, but just the stories.
Yani nimetranslate differently.
Yeah.
Sindio? Yeah. Okay, now the question of this day, pale nasoma comments mbili because muda unatupa kisogo and want to go live and know, we want to listen as he addresses us. But mostly maybe Mount Kenya region, because apparently on Kenya.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah.
Naona let's go there to the comments. Naona kuna Chabiz anasema I want to listen to him aseme kitu anasema. From there we can know forward.
Yeah.
True.
By the way.
True. Aya. Namuona kuna nani anaitwa Irene Ndenge anasema miera this point TV yenyewe nazima. Zima too, by the way, if you don't want to listen, but the thing is we're skiza. Sawa? So guys, it's been lovely to have you in this show, and the question of this day is, how will Ruto convince Mount Kenya people in this Jamhuri Day? Atawaambia nini? Ile kitu, but I used to love that thing. I used to love to say, utaambia watu nini? Nitaambia watu nini? Nitaambia watu nini? You know?
Mimi naulizanga watu. Sasa wewe unataka ufanye hivi, nitaambia watu wa kwenu nini?
Yes.
What do you like tell your people, like he did this and
so ataambia watu wa Mlima nini?
Yeah. Sasa ataambia watu wa nini?
So guys, thank you for being with us. This has been kuna kitu nimesahau, by the way. A couple days back we went to Paradise Hub, and we had a really lovely day. And if you have anything that you want to advertise with us, anything at all, okay, there's a number pale kwa screen. Nenda pale, chukua ile number, communicate with our producers, with the executive producer, the team of Kenya News Alerts, and then we shall come to you. We have experts in advertisement and videos and a lot of things. So, but mtaongea na yule mkurugenzi, utasema unataka nini, and then we shall get back to you. Now, for now, because we want to go live, tujue Ruto ataambia watu wa Mlima nini.
There is somebody anauliza, do they mean what they are saying?
Do they mean what they are saying?
Yeah, really. Like those people, do they mean anything that they say?
But there's a question mimi najiulizaga. Ama wanakuwa like wanabonga tu story ishe. Ushule mtu mwenye have you ever been in a situation where you just have to talk ishe?
Yeah.
Ile tu acha tu abonge mtoke, but yao si ya kumtoka.
Ongei kutoka.
Yao si ya kuwatoka, yao ni wa kutupimia.
Yeah. And they are like I will do this and this and this and then,
you know, when you do psychology, sawa, you're taught tricks of talking.
Yeah.
Like, do you know that I could be talking to you, sawa, but hata sijui hata unasema nini?
Yeah.
But they will teach you that thing. Sawa?
Yeah.
I tell you, ebu niambie ulikuwa wapi jana? For example, ulikuwa wapi jana?
Okay.
I ask you this a conversation, is a for example.
Yeah.
Improv.
Yesterday nilikuwa
cost
and all that.
Then nikuwe like you know when unaniambia nikuwe like cost, yeah? Unasema aje?
Yes. Why not?
No. Unasema aje?
Yes.
For example, if I tell you uniambie ulikuwa cost, nikuwe like wallahi cost. Nilienda cost nini? Useme ukaenda Diani
kabisa.
You see? So it's like wanatufanyia hivyo, they just doing it like watu wanataka kusikia. Akuja sema jua nilikosea sana. Unajua bwanadamu isuera. Nikimpeach nini? Unajua, but let me tell you, if I could do this thing again, I would not do that.
Speaking of impeachment, do you know, I think it was the Kenya people that that made the people of is it Pakistan ama ni wapi, the one who removed their prime minister from power, the female prime minister. So just that wakaingia huko kwa is it the palace ama wanaitaje huko, wakabeba vitu. Do you know ikifika hiyo stage in Kenya with the current economy tunakufa?
Basi walienda. Si people went to the government wakakula food. Wakabeba mpaka vitu. Kuna watu wakaona post eti mtu anasema nimefurnish nyumba na ukaangalia kiti ni kiti ya parliament. Do you see that? Did you see that person kwamba ile ni ya Kenya?
Yeah. That
the government thing, in fact that is what symbolizes government.
Kitu kama iko hakuna parliament.
We are just tuko na mtaa fulani ndio Kenya. Kuna mtaa. Unaona hakuna government, si republic anymore, is just mtaa fulani.
There is this meme I saw that if you search Kenya on Google, it will bring you Kenya is a small village found in East Africa where mad people get to choose what they want. So like so you're like, we are a country.
Aki, we are a country, but
at the point where we are, being normal is not close.
You can't survive in Kenya being normal.
Yes, mimi nasemanga mimi.
Human, we have to survive.
Yeah.
Human, because this is machizi.
Because if we start being normal, my dear.
So I want us to tumalize hii show, imebamba sana. Anasema hivyo ndizi mbuzi. Anasema imebamba sana. Yeah. So guys, thank you for joining us. Sawa. Yeah. Tutakuwa hapa some hours here with government and history. Yeah. We shall be talking about Jomo Kenyatta. So mkue tumewaandalia stuff mzuri. But for now tutaenda live tujue what is Ruto ataambia watu wa Mlima nini. You know? Okay. So this has been Kenya News Alert Morning Tea Show with your host House of Zulfa and that guest that I keeps on coming. Anaitwaje?
I am Lewis Philip.
Okay. Bye bye.
And adios.
Unadhani akianza kuongea president atasema nini?
Okay, I can see here ziko sawa. Naona our Kenyan army is well prepared. They look smart and all that. Yeah, and according to the president's speech, I think the things he will consider are our political state as a country, and the state of the nation, the peace, the food, the strategies of this country, and all that should be considered, and mostly what he will do as the president to ensure that hakuna hizi vitu zinaendelea za
So okay, so guys, as you're watching this show ambayo tumeanza leo mapema ni government and history. You know Jamhuri is part of country, yes? So pale naona wanaendelea kuonesha our forces here. Sindio?
Sorry.
Okay. So the thing is, I'm just waiting to know what the president is going to say. Sababu unajua tulisema, the thing is, how will Ruto convince Mount Kenya? Hiyo nangoja tu mimi. Tumalize kuona hawa. You know, but I'm anxious to know what is atasema nini. What do you think about this army ukiangalia? And these forces tumeonyeshwa the navy, tumeonyeshwa the our angani. What do you think about that?
Okay, as I said, they look smart, they look demure. So the president here should even consider, it's long since I last heard that wanaongezewa mshahara, unaona? Yeah, they should be considered at least ongezewe kamshahara kidogo. Yeah, they have been doing a lot and their hard work should be at least noticed. So, the president should at least consider not just the hard work of this, the hard work of everyone who even participated in Jamhuri Day. And he should, those who have not yet gotten their rewards, as the Jamhuri Day heroes and those who and their families too, they should be given the recognition they deserve. You know, there are people who are unsung heroes and are recognized. They should be recognized
at this day.
Yeah, at this day.
Okay, that is true. You make a very genuine point. But do you think that every day is Jamhuri Day?
Every day. I think every day should be Jamhuri Day.
You know, every day is. Yeah, okay, any si kuhusu your point. Kwa sababu your point yako yes, it makes sense. Hii siku ambao ni hiyo teule on the 12th of 12th. You know? Yeah, people who are those unsung heroes should be recognized. Ndio? But I'm thinking tangu tupiganiwe uhuru, tukapata uhuru, every day is uhuru.
Yeah.
Sindio? So that's what I'm saying. Maybe every day is Jamhuri Day.
And do you know, today's date
is
12th. In history, it was the first on 12th. Is it 1963? It was the first time that His late Excellency Jomo Kenyatta came out wearing the full armor of the
with his wife.
Yeah, commander in chief with his wife, hand to hand. So yeah, by then I think this that day, and everyone should be looking.
What do you think it meant? Yani alikuwa anataka kukunini kuonyesha picha gani?
Okay, wearing the suit of the commander in chief meant that now that Kenya can now live to its best, you know, to a point that we and our own securities, we control ourselves. We have the freedom to do to live by ourselves, you know.
We don't need these people governing us anymore.
No, we don't need a white man telling us.
We don't need babysitters.
No, we are already grown up.
Yes.
Yeah, and now we need to fly like an eagle. Instead of the mothers putting removing the relief so that the thorns can appear. We put the thorns so that the mothers can live. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wale na kinani wanaendelea, naona kuna wengine watazamaji, kuna wengine pale ras.
Yeah.
I love those beats. Sindio?
They look nice.
You can jam to them. Okay, so as they continue to show us our beautiful security.
Yeah.
I love this uniformity. You know, I was a girl guide back in primary and high school.
Really?
Yes, I was. And I love uniform and stuff and how organized these people are. Yeah. I wish the country would be more organized.
Yes, but unfortunately, welcome to Kenya, where being organized is not everyone's cup of tea.
Okay, so let us continue watching.
Yeah.
Mkuu wa gwaride hili sasa akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu ruhusa ya kuweza kuondoa gwaride hili uwanjani baada ya kuwa na onyesho ya bendera
hizi suti wamevaa. Wanakaa nazo nyumbani ama wanachukua kwa ofisi asubuhi?
Wanakaa nazo nyumbani.
Yes?
Wanakaa nazo nyumbani.
Umeweka kwa sanduku?
Yeah.
Sababu you only wear it once. Kwa national holidays.
Yeah.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali.
So unajua tuko kwenye government industry. Tell me, you know, the last day we were talking about a person who fought for our independence, and yesterday we were talking about Syokimau. Syokimau aliforetell about the coming of these people who made Dedan Kimathi the person that he is today, sindio? Unadhani hii ilitu impact aje jamhuri? How yani wao kupigania wapate uhuru wa country and stuff, how does it impact, how does it affect and impact us now? It's a question, yeah? I want to figure the answer.
Yeah. Okay, so their impact on or the role they played as the colonialists in this country is that sometimes we tend to know that things happen
ili kuweza kuondoka hapa
uwanjani,
na kwa desturi za kijeshi shati bendera ya kikosi kwa mbele ya gwaride unavyoshuhudia kutoka kwao kama officers wakichukua nafasi zao rasmi tayari kutuaga hapa uwanjani.
What is her name? Syokimau.
Ati unasema Syokimau, ati no one knows where she came from.
She was from Ukambani, ama?
Yes, but hakuna mtu anajua alitoka wapi specifically. Hawezi kuambia ati this is her brother, this when start tunajua watoto wa Dedan Kimathi wajukuu wake tunawajua. No one knows.
How?
Hakuna any blood relatives hata hiyo time hakuna wajui. I'll continue. That is the point I want to tell you.
Okay, so Syokimau, the one who predicted, do you know after her prediction, I think it was after her prediction that 1920 came. So they were like, what is a NATO snake? Have you ever seen a NATO snake? So, and now the white clad person. I think her first one was the, excuse me kidogo. Her first one was the white clad person, and it was kind of unfamiliar because they had never seen any white clad person except the Arabs, due to the long distance trip from
wanaondoka moja kwa moja.
Okay.
Na bendera hizi ulizo wakabidhi siku ya leo hadi kituo cha anga cha Wajia kupata kujiunga na wenzao
and
kuzidi kudumisha ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya, kuhakikisha kwamba anga letu liko salama, mipaka yetu iko salama.
When the Kenyans came to find out about what had been spoken, we were like, okay, this is what she's saying, but where will they come from? You see? And the role of those, was she a prophet? Yeah, her role to prophesy and her role, the role of Kimathi to fight are too significant, very significant in this country. If it was not for them, we would not be having this freedom sitting here, and we will not be celebrating this day today. So yes, they played a very big role as freedom fighters.
Do you know she talked about that you shall build houses on top of houses, and I want you to know that she was born back then in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Then watu wanajenga nyumba za matope. Akasema generation ambayo inakuja itakataa itakuwa disrespectful.
Yeah.
Uko, and it is happening right now.
Yeah.
So okay, let us go back there to skate nini endelea pale wana kidogo some moment.
Okay. Wearing red. Who are they specifically?
I'm trying to know who they are, but I think just police officers.
And they are wearing like the guards in the guards in this place England, those who stand on the palace doors with that hairy thing, you see. So I'm like, who are they really? Because I've never seen them anywhere. I only see them during celebrations.
So remember to British colony.
Yeah.
So maybe wamepeana from there to guard whatever mali ya queen.
Is there any queen's mali in Kenya right now? Kuna mali ya queen sahi?
How do I say this? They own us somehow.
Yeah, they are. That is true.
You know, once you have a child with your ex, that person will always be in your life.
Yeah.
Hata akuwa amekufa ama hajakufa. No, they are our very toxic exes.
Very toxic.
Very toxic. They almost killed us. Alikuwa ametupiga
very violent.
So good. So actually they are singing the national anthem. So
yeah.
So a moment of silence for that.
Yeah.
I love this uniformity. We can see the president amesimama.
Yeah.
Okay, or anainua staff.
Yeah.
So what was I saying? Sasa they are our very very toxic exes ambao walikuja wakatuchapa wakatuzalisha tukakonda na tukiwa pale tulikuwa wanaona kama ngoima. You know? So trust me, but they still own us somehow, because as long as we have children with them, ipo tu venye ipo.
Yeah. We just have to, what is it called, this word?
To learn to live with them, mama.
Yeah, we learn to ikuvumiliana, unaona, to bear with them and know that whether we like it or not, they are one of us.
Pana tulikuja tukapenda nini watu ambao whatever like it's your toxic ex, unajua ni serial killer alafu bado uko tu hapo. Because they own us somehow. They do.
So
they have an impact in our lives.
Yeah.
So as we speak about jamhuri, hatuwezi ongea jamhuri bila Jomo Kenyatta, bila kumtaja mzee marehemu Jomo Kenyatta. But did he have like an English name?
Jomo Kenyatta is called Hayati. Hayati.
His name ni Hayati?
No, his title. Hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta.
So that pale lakini si we have you
nimpishe mwenzangu Sergeant Misango ambaye aweze kukamilisha vipindi vya kijeshi kwa ujumla. Asante sana mwenzangu kwa kuweza kuletea tamasha za ndege zetu za kijeshi kuletewa na jeshi la wanaanga na hali kadhalika jeshi la nchi kavu. Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio utakuwa mwisho wa tamasha zetu za kijeshi kwa pamoja. Ningependa kuwashukuru flag staff wetu, maafisa walioweza kuletea ndege hizi. Kenya Army Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Joel Mrage, Kenya Air Force Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Dennis Namunyu Oletalengo, na bila kumsahau Naval Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Adan Musa. Ni washukuru pia wakurugenzi wa sherehe katika majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya, Brigadier Elijah Ndegwa Gatere, Brigadier Collins Mitoko, Kanali Ali Ibrahim Boru, Kanali Luke Nandasa.
Yeah. So maybe okay, one thing about I love about Jomo Kenyatta, he was smart.
How smart was he?
He was smart to the point that he held the fasts. Do you know, you just I don't know if it is just a story or it is because I used to hear a story that they were seated with the governor, then, the one who led Kenya, the one who represented Her Majesty, the Queen, the late Queen in Kenya. So they were told that they were given a bowl in water and told that when that water should touch everyone without them using their hands or dipping it twice. You see?
Yes.
In that table. So everyone like almost tried, and they should not raise the bowl. So everyone tried.
So is it like a test, Ama?
Yeah, it was a test. So because Kenya would not just be left in the hands of anybody.
Okay.
It needed a great leader. So Jomo Kenyatta took his ile nini mkia ya ng'ombe. And as he dipped it in the water, and you know how he used to do arambe. And then he just did, and everyone got that water, got a drop of that water. And that is
now who say even though alichaguliwa.
Yeah, and that is how he became president, according to, I don't know if it is true or just nini showing sifa za kuonyesha how
mimi nisikie hiyo stuff ilikuwa ni zake Dumba. Well, we know different stories from that thing.
Yeah. So mimi najua that the story niliambiwa ni that is how smart he was chosen, that is how clever he was.
But he was, yeah, that's why. Yeah. But that's true because kuna kesi ilikuwa ni it was led by a man called Arithuku. It was about learned Mau fighters, yeah, that were fighting for the country to be free. Sawa? And they took him to London, where he got married, and he had a baby boy.
Yeah.
And that really angered those people. Tumekutuma huko wajue the ways of the enemy. Now let me tell you a story. There's this, nataka wakianza kuaddress nation tusikize.
Yeah, I think there is this president.
Bado ule mtu tunataka kuatuambia hajaanza. Sawa?
Yeah.
Sababu ule tunangoja tuambie rada. No tusikie venye address au. So and he ni CID. Na akatumwa mahali Kitui. Na kwenda Kitui alikuwa ameenda it was like a very big catch. Ile unajua ukienda undercover na win, you know you're set, you know you're promoted, you know money is going to flow. Akaenda akaandikwa mahali home, like a home kama enda waje wale tunakulisha house boy. Alivyoandikwa kama house boy,
yeah,
akakaa. Unajua tunaweza kushtuka if you're a man umari.
Yeah.
Ara umeandikwa kama house boy. Shida na una bibi ni kijana.
Yeah.
So he had to marry a daughter from that family.
Yeah.
And then he married a daughter from that family. Akakuja akashika mtu alikuwa ni mwizi sugu amesumbua for a very long time. Akamshika. Now that is kukua CID, si ndio? But now Jomo Kenyatta, of which sasa ndo tunaongelea law because you can't talk about Jamhuri without
Jomo Kenyatta,
si ndio?
Yeah.
So that is the person that we're going to talk about today as we wait for the president address nini, si ndio? So tell me, niambie.
Okay. Everyone has their own IQ level. No.
Why did he marry that white woman? And he was sent there because we as the people who are fighting to get those people out of our country, and then you go and marry them and have children with them. What is that?
My dear, let me tell you one thing.
Ama if you go to them,
keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
But does he have like other sons?
I think.
And then why don't mmoja tu mmoja?
Nani
Uhuru. Tunajua zaidi mimi sijua wengine.
Ujua wengine?
Unawajua buni America?
Yeah.
Kwa wapi sasa?
Okay. Kuna huyu mmoja. I think mimi najua watatu. So there is Jaden. there is it Mwigai or something. And huyu kuna huyu mmoja simkumbuki vizuri. Yeah, so wako. Yeah, so they are I don't think they are that much into politics like their brother. And if they are, well, it's not that much, you know. Yeah, so ni wengi, and the conspiracies are out there that we try to overlook, you know, because he's great, and great people like just like all rich people, we don't tend to see their mistakes, unaona. And if someone mtu akijitokeza tunasema tunataka kujua huyu mwenye amemnini. Do you know right now in England kuna mtu ajui watoto wote wa Queen Elizabeth. They just know King Charles and the only girl princess I think Princess Charlene or who. Yeah, so they know King Charles and her sister because hao ndio wanakuanga famous. But so they don't others don't even want to know the rest, as long as they know those two, or they know the king and queen. Wao wametosheka. Same as, and then they wanajua Prince William, unaona. Same as Kenya. In Kenya we tukijua Jomo Kenyatta na tujue mwenye alikuja kumrithi, like sisi tunatosheka roho, unaona. So it's very hard to tell me that we will start knowing someone who is not who has not yet played any political nini yet, unaona. They like being living their own lives. Yeah, so as the former president had several sons, and we are here, and we don't know many, we just know Uhuru alone.
Okay, but don't you think that you need to know these people? Because unajua tulikuwa tunasema kwa Dedan Kimathi,
yeah,
this thing that happened zilikuwa zina affect mamake, zilikuwa zina affect babake, babake alimpata ameshaaga, zilikuwa zina affect familia, because when it happens to you it will happen to your sister.
Yeah,
it affects them. Si ndio?
Yeah, kabisa.
So naona pale wasanii wanajiprepare kuperform.
Yeah,
but I love Zero Sufuri. Do you know Zero Sufuri?
Yeah, I do.
I love that person. As in nampenda huyo ugeto. Either way, Jomo Kenyatta, he went to London.
Yeah,
Akaenda aka when you go pale. Let us see that msanii. Let us see that. I want to run that performance.
Let's see that one.
Let us see that. I want to run that performance.
Let's see that.
Who's that? Who nana perform? Lewi.
Yes.
Wewe perform? Ni Zero Sufuri?
Tebu. Ndio najaribu ku nini?
Lewi. Yes. Wewe perform? Ni Zero Sufuri?
Tebu acha tusikie. Tumsikie kiasi.
So what was I saying? Akaenda London, Jomo Kenyatta. Kule akaenda akasoma. But then he stayed there for like 15 years. Do you know that? Yes. London, Jomo Kenyatta. But when you listen to his English is advanced. It's really advanced, and they're performing really good.
Hawa ni kina nani?
I don't know them.
Tunaweza wasikia hawa. Si nilikuwa naenda sikia. Si ndesema.
Hiyo dance wanafanya ndio wa Audi ama? Yes. So Lewis, you are telling me about Jomo Kenyatta.
Yeah, Jomo Kenyatta's children. Peter is a former BBC producer who now lives in London.
BBC producer?
Yeah. So there is
Peter Magana?
Yeah.
Peter Magana ni mtoto wa mzungu, wake na mzungu.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeye na nani Edna Clark. Aya, there is this one mwingine anaitwa Christine Wamboi Kenyatta, born to Jomo's fourth wife, Ngina Kenyatta, Uhuru's mother. Ngina Kenyatta Wamboi is the eldest of his children with Ngina. That means she's Uhuru's elder sister.
Okay, so that is Jago performing there. Jagwa, huo mtu angwa ni MP bado mashatoka?
Yeah, ni MP I think.
Awije kuleta ni boss wake hapo.
And then we have Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, also born to
The Koinanges. Yeah. You've heard of the Koinanges. Unajua ule Koinange ule Jeff Koinange. Yeah. So, when Jomo Kenyatta came back from London, he came and he got married to, I think, a daughter of Chief Koinange. And the Mau Mau fathers were really upset with Jomo Kenyatta for marrying a daughter of a sellout. That is what they used to call them. Watu ambao washakubali the colonial rule.
Yeah.
Because alikuwa ni chief wa Koinange, Chief Koinange.
Yeah.
So tell me now, this person, kama for example tukutume a Citizen. Sawa? Citizen TV. Wende uka infiltrate. Kidogo tunasikia wewe na nani? Lulu Hassan ameolewa. Wewe na mtu fulani mwingine hapo. Then when you come here, unakuta unaolewa na mtu ambaye ni wa Radio Maisha, of which it is bado Royal Media. How will we feel us as the other media? How would we feel? Ni sisi tumekupeleka shule uende kasome huko. Ujue everything, and now you're here marrying people from there and coming back doing it in our face. How would you feel?
Dearest, there is something called battle strategics. And as I started by saying, Jomo was a very smart guy. Very smart. So ulikuwa unapata, he did not do anything without thinking very well and knowing the consequences. In everything you do, you should weigh the positive and both the positive and negative. So unapata, he knew he would be attacked for firstly marrying Mzungu and then marrying,
and coming to marry a daughter of a colonial chief.
Yeah.
That is Chief Koinange.
Yeah. So he did that with the part of him that knew that they will need them. Study everything you have to know about your enemy. And it is said that the friend of your enemy is your enemy.
Yeah, is your friend.
The enemy of your enemy is your enemy. But the friend of your enemy is your enemy. So ulikuwa fa upate, he wanted to know everything in and out, all the strategies of the whites, the strategies, all the kind of, you know, their livelihood, their strongholds, their weaknesses, you know. So I don't think he did anything. I don't think he did anything that he did not know what he was doing.
Okay.
So to me, it was a battle strategy, and in one way or the other, it came to pay.
Now you said it was a battle strategy.
Yeah.
Then after he was released in prison, sababu ya watu ambao alisacrifice, ndio?
Yeah.
The Momo fighters that were fighting with him, and the kwa Nguri ya 6 pia alikuwa ameshashikwa.
Yeah.
When he came into power, he did not release them until a year later. What was that?
Okay.
Remember, ilikuwa imebaki. Unajua kama ni sisi tunasema tunaenda pale kufanya shughuli fulani. Tuko mimi wewe and the crew, si ndio? Tuko like chiki wewe ukienda ukue, tunakuaminia wewe because unajua kuongea inga fiti, unajua kuongea na wale wasee, si ndio? Ama unajua kuongea kama fiti, unajua kuongea Kikuyu fiti, unajua kuongea language fulani fiti. Do you know these people, you've been with them, si ndio?
Yeah.
So what we are saying is when we go there, we need you to be our spokesman. Okay? Now you're our spokesman now.
Yeah.
Sindio?
Yeah.
And unakuja tunakufanya unaachiliwa, unaenda unakuwa prime minister.
Yeah.
Now ulikuwa now after all this you take us and we form our own government. Sindio?
Yeah.
So tell me, what does that make you? You release us a year later, ukijua it is us.
Yeah.
What was the plan? The mtu ambaye sema ni strategy alikuwa anafanya, alikuwa mjanja. Ama alikuwa mjanja akajua wale watu nikiwatoa wanatoa kwa prison.
Yeah, obviously he knew everyone in there wanted a piece of the cake. Yeah. So he was like, he knew what he was doing, you know. He was like, okay, sawa basi nitawatoa, lakini kiwatoa saizi si will grumble. I'm still weak in this. Let me if I
be stronger.
Yeah. Give me like around 365 days, then I will be stronger. And now I can know. See, I told you battle strategy. As a good warrior, you should, it's called a warrior. As a good warrior, you should know when to stop an attack, when to forge an alliance, when to control an enemy, and when to strike. You know, he knew when to control the enemy. And
who was the enemy now in this case?
The enemy was power.
The Momo fighter.
No, the enemy was power. He knew how to control the power that would be grumbled upon. The Momo were his friends, but the power.
Okay, I'll come prime minister for 1 year and I'll president.
Yeah.
So I'll go like Munaka and then be president.
I don't think he knew he would be president.
No, he knew.
He knew.
He knew. Si ni mjanja.
Yeah.
So ni mjanja.
Like I think he was like but when he was still prime minister, I think it was still he used to receive orders from above, from the crown.
From the crown.
Yeah. So I think the crown had not permitted.
Can I tell you something? Have you seen the movie Crown?
Yeah, ndio naendelea nayo.
The Crown, yeah? Do you know that my grandfather, my great grandfather was the guard that was told to go tell the queen that the king has died? Yeah. That black you see going there.
Yeah, that black.
It represents my great grandfather. The father to my grandmom.
Wow.
Yeah, I come from royalty.
So you want to say that celebrity is not just...
It's not... It
is something in the blood, eh?
Yeah, yes.
Makofi kwako.
Babu yangu.
Mimi wangu alikuwa nini? My grandfather is not even known.
No, actually mimi I was told by Kathy Kilonzo. Kathy Kilonzo ni mtoto wa Mtula Kilonzo because I told you Mtula Kilonzo was the lawyer of my grandfather. So now Kathy took over all that. And now we met just nilienda kwa shongo nikampata tu kwa alikuwa na sort out issues when my grandmother died now. So she was there, she was like, "Do you know that?" I didn't know actually. And then when I watched the crown I was like, "Oh my god. Guys, that is my grandfather. That guy represents my great grandfather." So Jomo Kenyatta, umesema he was a really wise guy, sindio?
Yeah, very wise.
Akona yenyewe hii karata lazima ujue kuicheza. Ndio maana Mrima inajua kucheza hii karata tangu huko. Tangu huko. That's why mpaka saa hii wanatupeleka hivi mbio.
Yeah. So
mpaka kasa hii Kalonzo hajachukua kitu. You want to know there are no Kambas who know how to cheza this game?
Kambas. Our Kalonzo is called a watermelon, so you can imagine what a watermelon does.
It is watery.
It's just
ulilanga ile mimi fulani ati wakishikisha yeye anaendea mafegi. Anaambia anaendea mafegi anaenda kiberiti.
Yani mali imefika now this time you Kenyans itabidi sasa sisi Wakamba tuhame vizuri because
we should hama. Hata tunasema wakisiwa wafukuzwe.
Hapana, wakisiwa kae.
Sisi tunafaa tutuame. But then do you remember there was a video of Kisi's wakisiwa wameamua kuhama Kenya wenyewe? I don't know what was that, and then there was a video of a lot of people going somewhere.
So as Kamba sisi tutahama.
But let me tell you something. Wakisiwa wanatudanganya na embarambara. So itawa embarambamba. There's a Kisii lady who once said something Washington. Wakisi wamejaa mtaa fulani kwa majuu. A lot of them, and I told you when you meet them they're really intelligent. When you meet like a really intelligent Kisii. So maybe they are just wacheza tu chini alafu wakuja wachukue Matiang'i akishashika ibaki sasa jishikanishe na Wakisii ndio ukue president.
Ukisha.
and even and those people have egos. And pride. Atuwezi.
But I hear that these days even the Kambas are rising. In England the last election ni kuna Mkamba alikuwa ana vie for I don't know, it was seat of commoners. Is it the parliament of commoners?
No, even is a lady mwenye amejenga sijui wapi hapa at the river somewhere hapo. She was a mayor in England. I remember that was 2018. Alikuwa anasema ameretire na akakuja sasa huku. We are people.
Kwanza I think leading is in our blood.
Beauty.
If beauty and leading and hard work. If we can go and lead.
Na ulisikia billionaire alisema aje? Billionaire alisema aje? If you want a good wife, nenda wapi?
Ukambani.
So government industry naona pale let us continue. Tunangoja the thing that tunangoja hapa ni kusikia president awaambia ni watu wa mlima. That one we love to like sit. Nataka nikae attentively nikisikiza what the president is going to be saying, But for the time being tuendelee kuongelea Jomo Kenyatta because tumesema hakuna jamhuri bila nani?
Kenyatta. Okay, let's see. So tumefika kwa Uhuru. Uhuru is supposedly he is the most well known of Jomo's children. Next there is Anna Nyokabi. Mudhama Kenyatta. Another child of Jomo and Ngina.
But this Ngina is a Kamba. From actually somewhere there in Masi. Yes.
Wow.
I don't know, in Kawa. You know Kawa?
Is it Kawa?
Yes, Kawa, somewhere there.
Wow. So Mudhama Kenyatta. That one is she's a businesswoman and a philanthropist.
I don't know what to go in the royal family unakuwa nini? Businesswoman.
Kabisa.
Ni kutravel to catch flights.
The youngest is Jomo Muhoho. Muhoho Kenyatta. He is the child of Jomo and Ngina. So Muhoho is a businessman and a philanthropist.
Obviously.
Who is a philanthropist?
Both, huo msichana na huo kijana.
Who is a philanthropist, by the way?
Philanthropist ni mtu ambaye anapeana pesa yake kwa charity. Anasema nimeandika $1 million iende ikasaidia watu wawajie sababu naona mko na shida sana. Then hivyo philanthropists, there are people who give help to those in need.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone who seeks to promote welfare of others. Wow.
So
I think one day
I think they know. How do you choose kwa watoto wako? Because hata tukikataa, I think this Kenyan thing ni hereditary. Kidogo kunarudi mtu wa Jomo Kenyatta kuwa president.
Yeah.
Down the line utasikia Ngina, but then Ngina was being groomed to be the presidentess.
The president is the president. Joking, yeah.
She was being groomed. But maybe wakona bado hajafikisha miaka, so tulieni. But I know somewhere down the line kutakuwa na mtu ambaye atakuja kuwa. It is hereditary, hata tukikataa aje. Tunachanganya tu kidogo.
Ngina is
Ngina granddaughter, now the daughter of Uhuru. Now the question is, how do you choose? Sababu Kenyatta alikuwa na watoto wengi. He was aqua firstborn. Uhuru was not the firstborn. Yeah. But there's this video you trend. Walikuwa watazanga kitambo kwa KBC. Wakati wa hii tu jamhuri.
Yeah.
Kenyatta kiwa Uhuru akiwa mtoto mdogo, babake amemshika mkono anapita kwenye gwaride. Have you ever seen that video?
No.
So how do you choose? Put yourself. Now here I am. I am the queen of Africa. So you know?
Yeah.
And now I have like 20 children because uzawa watoto wengi zione uzawa watoto wengi.
Kabisa.
Like I think they want that blood. And you know those people marry from that blood.
Yeah.
It's what using Meghan Markle ametuharibia your blood.
They marry cousins.
Yes, because blood needs to get diffused.
Yeah.
Amo dafatli upate Meghan Markle ni bado your blood.
Meghan Markle? Yes, I hear she's ni wambali. Meghan ni huyu mwenye ametoka US.
Ametoka majue. Huyu alikuwa na act suits.
Yeah. Huyo si wa your blood.
Unaona vile ameharibu sahi hadi hata aishi kwao, ameshaenda huko kuishi majuu kuteseka. There's animation of Girlfriend of the Prince. So I was saying, how do you choose when you Jomo Kenyatta sahi? How do you choose from your 20 children that this one is going to be the president?
You look, okay, firstly you look who looks the smartest, who is interested in what you're doing. You know, you can't just wake up and decide I will select you just because you are the tallest. No, the smartest, somebody who is interested in you. Zulfa, if for example you own KNA, you can't tell me that you'll just leave KNA to any of your children. And maybe kuna moja mvuta bangi akivuta
maybe anavuta bangi lakini ako fiti.
Si mambo na kuvuta bangi peke yake. Akivuta unamsikia anaokota huko kwa mtaro. And kazi yenye anafanya.
But then kuvuta bangi za kuokota kwa mtaro?
Hapana, just as
I just wanted to know.
Yeah, so unapata kazi yenye anafanya ako interested na magari. Na unataka kumwachia kampani. No. So utapata like that haitaka. So that is what I think of all my children, maybe this one is the one who is most interested in what I'm doing.
But he was a child then.
Yeah, but he saw that he's always with him when maybe wengine wanakataa, maybe
so you want to tell me, hebu nikuulize swali. You know me and Jericho Rosales are going to have children in future. Sindio?
Oh dear,
you know we are going to have children in future.
Yeah.
Sindio?
Yeah.
And maybe upate our beautiful babies. Sisi wote ni master. Unaona, maybe now I'm a global actress, you know.
Yeah.
And will I force someone to be in this?
In that nini? In being what you are.
Ukumbuki mara ya kwanza Uhuru. Do you remember Uhuru akiwa MP ama kwa minister of finance?
Yeah.
Alikuwa amelewa all the time, ako tu hivi. All the time.
Yeah.
Huyo mtu ni mtu ambaye ako interested na kitu watu is because he was told to do that.
Okay, he was interested. He was groomed for that.
Now you tell me I need to groom my children, me na Jericho Rosales, because tutazaa msichana moja mwingine. Sawa? Naanza ku groom nani?
Okay,
actually we shall have children forever.
I shall attend the baby showers. So with Jericho. So Uhuru was groomed because you can't tell me of all the children Uhuru ndio namuonanga sana akitembea na babake. Uhuru is like he was almost everywhere. His father was most of the places. So you are groomed to be.
And that doesn't make you hate each other as a family.
No.
Because mwana mzaili kuchagua wewe, maybe mimi ningekuwa president mzuri. Ama there's a tricky thing. Okay. We won't get into it because we are talking about Jomo Kenyatta.
Yeah.
But either way, it is tricky. It is tricky.
You just have to.
I want something like minimal.
Yeah, father chose you. You are the one. You are the chosen one. So you are the chosen one. Let's go with that.
It is a difficult. I don't know, maybe there's a benevolent spirit that comes to choose for them.
Maybe you can never know.
You can never know. So sasa nikuambie kitu moja. Tuko tunaenda na Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta ni huyo kuja ametoka majuu, amekuwa mwalimu kwa shule ambayo ina wazungu.
Yeah.
Ina wazungu ambao Maumau ambao akina Dena Kimanzi saa hii wao kwa fore wanapigana sababu hawataki
hiyo shule. Wanataka watoto wao pia wasome. Na wataki wazungu.
No, yani
what is your point here?
I'm trying to explain the story of Nini. You know, I did my research yesterday, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I'm explaining, Now Jomo Kenyatta comes from Maju ambao alipelekwa na hii place.
Yeah.
Akakuja akajoin wazungu. Ama you saw this and it was like, you know, it is a losing battle.
Yeah.
So I must play this people's game.
And see, he knew how he was playing it. He knew he was playing it.
Also viewers, let us see who is performing. Na pale madancers wako pale. No, I usually say there's this funny thing about being a dancer. Unapataka umechoka lakini lazima usmile.
Yeah. I have this friend, he's a dancer and he's like huku hivi kuna kuanga uchungu almost 24/7
because you're smiling.
Yeah, ile hiyo kusmile ya
kujiforce.
Yeah.
But did you know I used to fanya hii fashion show back in high school though. So competing for those means something because I used to want to go for funky and stuff.
Yeah.
So I used to compete for Africa. And I remember unaambiwa tu smile all the time. Ushinde hivi. So my teacher Miss Dakar. Na alikuwa ndo Dakar, alikuwa anapenda kujiita Dakar. So Dakar used to say smile until it hurts. It hurts. Because you're just like, it's like, and then unafeel huku umeganda. Umeganda. Umeshikilia kitambi.
That is one thing that the queen, when you watch The Crown, the queen hated. You know, like, she once asked, is it a must I put a false face so that everyone can love you? And she was told, nobody cares about how you slept. Nobody cares about how sad you are. Everyone wants to know. Everyone wants to know that even if they are sad, your smile will make them smile. So maybe Zulfa.
Kumsalimia. And akasimama. I don't know why it is weird for people ukiwasalimia mtu anasimama, it's like mambo and then someone stands and they're like anangoja mwambie kitu kingine. And I'm like, no, I'm just nakusalimia tu. Nakusalimia tu sina nini.
Pia mimi nakuanga na hiyo nini ya kusalimia almost kila mtu. And though others will not return your greeting.
Let me tell you something. Have you ever been told a friend of all is a friend of none?
Yeah.
Now, that is the life that I lived back in high school because utasalimwa good morning na shule yote but sasa who is your who? You know? Maybe that is what Jomo Kenyatta was going through. Like mnanipeleka huko nini ni put your face and it's a really difficult thing to do. I love this white person. Something out of a telenovela.
Yeah.
Umeenda hapo kupigana na watu na fall in love na yeye.
Yeah, there is like that series that was in a certain station. Yeah, it said a guy, an uncle send his niece to go and make a man fall in love with him, so that they can avenge the death of the girl's parents, who supposedly are the brother and sister-in-law of the uncle. So instead of working according to the uncle's plan, the girl
dance pale by there's someone umona. What was that dancing there? We shall know later.
We shall know later. So unapata, instead of the girl falling in love with the guy, it's the other way around.
The guy falls in love with the girl?
No, instead of the guy falling in love with the girl falls in love with the guy, and she falls deep.
So that you can say that is what happened.
Yeah, that is what happened.
Umeacha hawa wazungu wakisumbuana kweli, and then you go and fall in love with their person.
There are people with golden hearts. Mine is one golden heart. Anyway, so you find that there are people who are irresistible, kindness, and as you know, from Kenya, the people then lacked kindness in their hearts. So if somebody shows you kindness, they show you they care.
But sometimes, even you may show that you care, but it is really bad. But then let me tell you something that tumepata a chance ya kuiongelea sasa. Jamhuri Day tuiongelee leo. You're kind to someone, you're caring to someone, and then they mistake it for something else. It's like when you shouldn't be kind to someone, you shouldn't be good to someone, because obviously it gets interpreted to something else. Like if you smile to me a lot, Lewis kidogo niko like anytime.
Yeah,
that is not good. Tunafaa kufunza different things.
Okay, there is someone. Okay, I think it was something I heard somewhere, and I started using on people. You should not just assume everyone who says hi to you, everyone who smiles at you, likes you. There are people who are born out of
Esther
kindness.
Wahome after ana perform kuna dawa ama na perform nini? Let us hear. Oh, that song. Wanga jam, hata vya sisi tunaimba nini saa hii? Si amenikata, sijui nini. Sasa ngoma bawe na mimi nimemkataa, something kama hiyo. But this song was the song. And she's still like so beautiful. And I see the president dancing. And dance akijiconsole kidogo sababu akawa about kutuambia watu wa Mlima what's up. Wacha tu dance.
Hey.
Anakula ngoma tu hapo ya dawa. But they've been like a leader is a difficult thing.
Well, I have ever been a prefect, and my dear,
it's not good.
I made more enemies that I could have if I was nobody, and that is one class.
Because now these people are waiting.
Yeah, and the worst part of it is that they are not waiting for you to do something good. They are waiting for you to make a mistake. A slight mistake.
Ibakiona niliwaambia sasa.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You are doomed. So, being a leader is not easy. Trust me.
Let's listen to that song.
Kuna dawa.
And I'm waiting for how Kenyans are going to interpret that song. Unakumbuka venye Shusha alikuja Kenya? Shusha Nyavu.
Yeah.
And they were like, ni Shusha Nyavu. You shall see Kenyans all lie.
Those are one of the mistreated. Is it mistreated or misused voices?
Walai.
Yeah. Watachukua hiyo part.
Kuna dawa. Pokea dawa. And they'll be like, hey, it will become something. Itakuwa kitu tu saa hiyo. ule ni nani ule ule mtu fulani ndakaze ule aitwaje mtu ana perform sai Owen something Daddy Owen.
Daddy Owen.
There's a time that kwa ndani atakuwa mtoto wa Ruto. Do you remember that?
Nani?
Daddy Owen alikuwa na hang na mtoto wa Ruto huyu dem. Enda kwaje huyu dem. Huyu dem ambaye yuko kwa social media sana.
Mademu
wa Ruto. Chebet.
Wa Ruto Shalin.
Huyo. Sawa. They used to have baka watu like, are you going to get married? But I heard that she's engaged to a certain lawyer from their place.
Shalin is engaged. Shalin is engaged.
Yes.
And speaking of Shalin, what is going on between Kenyans and Shalin? Have you seen those videos on TikTok?
Is it that they perform like flani?
So there is this. I hope this one will not be taken negatively because it is there is this video. Kuna ngombe inatembea in such a way that ukiangalia tu niambie huyu ni mtu utacheka kabisa.
Ile anatembea hivi.
Yeah, inatembea ni kama miguu inavunjika au something.
But the man alikuwa anatembea hivyo na
and then Shalin and then kuna mtu amezi duet Shalin and the cow.
Shalin and
that cow. So dizime dietiwa. So they are like
unasema hivyo unasema kuhusu Shalin. Babake inikasongo zile mimfulani zinakaa zile.
Yeah, kuna ngombe iko na sura.
Eti yake hapo.
Like Kenyans
aki hawata hawajali huyu watu.
I don't think Kenya, the only one who will see heaven in Kenya is me. I'm the only one remaining good guy.
Yani let me tell you Design wa Kenya yani wanaputingi everything into humor. Hata who you're the queen of the England ama you're queen of who. Awajali. I told you walikuwa natusi Putin akaambia Uhuru. Sasa tell your people to stop addressing me in Twitter. Then it was Twitter. And he was like, sasa mimi waniambia na wao walinifukuza mpaka walifanya nitoke hiyo Twitter.
Acha hivyo. Sasa watu wenye wanasema Joseph aligongewa na Holy Spirit au utawapeleka wapi? People daring God. All
do you know in X kuna Judas, kuna Jesus, kuna God, kuna Mary, kuna Holy Spirit, kuna nini? And we all have a conversation.
Like unashangaa, what in Holy God's name are you going to do with this?
Ati sijui eti kuna moja, this is what I saw eti mnasema eti mnainama na mmenona, and that was Jesus saying sawa, eti mnasema mnainama time ya lunch mmenona, and then someone was there like eti mkuu hapana huyo ni mtu wa catering na kula supply. And you're like what? Okay, so I kuna kitu nimesahau kufanya. So guys, as we are celebrating Jamhuri Day, but then leo tunapika chapo.
Yeah, leo tunafaa tupike chapo.
Serious?
Yeah.
Obviously because that is a tradition, yeah. Tunapika but then tutaka watu wanonga tukapika chapo.
Yeah.
So, if you want to advertise anything with Kenya News Alert,
Your Excellency,
kuna namba ambayo iko pale kwa screen. Nenda pale, text it, call it, and then you shall speak to our producers and in fact our team.
Yeah.
Na mta discuss on the terms of that advertisement. But it is anything. Hata ukitaka tukuje to advertise shamba yako ya mahindi, you know, we shall come. The thing is you have to take that number, save it, and SMS WhatsApp. Sawa? Naona pale governor mwenye nyumba ameamka ongee. Mwenye nyumba na Nairobi.
Yeah, wa Nairobi Sakaja.
Yeah. Such a cute. But then, do you remember Sakaja akiitisha akivaa ilikuwa sema ni single.
Yeah.
And the moment that he won, akapost dem wake.
Ni dem ama ni bibi?
Ni bibi.
Yeah.
members of parliament present,
Niki wife.
principal
Yeah.
secretaries, the members of the diplomatic corps,
Yeah,
distinguished guests,
wake.
ladies and
Na
gentlemen.
mbona hakutuambia?
Wananchi wa Kanairo.
And ladies were really upset with that.
Yeah,
they were
ladies-
like, you gave us hope. You gave us hope.
Ladies wanted to be
Asanteni
first
sana.
lady bana.
But walisema game inafaa kuchezwa.
Yeah, it's called politics, my
But
dear.
it's politics. I remember I once opened like a eatery place with some person back then. And then ladies used to storm there, and I used to be like, me, no, I don't know this person. You know, ndo achukue chakula ndo ikam, si ndio? Because at the end of the day ndo inakuja kwetu. I see he's speaking. Acha tusikie nasema aje.
That defines us as Kenyans. This has been quite a wonderful celebration. There truly must be something about 60. And I'm sure President Adama Barrow of the Gambia, who turns 60 in February next year, will tell us what that is about. Your Excellency, you have only one more year in your 50s. You'll also tell us what happens when you turn 60. This year's theme, jobs, and entrepreneurship, speaks to the core of our aspirations and the path that we must tread to secure a prosperous future for our people. Your Excellency, our young people, our youth are the heartbeat of our country. The youth are the trustees of our country's posterity, and they embody immense potential and ambition. However, Your Excellency, the challenge of unemployment persists in our country, and I know that you're working hard to address this in many ways that you will address today. As the Nairobi County Government, in the past 28 months, we have employed over 6,000 young people, majority who are young, majority who are in their 20s. We have 3,500 young people in the Green Army who have been instrumental in trying to clean our city, 98 drivers, 1,500 constables, 140 new doctors, nurses, around 400, including 50 dentists. Your Excellency, for the first time in every sub-county in Nairobi, we have dentists offering much-needed services to Mwananchi. This has also enabled us to open up specialized clinics and increase health services, and many, many others that we can speak about. In Nairobi County, Your Excellency, we're grateful to you because you've employed 20,000 young people under the Climate Works program. Many of them are also here to tell you thank you for the opportunity to earn a livelihood as we restore the rivers of Nairobi County.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
As you have seen today,
Nairobi
stands as a creative and cultural hub in this region. Our artists, our musicians, and performers not only enrich our lives, but also drive economic growth. I would like to ask us all to applaud the young people who have performed here today because they have done a great, great job. Tuwapigeni makofi tafadhali. Wasanii wa Kenya, wasanii wa Nairobi. Your Excellency, fellow Kenyans, we're committed to nurturing this sector by providing platforms for talent development and market access. We have seen this sector grow in the past couple of years, and Nairobi is now able to attract major artists locally and internationally. We shall be honoring our artists by renaming some of the roads, and I've spoken to Mheshimiwa Jalas. Our county assembly has dealt with it. For instance, Isa, one of the roads in South Sea, shall be renamed after the great hero Isa, whose brother has performed here today. One of the areas we have also seen growth, Your Excellency, is social media and entertainment apps. We want to thank you because you have led from the front. You have engaged YouTube, you have engaged TikTok, you have gone
Do you know Isa?
to Hollywood, you have gone to the US to engage many of these people.
Isa,
and our young
Isa
people
was
can now monetize their
hey.
talent. It is with this understanding,
Isa,
Your Excellency, that we as Nairobi County continue to allow
was
our young
one
people
of the greatest
to
artists
produce
back
their
then. Mimi
content
simjui nilikuja kupata ngoma zake.
to
Ule wa
show
boom
yeah.
boom ba.
Yeah.
in the
Boom, boom.
CBD.
Me, I
Gone
was
are the
told
days
by my
when you
brothers
needed
because I have like
permit
big brothers. They were like,
to shoot content in
Isa
the
was the
city.
thing until he
And
died.
with this, we've seen an exponential growth
Yeah.
in this area, and I would like
You
to
know,
invite
Isa
any of
and,
us to visit the
Caesar.
CBD on a Sunday
Isa
or on a
and
Saturday.
Caesars.
You'll see hundreds
Caesars
of
hit
young
one
people
song that I
creating
know
content for
ile
Telegram, for TikTok, for Instagram, and earning a living
Tuma
out of it.
kunzo. Kupa. No.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurship,
Ni ngoma nani?
excellency,
I
which
think
remains
ni
a
ya
cornerstone
Caesars.
Sijui
for economic
Was it
strategy.
Caesars? Hapana.
We are
Hii
fostering
yenye
a
alikuwa shule.
environment where
No,
entrepreneurship
huo kijana
thrives,
alipoteaga. Si
where
nani
innovation
Blue?
thrives,
Mr.
because
Blue.
this
No, si
is
Mr. Blue.
the
No.
Silicon Savannah, the home of talent.
alipoteaga inabakingi the last place alitokaga alikuwa ameenda kufanya exam and that was that alipoteaga hivyo alipotea. Yeah, you don't know.
Mimi nasikianga sijua nikufanga mani nini.
No, he lost. Hakuna mwili, hakuna kitu, he just lost. Watu wasema kitambo ati akona mama mahali, but that ni kama after 20 years tangu apotee.
Yeah, because the last song alipiga
ilikuwa tu that song
03. I hate it was 03 and by then ilikuwa I think 1 year hivi.
We're increasing movement and easing mobility in our city, and we want to thank you
so that
for your
means
partnership
21 years
by addressing infrastructure within the capital city with the national government.
Such a beautiful talent
That have been left dilapidated for many years. Your Excellency, just this Monday
some
we toured Uhuru Highway,
been...
Wayaki Way and Mombasa Road with the Cabinet Secretary for Roads, Honorable Davis Chirchir, to make sure that that undercarriage also is restored.
You know,
we're working with you on many other roads because Nairobians do not care whether it's a national road or a
no
county road.
I prefer, do you prefer that someone you love, like for example today your mom, sindio, ukuje tu ati upate uliambiwa alienda kwa shamba na hajaonekana tena, ama uambiwe tuenda kwa shamba akagonga na ng'ombe akakufa, which one do you prefer?
French Development Agency, who have confirmed 320 million euros
because
for
both
line 3
scares
of the BRT.
No, una choose moja ama kuna ya nani.
Okay, ni choose moja.
Lazima u choose moja.
Which comes from Dandora.
Tuseme tu ya kupotea.
All the way.
No,
because maybe she.
Let me tell you something. Have you ever had an ex mwenye ghost kabisa hivyo? Ujielenda wapi? And how does it feel?
Line 4 and line 5.
Yeah, you closure is very important. Closure, me I prefer niambiwa alikufa than ajulikani, because I will never move on in life. I will always waiting igongwe mlango and it maybe it will never happen, and I will put that burden to my children, like ngojeni shosho yenu anakuja aliendaga atujui mali yako, and they will say tuliambiwa na mama shosho atakuja, maybe I'm dead already, but when they know she is dead, she is dead.
Okay, there is this man who disappeared
is a statement of love
75
for the
years.
children of Kenya, and I want to thank you for the partnership with the national government in achieving that. Of course, with the increased enrollment, there is need for more classrooms. I want to thank you for committing to build 5,000 classrooms in Nairobi. You have given our members of parliament 1 billion shillings already to build the primary school classrooms. The county government is building 1,500 ECD classrooms so that our children can get an opportunity and a fair shot at life. Finally, Your Excellency, we want to thank you as Nairobi. We want to thank you for reaching out and reaching across the political aisle and the political divide in your efforts in uniting our country and for forming the broad-based government. Your Excellency, when there's disunity, it is Nairobians who feel it the most. We want to wish the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga the best in his candidacy for the Africa Union Commission, and we also want to wish him success in tomorrow's debate in Addis Ababa. We pray that next year we shall be joined in this celebration with the newly minted chairman of the African Union Commission, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We're also very happy that we saw you with the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. When these pictures of unity are seen, it increases investor confidence, it increases confidence in our country, peace and calm. As we commemorate this day, let us affirm our dedication to building a Kenya where every individual has an opportunity to thrive. Together we can transform our country. Your Excellency, you have made progress. No country in the world does not have issues, but we solve our issues together in a
the wife died
way.
The first wife
Let us
died.
focus on what
The
is
second
working
wife
in our
died.
country. Let us increase our levels of optimism.
Sasa
I wish you all
mzai
a Merry
alirudi,
Christmas and a
watoto
prosperous
washakuwa wakubwa, they
2025.
flown out of
Kwa wale
they
ambao
flew out of the
watakuwa
nest.
wanasafiri
Wajukuu ndio
kutoka
walikuwa
Nairobi,
na-
tunawajalia mema
You can imagine
barabarani.
all those years
Tuwe
till
uangalifu
2023.
ili muweze kurudi
Imagine.
Nairobi,
When he was
kurudi
17.
Kanairo.
Na anasema saa alitoka wapi?
25.
He was in
Your Excellency,
on your way to Mombasa.
it is now my singular honor
Akifanya
All those
for the
years,
first time.
he was looking for a life.
na amekuja kufanya nini sasa?
Sasa
to invite
na alirudi
our
akiwa
deputy president,
Amekuja kudu
Professor Abraham Kindiki
He has come.
Kithure
His
to
children were
address
looking
the
for him.
nation.
His
Asante
grandchildren,
sana.
that is. So they found him, and now they want him to come back to his family. And that is.
I will not get to that. Let's continue to listen to Nini, to the governor.
President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady, Your Excellency President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of Gambia. Your Excellency, allow me to write on the protocols that have been established.
But as the governor is saying, let me ask you a question. Do you think TikTok imesaidia ku create content sana? Imesaidia watu, young people, TikTok? Si governor anasema TikTok hapa imesaidia content creators. Imesaidia young people. Do people really? But then let me ask you a question. Mtu anasema eti I live through TikTok, like my life, everything I'm paying for ni TikTok. True.
Yeah.
For real, like rent and alipa rent.
Yeah, rent, gari.
And mbona basi ma youth tusiingie kwa whatever tunasema si kila mtu creative kutengeneza content.
Not everyone is that creative.
But actually I think unajua maybe amesikia historia tumesha tukisema hakuna jobs for the youths because right now ameshinda explain kuhusu the jobs kuna youth anasema kuna 20,000 youths wamekende employed, anasema kuna hizi TikTok, anasema wame create apps za entertainment, anasema nini.
Not
but do you think
creative, you know?
Yeah, not everyone is creative, yes?
Yeah, and do you know right now, I'm a writer. I'm writing a certain book. So, and the book, I'm a script writer too. So, unapata, though I have written, my creativity izitoshana na ya mwingine. Maybe chenye naona I've done my best. Kuna mwingine amefanya better. And as everyone out there, we have something called the fear of denial. Unapata it's rejection, the fear of rejection. Maybe yangu nikipeleka mahali ita rejectiwa. And I'm like, let me just keep it, you know. But there is someone who is like, okay, this is my idea. This is my idea, and as my idea, I want to share it out. They have that courage. They are not afraid of criticism, you know. And that is one thing that as youth who want to prosper, let's have the courage not to be afraid of criticism.
Okay.
And as the governor said, TikTok is there, and maybe let's try to be
usingoje unajua kitambo. Let me tell you something. So kitambo used to
united.
Unasema I'm an actress, I'm an actor, I'm a writer, and you mpaka ungoje upatane sio na nani na anaringa bado.
On the table.
But right now it has been made easier when you get just your phone and an app and you're sharing it with the entire world. Let's continue.
Moves to the next level. We applaud you for reaching out to the former Prime Minister for the establishment of the broad-based government, and we thank you for reaching out to the former President Uhuru Kenyatta and making sure that going forward, all of us, every stakeholder, is on the table as we decide the destiny of our country and as we lift the weights that we must lift in honor of the previous generation and also in honor of the generations to come. Tunakushukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuendelea kuunganisha taifa letu la Kenya ili nchi yetu ipate fanaka, maendeleo na ustawi. Ni lazima sisi zote, mirengo mbalimbali ya siasa, dini mbalimbali, makabila mbalimbali, watu wote wa siasa, makanisa, mashirika yasiyokuwa ya serikali, vijana, wazee, akina mama na watoto, lazima tusukume gurudumu la taifa la Kenya tukiwa na umoja. Thank you, Mr. President, for spearheading the unity of our country. Today is not a day for me to make a speech. It's the day to listen to you, Your Excellency, as you address us as a nation on this very important occasion. I now want, therefore, to request that we be upstanding so that we can listen to the address of His Excellency, the President. Wapi shangwe na vigelegele. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais. Thank you, Mr. President. You're welcome.
Asante sana. Tafadhali tunaweza kuketi chini. Asanteni sana. Ndugu wa Kenya, Happy Jamhuri Day. Hamjambo. Jamhuri hoye. Kanairo hoye. Kabla sijasoma taarifa yangu, kati yetu, in our midst, we have a friend, the President of Gambia, who has honored us with his presence and has come to celebrate this very important moment with us, His Excellency Adama Barrow. Your Excellency, on behalf of the people and government of Kenya, I want to very sincerely thank you and the people of Gambia for agreeing to come and share with us this celebration as we commemorate 60 years of a republic. Mr. President, before I make my statement, let me request you to speak to these great people because they want to hear from you. Mr. President. Tumkaribishe jameni na vigelegele.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, the Lord Chief Justice of Kenya, members of the Diplomatic and the Consular Corps, service chiefs and senior public officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I am profoundly excited to be in this blessed land as guests of honor, to join you in celebrating the historic 61st independent anniversary of the Republic of Kenya, nationally known as Jamhuri Day. On behalf of the Gambian people, I congratulate you all on this auspicious occasion and convey to you our sincere wishes of sustained progress, peace, and stability. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate and reflect on the journey of this illustrious nation since 1963, we are bound to pay tribute to the visionary leadership and tenacity of her founding fathers. The words of the renowned Kenyan hero, Jomo Kenyatta, amply reflect this when he said, I quote, "We must unite to build a new nation," end of quote. This patriotic call to unity remains as relevant today as it was decades ago, not only for Kenya, but also for the entire African continent. Indeed, Kenya's declaration of freedom as a democratic republic was a historic milestone and a beacon of hope and inspiration for many African nations, and these included the Gambia. The people's journey to freedom was difficult, but it paid off in shaping the political landscape of East Africa. More significantly, it remarkably influenced liberation movements for self-determination across the continent. Since attaining political independence, the Republic of Kenya has continued to take giant steps on democratic governance, peace, and security in the region. Today, Kenya remains an important powerhouse and a key player on the continent's integration agenda. The lesson is that Africa has to be similarly determined to rise and shine as a towering global force. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as Kenyans, your diplomatic journey has earned your nation a respected voice in matters affecting our continent and beyond. The strive you have made in addressing issues of climate change, trade, peace, security, and development have set an acknowledged precedent for emulation. On economic collaboration and integration, the trade relations between Kenya and various African nations exemplified the spirit of Pan-Africanism we all cherish. Kenya's dedication to peacekeeping in Africa and other parts of the world, as demonstrated by your current peacekeeping mission in Haiti and the fight against terrorism, are a testament to the nation's commitment to peace and stability for a prosperous and integrated Africa. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, culturally, Kenya has contributed significantly to the African unity. The beautiful cultural diversity and traditions of Kenya have enriched African society, while fostering understanding and respect among various ethnic groups on the continent. All this corresponds with the aspirations of the founding fathers of Pan-Africanism in Africa. We must admit, however, that those aspirations are still unattained. The question then remains, what else must we do collectively so that future generations would absolve us like the heroic leaders of the past? Frankly, our challenge lies in finding a solution to the persistent paradox of underdevelopment within an enabling context of enormous resources and potential for rapid advancement. Mr. President and dear brother, the Republic of Kenya and the Gambia have much in common in terms of history, culture, and colonial experience. It is little wonder, therefore, that we are celebrating together the National Day of this great nation, the pride of Africa. Looking forward, there is ample scope for our two countries to explore and deepen our bilateral relations in the mutual interest of both countries. There is also much to learn from each other's experiences and mutually leverage and our respective strengths to our advantage. Specifically, numerous opportunities exist for broader collaboration that will result in shared growth, marked by advancement, for example, in innovation, technology, agriculture, and education. The Gambia is committed to good governance, which makes us open and able to collaborate and cooperate closely with the Republic of Kenya and other African countries. Your Excellency, President Ruto, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the occasion offers us the opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to the ideals of Africa's Pan-Africanist founding fathers. Unity, solidarity, and cooperation. Together, let us work towards a better future, characterized by economic prosperity within our uniquely peaceful, stable, and socially diverse but harmonious communities. While the day allows for testaments on Kenya's glorious contribution to the geopolitical landscape of Africa, it also requires us to look into the future with stronger determination to reposition the continent better and work for global peace. The African context and its structures, resources, and people amid the urgent need for transformative action make this goal attainable. To suffice, to inspire us further with these relations, being more constructive and productive will serve us best. If you remember that civil and legal ways of settling differences are much better alternatives than disunity and act of destruction. Once again, I heartily congratulate you on the 61st anniversary celebration of your well-deserved National Day. Be assured that you are not only observing a significant day in your history, but also honoring the enduring spirit of a nation that continues to inspire, uplift, and strengthen Africa. We encourage you to move on united. Long live Kenya-Gambia relations. Long live African solidarity. Asante Shana, and God bless the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Please let's take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me another moment so that we can celebrate there is an important point worth emphasizing. In our time, our generation must never focus so much on the present that we forget where we were only 6 decades ago. We must not ignore the fact that our freedom, democracy, and development were achieved through the contributions of millions of determined patriots, nor should we underestimate the time and patience it took for them and for these small progressive efforts to accumulate into an unstoppable momentum towards freedom and nation building. It may have been easy to despise individual freedom fighters as they ventured into a forest of uncertainty and to underestimate their ambition to free Kenya from colonialism. Yet, that is precisely how we gained our independence. Courage and hard work, determination and patience, and the confidence that we are not alone are always what it takes to make meaningful strides as a nation. Today, I want to encourage my fellow countrymen to keep this perspective in mind. As we aspire for more and better, we must not give way to despair, pessimism, or skepticism when faced with challenges, but instead forge our path forward with courage, hope, determination, and ambition. I declare my unswerving faith in the ability of our people to interrogate policies and hold the government to account. This is the essence of democratic freedom, a civic duty for citizens, a responsibility for leaders, and a necessary imperative for our success and progress. We have experienced a particularly challenging time as a people, largely owing to dynamics beyond our control, resulting in high cost of living, greater difficulty in finding employment, and fewer opportunities for entrepreneurs. Consequently, there was widespread anxiety about the economic stability of our nation, demanding urgent and appropriate interventions and effective solutions. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda was inspired by our determination to confront these fundamental challenges directly and with ambition. Our aim was first to lay the foundation for robust economic activity to generate millions of opportunities at the bottom of the economic ladder each year and drive substantive, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Our key priorities were to reduce the cost of living, stimulate enterprise, boost productivity, create jobs, foster a conducive environment for institutional and infrastructural development, and promote investment in manufacturing, industrialization, and export competitiveness. As a starting point, it was critical for us to tighten our belts and make significant sacrifices to reset our public finances on a sustainable path, enabling intensified investments in the strategic pillars of our plan and the cross-cutting enablers of rapid transformation. I acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, the work we have done and the milestones achieved in creating the necessary conditions for progress in every value chain that support the pillars of our plan. There is a time to resist and a time to accept, a time to deny and a time to admit, a time to doubt and a time to believe. In the face of undeniable evidence, skepticism must give way to confidence, and we must reject the deceptive embrace of disinformation and fake news. The results and positive impact of our collective pursuit of fundamental economic change can no longer be wished away. Ladies and gentlemen, financial inclusion, for example, is now a reality for millions. The Hustler Fund is marking its second anniversary on a highly successful note, having empowered millions by lending a total of 60 billion Kenya shillings so far, liberating millions from predatory lenders and precarious financial situations, and enabling them to meet their needs, fund their hustles, and build their credit scores. Our ongoing conversation with borrowers focuses on concerns related to short-term duration, modest loan amounts, and the time required to increase borrowing limits. In response to this feedback, the fund has designed a new product, the bridge loan, to help Kenyans with good credit scores to transition from personal loans to enhanced facilities offering larger loan amounts with longer repayment periods. This will enable Kenyans pursue bigger opportunities and better investments. Ladies and gentlemen, not only have we registered successive historic gains against the shame of hunger for the last 3 seasons, we are also firmly on the path towards surplus production. This impressive rise in productivity has multiplied the incomes of farmers in maize, tea, sugar, coffee, and dairy value chains. There is no doubt that this agricultural transformation is the direct result of our strategic decisions to shift public resources from consumption subsidies to support productivity. Food is now more accessible to households than before, and as I stated in the State of the Nation address, our country now boasts substantial national food stocks: 95 million 50-kilogram bags of maize, 9 million bags of beans, 10 million bags of wheat, and 2 million bags of rice. Step by step, we are building a food-secure Kenya, where every family can afford and access a meal. Farmers have brought more land under cultivation and produced more per acre than before, thanks to the timely availability of subsidized inputs and extension services. Agro-industries have more raw materials and value addition is on the rise. The agro-industrial sector is also creating more jobs each year as we gear up to compete in various export markets driven by the expanding intra-African trade, opportunities in the European Union market and United Kingdom markets, and our growing competitiveness in the global marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda prioritizes digital transformation as a cornerstone of inclusive economic growth. This is why we are undertaking an ambitious expansion of our national digital infrastructure by deploying fiber optic network to connect over 74,000 public institutions and establish 25,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots, because digital transformation is a critical enabler in creating opportunities across all sectors. We intend to use this infrastructure to extend internet connectivity to 8.5 million homes and businesses and eliminate the digital divide, which undermines technological inclusivity in homes, schools, villages, and counties. I take this opportunity to affirm the significant progress already made and which is accelerating due to the digitization of government services. Through the e-Citizen portal, we have digitized 20,855 government services, streamlining public service delivery, enhancing transparency and efficiency, eliminating opportunities for corruption, and increasing visibility and mobilization of public revenues. The transformative power of this single initiative to improve citizen experience with public services and enhance the government's ability to manage public resources effectively highlights the immense value of digital transformation. Additionally, our digital transformation strategy is making significant contributions to skills development and job creation. For example, Ajira and Jitume Digital are advancing our vision to equip 20 million citizens with ICT skills, fostering entrepreneurship, and enhancing inclusive digital literacy. In other words, an additional 20 million Kenyans are being prepared for higher productivity in the digital economy. We have also adopted the integration of creative industry courses into technical and vocational colleges as a reliable mechanism to build a skilled workforce. These robust measures form the foundation of our strategy to promote the emergence of a fully fledged digital economy, leveraging Kenya's position as a regional hub for software development and digital exports. These initiatives are supported by key interventions, such as the establishment of institutional and incentive frameworks to promote investments, foster collaboration, and encourage the transfer of digital technologies, with a particular focus on artificial intelligence and blockchain. Through these efforts, we are empowering local digital innovators and tech entrepreneurs to drive economic diversification and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the discourse around universal healthcare remains lively, with concerns being raised about eligibility for coverage, the capability of health facilities to deliver services, and the alignment of contributions by individuals with benefits. Under Taifa Care, our inclusive, universal, efficient, and transparent healthcare service model, we are implementing a transition on an unprecedented scale. We have successfully transitioned 5.6 million citizens from the National Health Insurance Fund and registered an additional 11 million Kenyans under the Social Health Insurance Fund. This means that in just 2 months, 11 million Kenyans who previously lacked access to healthcare services are now registered, with the registration process going full steam in every part of Kenya. I commend Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Bomet, Embu, and Lamu, the 5 leading counties so far in Taifa Care registration. At the same time, I encourage the people of Marsabit, Garissa, Mandera, West Pokot, and Turkana, who have the least registered members, to mobilize, register, and take advantage of the benefits of this transformation program. Taifa Care ensures healthcare access for all registered citizens without discrimination of whatever kind. The program has accurately determined the cost of healthcare services and products, ring-fenced resources for equipment and facility improvement, and leveraged digital technology to radically enhance the management, coordination, and delivery of healthcare, promoting efficiency, transparency, inclusivity, and sustainability. No public service delivery project of this scale and ambition has ever been undertaken in the history of our country. We are confident, however, that this will be quickly surpassed. We will quickly surpass the 16.5 million citizens so far registered and provide all Kenyans with high-quality health care that is effective, efficient, affordable, and sustainable. Having said this, I wish to ask you this important question, each and every Kenyan. Have you registered? Nyinyi mmejisajili? Mumejiandikisha? Those who have registered often find that many of the issues, concerns, fears, and questions are fully addressed to their satisfaction in the registration process. I therefore encourage every Kenyan to register and enjoy the fundamental constitutional right to health care that is being rolled out. Ladies and gentlemen, after 2.25 years, the decent, durable, dignified, and affordable houses we promised Kenyans are finally here. Since September this year, 1,200 affordable housing units have been completed. Additionally, the State Department of Housing has advertised 4,888 units available for sale to the public through the Boma Yangu platform as we talk. Our goal to increase the number of mortgages from 30,000 to 1 million has now shifted gear. Our delivery pipeline for affordable housing now has a total of 124,000 units at various stages of development across Kenya, while a total of 840,000 units planned projects over the next 4 years are projected to create a minimum of 1 million jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the multiple challenges and crises we have had to grapple with, we have succeeded in keeping our commitments, taking steady steps towards our aspirations, and moving our nation closer to its destiny. Work is underway across the country, and the opportunities are opening up for many citizens, especially our young people. Over the past 2 years, the number of employment opportunities has increased with new jobs for teachers, agricultural sector workers, healthcare professionals, building and construction, seafarers, and outside Kenya under our labor mobility program. The affordable housing strategic pillar of our bottom-up economic transformation agenda has so far created 200,000 jobs and thousands of indirect opportunities across the building and construction value chain. The universal healthcare coverage pillar has engaged 107,000 community health promoters alongside other healthcare professionals employed to support our vision of a functional national healthcare system. In addition, jobs will be created in healthcare innovation, service delivery, and ICT support for digital health system that we have rolled out, unlocking opportunities nationwide. Furthermore, we have recruited 56,000 teachers to address the chronic teacher shortage problem and move the national teacher-to-student ratio closer to the United Nations recommendation of 1 teacher for every 40 learners. This December, we are hiring an additional 20,000 teachers, while our rejuvenated micro, small, and medium enterprise sector has generated 840,000 jobs this year. To address the urgent need to create opportunities for the hundreds of thousands of young men and women entering the labor market annually, we have expanded the employment opportunity spectrum and implemented strategies to secure jobs abroad to facilitate mobility and placement of suitably qualified Kenyans. Since September 2022, more than 243,000 Kenyans have secured international job opportunities in healthcare, in agriculture, and construction sectors, among other sectors. In the last 2 months alone, 12,000 have secured jobs abroad. So far, we have completed bilateral labor frameworks with 7 countries, while agreements with 2 more countries are awaiting signature. Additionally, agreements with 13 other countries are at various stages of negotiations, and we project to connect up to 2 million Kenyans with jobs abroad once this exercise is completed. Our digital superhighway and creative economy program, which involves laying 100,000 kilometers of last-mile fiber optic infrastructure and establishing digital hubs nationwide, is designed to create digital jobs at the grassroots. To date, 690,000 citizens have been trained in digital skills through the Ajira and Jitume programs in various learning institutions, including TVETs and constituency innovation hubs, out of which 180,000 young people have already been linked to online job opportunities, well on track to creating 1 million jobs through this program. Our special economic zones and export processing areas are boosting investment, manufacturing, exports, creating jobs, and increasing national wealth. In the past 2 years, we have licensed over 80 companies within these zones, creating 14,000 jobs. The 6 export processing zone flagship projects in Busia, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Eldoret, Kwale, and Nakuru are now being developed are set to generate another 30,000 more jobs. Additionally, the ongoing operationalization of Dongo Kundu and Naivasha special economic zones will create an additional 26,000 jobs, facilitating private sector special economic zones investments and supporting county and public special economic zones operations. At the same time, young people are actively contributing to climate action, urban neighborhood improvements, and landscape restoration through the Kenya Urban Resilience or Climate Works program. Recognizing the urgency, scale, and importance of these efforts, Climate Works is designed to be ambitious. So far, 21,560 Kenyans have been engaged in Nairobi, with nearly 48% being women, reflecting a strong commitment to gender parity. The program will soon be expanded nationwide to engage 200,000 young men and women in critical infrastructure and environmental projects within our towns, cities, and communities. This initiative not only offers opportunities, but also empowers young people to strengthen the foundations of urban living and tackle climate change. We are also investing in local content creation to enhance the quality and competitiveness of Kenyan creative products for export, while facilitating the development of digital platforms to contribute and to distribute Kenyan creativity to global audiences. I am confident that we are firmly on course to transform opportunities for our creative industry. I salute the actors in our creative space whose work brings life to our cities, streets, and screens. Yet, their achievements are overshadowed by injustice. Musicians, who are the heartbeat and soul of our culture, have long been denied their rightful earnings. It is unacceptable that an artist earns as little as 10,000 shillings a year, while those tasked with collecting their royalties pocket millions monthly. This injustice, ladies and gentlemen, must end. The Kenya Copyright Board, in conjunction with industry players and e-citizen, must establish a transparent, real-time system for royalty collection and distribution to rightful owners and beneficiaries. As we champion this cause, Kenya is also preparing for global leadership by bidding to host the 2026 World Creative Economy Conference, signaling our commitment to celebrate our talent and showcase our vibrant culture to the world. Hosting this conference will be a bold declaration of Kenya's leadership in the creative economy. Our committed interventions are creating jobs and opportunities, and this is only the beginning. We are building on the foundation we have laid to create more jobs going forward. The essence of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is to enhance our capacity for incremental achievement and thus accelerate our progress in delivering our commitment for the benefit of all Kenyans. What I wish to emphasize on this Jamhuri Day is that regardless of our difficult circumstances and despite obstacles, resistance, and anxiety, it remains the mandate of leadership to keep true to their word and the duty of government to deliver. We have every intention to fulfill our commitments and are at the point where the first projects are successfully entering maturity. The deliberate and intentional effort to develop effective strategies for creating employment opportunities within our broader economic transformation agenda is bearing fruit. From the current numbers, it is clear that employment opportunities, whether domestic, international, or online, will increase significantly in the coming days. We are determined to build a labor market capable of absorbing as many job seekers as possible, cognizant of the output of our education and training institutions, which produce talented, skilled, and motivated young people. By doing the hard work and heavy lifting now, we are laying the foundation for citizens to seize opportunities in the coming future. As we do this, let us reflect on the lessons of history and rise above our political differences to deliver for Kenya. Those who came before us overcame far more turbulent divisions to score a historic victory whose everlasting legacy benefits us today and will endure for posterity. As they fought hard to reclaim our sovereignty, the enemies of our freedom deployed state-of-the-art technologies of the time, the radio, and the aeroplane to disseminate disinformation and propaganda. This was meant to discourage, trick, and deceive people that freedom fighters had been defeated and their leaders been captured and neutralized. Our heroes and heroines were not deterred and inspired by the righteousness of their cause and the transformational moment they were in, soldiered on courageously. On 12th December, therefore, every Kenyan witnessed their vindication as our majestic flag rose, and collectively we reclaimed our proud Jamhuri. Jamhuri Day is also a moment for Kenyans to expose the fake news aimed at discrediting our ambition, sabotaging our hope, and seeking to dampen our resolve. I have no doubt that the national economic transformation agenda will succeed and deliver for the people of Kenya. I have no problem with discourse, criticism, and alternative proposals. In fact, I welcome them and listen to feedback in order to learn, improve, and become better. At the same time, I see clearly that a lot of what passes for fact are actually falsehood, and that most opposition is based on inaccurate representations and sometimes outright disinformation. We are at the stage in our social development when digital technologies have immense capacity to amplify disinformation, magnify fake news, and distort facts beyond all recognition. If we give in to these emerging negative trends, we shall pay with our freedom, democracy, and development. I therefore urge all Kenyans to participate fully in our democratic discourse, even as we work hard in nation building. At all times, let us endeavor to engage on the basis of truth. Failure to do so will take us down the path of negativity, tear us away from the values we cherish, and turn us into a people estranged from unity, who sabotage development, undermine democracy, and destroy our republic in pursuit of political expediency. When we say that the cost of basic commodities has come down, it is a fact. When we say that inflation has come down, it is a fact. When we say that our farmers are producing more and better, it is a fact. When we say that Kenyans who have registered for Taifa Care are receiving better services than before, it is a fact. We encourage everyone, including our critics, to engage on the basis of facts and the truth. If some of us persist in the culture of reckless negativity, for how long will cynics mobilize Kenyans to deny facts that they can feel, that they can touch, and they can see? What will they say in a few weeks' time when we begin to give keys to new homeowners of our affordable housing units? What will they say at the thousands of plumbers, electricians, teachers, health workers, building and construction workers, digital workers, and many more who are already at work, including the 300 young men and women who yesterday were flagged off by my deputy to go and work abroad, joining thousands who are already abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident in the future of our nation and the capacity of our national transformation agenda to deliver, because I appreciate the strategies we have put in place, the work underway, and the commitment of our people and their motivation to make their contribution. I count myself as one of the many millions of Kenyans who want the best for our nation and all its people, and are committed to putting in the effort required to make our dreams come true. We are driven by strong hope and unwavering optimism, as well as unfailing desire to reach for a better tomorrow. It is confidence based on understanding, hope built on truth, and optimism that stands on the firm foundation of facts. We must do all we can to maintain the essential character of our republic as an open and free democratic society. This implies that we must also do all we can to ensure that our political competition and rivalry never degenerates into contest to assault democracy, oppose development, and demoralize the people. We must remember that whatever else sets us apart, we are united by a desire to achieve the best for Kenya and its people. With this in mind, we must promote inclusion and broaden our platform for collective engagement to allow articulation of diverse viewpoints and the expression of fresh, new, and bold approaches. To be transformational, we must be ready to transform ourselves and our strategies on a continuous basis. I will continue to reach out to Kenyans of all walks of life, regardless of the ideological persuasion, to maximize the cross-pollination of the flower of our republic and guarantee robust seeds for future seasons. You must never underestimate your power as citizens and your ability to create positive change individually and all of us collectively. Over time, we have made gradual and steady changes to many of the economic development strategies in order to take on board feedback from the people. In fact, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has inbuilt mechanisms to improve on the basis of this feedback, because we recognize that as leaders, every day of work is a day of learning from the people, and that every good idea must always give way to a better one. Listening, therefore, is a primary component of effective leadership, and national transformation is a collective enterprise of all citizens. I am grateful to distinguished patriots who have demonstrated outstanding leadership across the political aisle for the spirit of goodwill in which we have engaged to address critical national issues, including resolving the inclusivity challenge by formulating the broad-based government. I also appreciate the good wishes, encouragement, and support from leaders with whom I continue to discuss matters of importance to our nation. I am persuaded that together we can achieve much more and much sooner for Kenya, and that the future of our dreams is now within sight. I readily concede that we are yet to reach the destination of our aspirations because we have not yet delivered fully on our commitments. But having said that, it is also a fact that we are no longer where we were a year, let alone 2 years ago. We have moved beyond pledges and commitments and are now making progress in our implementation strategies. There is now sufficient evidence of undeniable character that together the people of Kenya are hard at work to achieve their shared vision of a nation transformed. Our ability to feed the people and to keep them healthy, to empower them and connect them to opportunities, to keep them safe and protect their freedom is improving by leaps and bounds. When we all unite, inspired by a shared aspiration to undertake national building, we shall make our nation great, and our collective legacy will inspire present and future generations. Ndugu wa Kenya, wacha nimalizie kwa kuwauliza, mumesikia yale mambo tunafanya kuhusiana na mambo ya afya. Na wauliza wazazi wote, pale Januari watoto wetu wakirudi shuleni, sasa Taifa Care inataka kila mtoto wa Kenya awe na bima ya afya. Wakati wazazi mtarudisha watoto wenu shuleni, tunataka kila mzazi aandamane na mtoto wake, ndio tuweze kusajili watoto wote wa Kenya, ili watoto wote wa Kenya tuwapangie mambo yao ya afya. Vile nimesema, tutazidi na kujenga daraja ya umoja na ushirikiano kati ya Wakenya wote kutoka sehemu zote, dini zote, vyama zote. Tuungane ndio tuweze kushughulikia mahitaji na mipango na maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya. Ndugu wa Kenya, nawatakia Krismasi njema na mwaka wenye mafanikio makubwa sana wa 2025. God bless you all. God bless our great country Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Niombe kwa heshima sote tuweze kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa. Basi wananchi wazalendo, tutulie ili niweze kumpisha mwenzangu aweze kutupa itifaki ya kufumukana mahali hapa. Kwako Gitone.
Naam, ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kutambua kwamba nafasi hii tutampisha Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi pamoja na Mama Taifa, akisindikishwa na Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi Jenerali Charles Kahareri. Nafasi hii kwa heshima kuu tampisha Mheshimiwa Rais kuweza kuondoka pamoja na mgeni wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya nchi ya Gambia Mheshimiwa Adama Barrow, ili kuweza kuingia katika sehemu ya pili maamkuli ya mchana. We announce the exit procedures. We will give an opportunity for His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces to leave, escorted by the CDF, and also our visiting head of state, His Excellency Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of the Gambia. Ataondoka sasa Mheshimiwa Daktari William Ruto, rais wetu, pamoja na Mama Taifa, wakisindikishwa na Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi. Baada ya hapo mgeni wetu atakapoondoka, kisha nitampisha naibu wa rais kuweza kuondoka pamoja na ujumbe wake.
In the past 2 years, we have licensed over 80 companies within these zones, creating 14,000 jobs. The 6 export processing zone flagship projects in Busia, Kirinyaga, Muranga, Eldoret, Kwale, and Nakuru are now being developed are set to generate another 30,000 more jobs. Additionally, the ongoing operationalization of Dongo Kundu and Naivasha special economic zones will create an additional 26,000 jobs, facilitating private sector special economic zones investments and supporting county and public special economic zones operations. At the same time, young people are actively contributing to climate action, urban neighborhood improvements, and landscape restoration through the Kenya Urban Resilience or Climate Works program. Recognizing the urgency, scale, and importance of these efforts, Climate Works is designed to be ambitious. So far, 21,560 Kenyans have been engaged in Nairobi, with nearly 48% being women, reflecting a strong commitment to gender parity. The program will soon be expanded nationwide to engage 200,000 young men and women in critical infrastructure and environmental projects within our towns, cities, and communities. This initiative not only offers opportunities, but also empowers young people to strengthen the foundations of urban living and tackle climate change. We are also investing in local content creation to enhance the quality and competitiveness of Kenyan creative products for export, while facilitating the development of digital platforms to contribute and to distribute Kenyan creativity to global audiences. I am confident that we are firmly on course to transform opportunities
Good evening, Kenya. This is Kenya News Alert, and I'm your host, House of Zulfa. And I'm here with
Lewis Philip.
Karibu.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So today is Jamhuri.
Yeah.
Tumesema tutapika chapo.
Yeah, happy Jamhuri Day, by the way.
Happy Jamhuri Day. But we never did that. Sindio?
Yeah, happy Jamhuri Day to you all.
Okay. So, kuna vitu nyingi vimeendelea leo, which we shall tackle them, but what I want to discuss, and I want to talk about, ni Sakaja, Governor Bwana Sakaja, Governor wa Nairobi, where the Jamhuri event was being held. And ameongea. Would you mind taking me through it?
Okay, Governor Sakaja was the one who welcomed the deputy president, Mr. Kithure, is it Abraham Kithure Kindiki? So he gave some good remarks on the president's work. He gave some good words on his own work, and he also gave some things that are not quite evident if it was true or not. You know, politicians are politicians. So, but we just say maybe the ones who are in Nairobi more. He said that now the people who are around the people who are around, the youths around Nairobi, can access the gardens free to do some contents. So the last time I checked, it was costly.
Yes,
around 10,000. So
to access your garden 10,000.
Yeah. So
and how is that helping a youth mwenye ambaye ana shilingi yote?
Okay, right now the governor has said it's free.
So sasa ni free sasa?
Yeah, saizi ni free. So with that we shall just hope that is the truth and
hajasema tu for sure.
Yeah, maybe he has not said that for the show.
So umesema ameongelea kuhusu employment.
Yeah. Something that the president has really avoided. Adding jobs for yeah. But for the president we will just check that tomorrow.
Unajua nilimsikiza akasema kuna sisi kuna TikTok, kuna sijui we should utilize those whatevers, those chances tunapewa, unaona. But let me ask you, if I'm not talented kwa creative, what is that you supposed to do?
Okay, according to Sakaja, everyone should be talented. If you are a youth, you should be creative. And if you are not creative, then there is no solution for you.
Are they the same people that told us to go and go to school, earn your papers, and then jobs ni easy?
Yeah.
So what happened? So now how come sasa wanakuja kutubadilishia vitu hapa juu, if you're not talented hakuna solution, where you're lost now? I just find it confusing because back then in school alikuwa naambiwa talent ni kupeleka mahali. Ni kisomo.
Ni masomo.
Kisomo. Kisomo.
Yeah, kisomo is
kisomo is what will take you far.
Now kisomo is taking you nowhere.
Wanabadilisha vitu venye wanataka.
Yeah. Kitambo ilikuwa if you are not learned, if you are not one of the learned friends, you are close to, let's say, nothing. But these days is if you are not talented,
wewe ni nani?
Yeah.
Unaongea kwa imeza kama daktari ni nini? Sindio?
Right now there is someone I know, alifanya law. He has a I think if it's not a master's, it's a degree in law. And huyo mtu saizi ni shushaina.
Imagine.
You can imagine.
With all that constitution hapa. Na law yote ya English, but you know the stupid thing with law. The stupid thing with law, let me tell you.
Yes.
As someone who tried to do that. Venye imeandikwa, the way that case was solved, uko 18, in fact uko 1750.
Yes.
Is the same way you should know it.
Kabisa. Word by word.
Word by word. And now you're here shining our shoes.
You can imagine.
After going through all that torture, bwana wakili mpigisha rangi viatu. What is that? Na sasa unaambiwa hiyo wakili is nothing, sasa kuwa na talent. Kwa jua kudance, kama hujui kudance jua kuimba. Jua kuact sasa bro, kama hujui vitu ya ama Kenya. Ndio imekuja nafika place atakuwa mama lord ni career.
Yeah, see,
I have this lord of mine, like my own plug of memes. I love Blizzy King.
Yeah.
I love huyo mjob fan kila mahali. I'm a top fan of that person. Amekuwa mama lord na sasa amekona do.
Lakini sasa ubaya ni kuna madam mwingine na ni best yangu. So aliuliza sasa haupendwi unapostia nani mem na wenye wanacheka hadi hawakujui. But it was like, okay, you don't have, but there is a difference between the one you are making their day and the one who love you, because if somebody loves you for that, that is something.
Me, I love Blizzy King. For what? Because nikiingia hapa kama nimejaa maji saa ile how sad I was. Na bado nishapasua tu and then I'm like, okay, unaona?
Yeah.
That's why nampenda.
Yeah. But in Kenya, that one being funny is a career.
Yes, Kineri Komondi, Mamito.
Yeah. Being funny is a career. Aya, sasa na imagine CBC. CBC inakuja iseme mtoto inasema mtoto anafaa kuwe na ana mix talent na masomo. Do you know huyo mtoto ata mix? Lakini do you know that you cannot cook rice and pilau in the same pot? It's either yote ikuwe pilau
ama ikuwe mchele.
Ama decide ni mchele white.
Lakini ukigawanisha basi sufuria hivi na kitu.
Ukigawanisha sufuria that one might nini.
You know,
it is the same school and you are telling unaambia you were and the only talents zenye ziko apparently as in the only thing yenye unasoma shule apparently ni football, pottery, sewing and gani ingine and cooking.
Okay,
only 4 things and art. Sasa niambie mtu acting atafanya nini?
So kuna music festivals, kuna drama festivals. What I can say is, what I kusema if you don't have a talent, me I'm going to say if you don't have a skill. Acha kusema talent, a skill. Ajua, let me tell you, there's something that changed and revolutionized our country and the world back in 2020 when COVID happened. Wewe kama lawyer ulikuwa nyumbani. Wewe kama mwalimu ulikuwa nyumbani, but anyone that used their hands, kama mtu wa salon, mtu wa kupika, au watu wa kushona, those people were still working. Kila tukaria zuwa sasa kwambia tunafanya catering, lazima nafanya beauty and nini. Sasa hizo wanafanya saa watu. Because those people were still there. Skills. If CBC is about skills, not talent. You know, talents ni hapo juu, but skills, something that ukijua kushona. There's a friend of mine sahi anafanyaga crochet. Crocheting. Ile kushona zile masomo wanachukua mama kushona kitambo. Those sweaters, and she sells them for like anachukua client wewe 10,000. One.
Wow.
Unaona? Hivyo kuna clients, ana clientele ambao anauzia. Anatengeneza crop tops, anatengeneza beach wear, hivyo.
Wow.
You know, a skill. Let us know that talent is a skill. Now if now Sakaja angesema si etio, anasema to just acquire yourself a skill that is going to help you. Upate kama unajua kukatakata kitunguu just in case. Unajua kupika mandazi just in case. Not everyone knows how to dance. Not everyone knows how to lip sync on TikTok videos. Not everyone knows how to like I don't know, do what? Act. You know? Acting by this is very hard. Do you know that?
And it's very sweet.
I love it. You know, that is the thing that I love. I love acting with all my soul.
Tuko pamoja. Mimi kwa damu, I'm a drama king.
Like even sometimes I don't trust myself because I feel I'm acting all the time. You know? But you need a skill. Acting because I could go. I need something. Because it might not go. But just in case upande najua kupika chips mayai vizuri. Nifungue hotel yangu inaitwa Zulfa's Chips Mayai. And you guys can come there and enjoy that. A skill. And I see these people know that as youth we are not employed. Because wamekuja unajua ushaelewa, I don't know if you have been in somewhere with your friend or your mom or your partner and they attack something. Wanajua wamefanya makosa and they attack it before. They talk like cheki. Kama unapata unawako unaosha vyombo kwa like cheki mom, hizi vyombo unajua sijaosha sababu unajua ule mtu wa jirani unajua alifanya, you know, that is what they have done. Wame attack that. Unajua and kuna mtu mmoja ameshindia amesema mara TikTok mara kaso. TikTok niko like kama unalipa ugawa kwa advertise TikTok. Unaona?
TikTok is
na mwenye ana pesa ana nini? Ana simu ya kuingia TikTok. Mwenye hizi fika Nairobi kwa hiyo garden. You said you're going to create opportunities. Yes. Then and you have said of which nimekwambia tomorrow at dawn shall attack it. So umeniambia the president ame dodge around that. But we shall not get into that. So what has Sakaja said again?
Sakaja has declared that and he has said that in his Jamhuri speech, Nairobi Governor Sakaja has revealed that the county will be honoring artists by renaming city roads after them. For instance, he said a road in South Sea Estate will be named after rapper Issa Mari Wangui, better known as Issa, who died in March 16, 2003 at the age of 21.
Jesus. Such a child.
Nilikuwa nimebakisha how many months nizaliwa? March ni mwezi wangapi? 3. 7 months. Can you imagine? I never even got to know. So the governor has said that he will rename cities after the
You know, Isa, and I talked about it.
Yes.
There's this person, anaitwa Tezi. Tezi is a musician. In fact, ako based huku Kitengela. Ni musician. And since you as Johnny Riebebe, I don't know a little brand, but I know him as Tezi. I know him akiwa pale as a struggling artist, as a starving artist pale chini as we are trying to do stuff. And niliambia kuhusu Isa vizuri because huyu ni mtu ambaye alikuwa akiwa talent show akiwa mtu mdogo akiingia na ska project and anajua Isa vizuri, anajua all these people vizuri. And he told me the story of Isa. It was a young boy when alifanya industry ya music Gengeton. And before we know what is Gengeton, that guy was doing stuff. I don't know some of his things. Sijui ngoma zake most, but that guy was everything. Some people used to say, of which you only hear say we don't know, that Nameless. It is Nameless no I sacrificed him do achukue whatever I must Nameless lead well because they used to be like together all the time. And when see that accident happened alikuwa pamoja, I don't know kitu kama hiyo. And what people talk
venye napenda Nameless hapo naweza mtetea. That is the
I don't know mzaliwa sio nataka kuongea kuhusu sawa aje.
Okay, siko mzaliwa.
So tulia.
But Nameless looks just as good as I can't remember.
You know me well, it is a kwenda.
Freedom of speech.
Kidogo niambie tu upendi mangoma za Kenya. No, that's kidogo niambie kwenda. It's not I love Kenyan music.
Me too.
I love Nyashinski, napenda Bien.
Mimi napenda Nameless, napenda Nyashinski wote.
Nyashinski is just something else, yeah?
Those guys are from another level, you know? Like kleptomaniac, wale watu. Yeah, kleptomaniac.
So now it's going to start naming streets.
Yeah.
Ni street gani wa Nyashinski basi? Ama the only dead artists?
I think the only dead ones. So apparently from the street yenye mtu anatoka. Isa hailed from South Sea. So one of those estates.
Oh, nitume kuja kupate hizo ngoma zake.
Yeah.
Na.
Good.
Yeah, those kind of songs.
So ata name an estate in South Sea after Isa. So Calligraph Jones ni wapi?
Kayole.
So tuseme sasa Kayole itatolewa from the name Kayole kwa.
No. I know Ijango Jones. Jones Street. What is that?
Jones Street. But it's great. See, we have Lavington. Lavington is the name of a person.
You know what?
Yeah.
No. What's it back to Kayole?
Sakaja, I support you. That you don't support. Zulfan support like
I know.
Okay, now.
It is kama Nadia ametoka Rede Mukami.
Nadia. Nadia ni wa Kenya. Just kidding. Yeah, Nadia ametoka.
Ouch. I swear to God that was cold. What? Sisi Nadia mpaka amejishuku kama alikuwa anakuangalia kwa like, what bro? Umefanyia nini? So, Nadia ambaye hatujui ni wapi. Ametoka wapi though?
Hadi message.
So, street yanza kutoka Mukami?
Yeah, it's Nadia Mukami from where?
Kama ni Nyashinski ito Nyamari. Yeah. No.
Kama ni
Isa is better, but ngoja. Nyako kamtama ni the entire place wewe ako kamtama South Sea.
Okay, Zulfa from hapa karibu acha nisiseme ngojewe. So, tunaona hapo ako ka estate. Hapo ka estate. Kaitwe Zulfa.
No.
Nini? Si kuna Jomo Kenyatta highway. Sasa mbona
in fact yaje kuja Jomo Kenyatta itwe Kenya Highway Kenya Highway done because no,
it is good to remember our heroes with and our artists and those great people. If not that,
okay, I think but okay, it's good it is being done because the family of Isa, they lost their son at a very young age. Of which najua by then kwa washasema tushamlose. Najua kitambo kiingia into music ulikuwa ushapotea.
Yeah.
But they really lost him when he died.
Yeah.
Walikuwa washamlose into music and nini stuff. But that now makes him, you know, the family will feel like better. But maybe wa choose majina ambayo ati ziko better si eti wewe usikia Jones naenda Jones hiyo yole sasa ni Jones what is that Timothy that street Timothy that what is that
unapigia mtu akolgeto akazile za
niko hapa Timothy that
niko Jones
what is that
Jones iko Kenya oyole
and kulikuwa kunaitagwa no. So okay, yeah. Back to Sakaja. Akasema 20,000 news were get employed.
Is that even true? Because okay, maybe
get into that. Sijui kama kuna point kama hiyo 20,000 ni have been employed. Ebu sema were get employed wapi?
Okay, according to Sakaja, those who have been employed are literally more than what he the counts, because he was like more than 20,000. So how do you say that? And then Gen Z when walikuwa kwa barabara
walikuwa more than walikuwa like 100,000.
Yeah, because tukianza kusummarize everything that
20,000 walikuwa wapi?
Tukianza calculate everything that Sakaja said. I don't know if the producer can put us that part nani akisema count the people that were being counted. How tukiwa count siji kama wanaweza fika even a million, because it's like they are dentists. I don't know, 15,000
no 50,000 wame graduates 400 nurses something 200 doctors or stuff
like sasa na hao wenye walikuwa kwa barabara walikuwa wametoka wapi? You can't tell me at how ni
there's something that was happening yesterday about that point, yeah. Inaitwa unajua kitambo venye kulikuwa kazi mtaani,
yeah.
Sijui inaitwa kazi majuu ama inaitwa kazi nini, inaitwa kazi kitu,
yeah.
And yesterday kuna watu kwenda Qatar. Yesterday there was something that was happening about that. The last governor of Machakos, Dr. Alfred Mutua, alinini amekristoja ndo wa nje.
Alikuwa wa nje.
Ndo kwa mpaka sasa ndo wa nje.
Alirudishwa.
Yes.
It was long.
Ni internal or external or something. So no affairs, international affairs. So amecreated ndo kazi sasa. Ni kazi njama, ni kazi majua ama ni kazi kitu.
Ni kazi mayolo tuweke tu hiyo.
Yes. And there are people that sijua ni wangapi walikuwa wanaenda jana. Eti kuna opportunities huko nje. I'm like if a matisha anaenda kuosha bado nguo huko Qatar.
Yeah, with your skills, put your skills in your pocket, my dear.
Then basi situaanze kwa CBC waeke a class ambayo inaitwa laundry and stuff, housework and kitu.
Okay, mtoto wako akuenda shule na sabuni na karai?
I don't know.
Yeah, they were going with the soap, water and the dirtiest, hata kama wataambiwa waende wachafue nguo, the dirtiest clothes walikuwa nazo. Yeah, because I remember one of my cousins was like tumeitisha sabuni, maji, sabuni, I think the school provided water, karai na nguo chafu. Twende tukafue. Haya, the next time kitungu, nyanya, sufuria na sahani. Twende tukapike. So I think the government is preparing our small children
to be maids and to go wash laundry.
Ouch, that's harsh, but yeah, it's
to go and cook for Arabs.
Yeah, to go and cook for Arabs.
But at the same time I'm going to be like bado hebu nikuulize, uko huku Kenya si ndio? Na umesomea daktari na ikusaidii na upate chance ya you have student zile za help, uko na loans unafaa kulipa, and then upate the opportunity ya kwenda huko Qatar. umeorganiziwa na gava ya kwenda huko, maybe you go work in a hotel or you go become a maid, but that thing is going to help you and your family. Is it a good opportunity? Would you take that chance?
Okay, tuseme you have a low paying job na hiyo inakupea
hauna kazi, umesomea daktari, uko na malon, mamako aliuza mbuzi zote, and then now the government says kuna hiyo opportunity unaenda Qatar upate kazi fulani huko, hata matunio ya kuoshia watu nguo, but at least it's at least, yeah, as long as upeleke. Unajua ukiangalia kwa videos fulani zinakuwa kuona ile za venye mademo atasekea huko. Now if the government is like, we are going to make sure that you guys are protected, we are going to make sure that you guys are well taken care of, and the government of Kenya make sure that mali you're placed, you're going to be safe, would you take that chance?
Yeah,
instead of kuko Kenya tu uko tu hivyo?
Yeah,
unaandamana.
Yeah, I will take the chance because to me I usually say without money you will be seen as nobody, so better have money and wakikuona kama mtu, at least you can you are utegemei mtu, be yourself. Yeah, because right now the most friendless person is the penniless one. Yeah, the most friendless.
And it's so sad. So naona producer anataka kucheza hiyo stuff, but let us continue talking, atatuambia akiweka. So by the way, it is true. There's a thing that my cousin sent me yesterday. Kwa group ya makuzo. Ile group ambayo mmeweka tu just. Akina sikuwa niangalia sana. Sawa? As I talk bad stuff about that. And mega group ndio keep tabs on each other, not because that you care. Not because that you care about each other. The rich ones awashiki simu of the honor the poor ones. Una get? And then the poor ones, because unajua wewe ukimpigia simu hata shika. You know, there's a cousin of mine tuliongea na yeye. She lost her mom, and I called her. In fact, I was just here studio, and I called her because I couldn't make to that funeral. And I told her what happened between us. Used to be like best of friends. How comes that we don't talk now? You know? And she was like, unajua vile ulikuwa famous ulianza, maybe mimi niliona maybe utakuwa na attitude. And I'm like, seriously? And then she asked me, wewe ulipigianga? Niko like, vile ulielewa na bwanako kwa pesa nyingi ndio na wewe utakuwa na attitude. Unaona hiyo ujinga ambao tuko nayo? Money. The issue here is money, and the thing is, ewe kama una do man, that's why unapata mayuso anafanya vitu ambayo si mzuri. Uko na desperation, and there's nothing dangerous like a desperate man. In fact, right now is a desperate Gen Z. Sawa? The Gen Z akisha kuwa desperate ni hivyo. Unaona? So it is really, really sad.
Really.
Okay? So maybe if you get that opportunity to go outside, and the government is promising you safety, and you're going to be okay, maybe you should take that chance, because life is all about risking. Because unajua at least kuna okay, sawa fiti umefanya udaktari, but hakuna hiyo kazi. And yes, the government has failed you because they promised you that you go to school and get this, but haija happen. Unajua naambiagwa you're dealt with that hand, but unaweza kubali to get dealt with the other hand. So if an opportunity comes, take the risk. Take the risk.
This life, somebody once said, without risk, there is no bliss.
There is no bliss. Without risk, there is no
bliss.
Yes.
I think that is something I've created.
And you know, there's something in Ambiaga watu. I remember I was talking to someone, sawa, and nilikuwa naangalia videos fulani hapo za bungee jumping, because me I love bungee jumping a lot. Sawa? And I remember alikuwa like na hiyo kamba ikienda ikatike. Unaona? And I was like, it's something that you have to kubali. You know, sindio? Like, you know, the moment. Let me ask you one question, the easiest question right now. When you get in a relationship right now, is it a risk you're taking?
because by then you know
we don't know if this person is going what in fact it is right now. Ujue kama ni mtu ambaye mtakutana kidogo akudunge kisu because excuse eti atakupiga but excuse eti atakupiga eti atakutusi is atakudunga kisu atakunyonga atakupigisha kwa ukuta.
They tell you they don't bite,
atakuchoma. You don't know,
they don't bite but they stab.
In fact today they stab, they kill,
like that student mwenye aliuliwa. You can imagine that is a young soul imeenda tu hivyo.
So take risks, that is what we're trying to say. Take risks
that are worth it.
Yes.
Do not just take risks because it is dangerous or because you want to.
Okay, you take risk kama ya unaongea kwa strangers car. Stranger ambaye mlio unaingia tu saa 9 ya usiku. Na that ni risk ambayo ni ujinga. Unaona sawa?
Hiyo nayo utakufa.
Ama ukweleke mbuni kunye rat nione vile rat inafanyaga. That is not a risk. But if you get opportunity na government anasema hiyo kuna opportunity ya kwenda nje. Yes, uko disappointed because uliambiwa utapata and you're going to leave your family, you're going to leave your friends. And let me tell you, as a person mwenye amekuwa na people ambao wako pale nje, it's draining
and it's never easy.
It's 90% of the time you're fighting. No, it is not fight, it's because you miss each other. Hata kama it's your mom, it's your dad, they wako nje ambako hakuna watu it's not family. Unajua kama for example toke sasa hivi unaishi Kisii ama wewe unaishi Meru,
yes, mali sijui mtu,
it's hard
really
and gets lonely. Sawa? So yes, you leave your family here, you'll go there, unashua depression na shock ya kuingia another place. By the time ujue hiyo mtaa, unaona we are places I'm younger forever. Like right now mimi ukiniambia nenda coast anywhere kama ama go to TZ, hapo naweza just take as well as Dar es Salaam ama Zanzibar, sababu kuna oceans, unaona. But other places it is hard. Endelea uniambie kuhusu Sakaja amesemaje.
So Sakaja said that the ninis will be free, those stadiums will be free and they are free, and he will check if there are more job opportunities can be added for the young ones to be so that they can reduce the current unemployment and the current shortage of manpower. You know, there are so many jobs out here, just that zingine zinataka ma connection, and the government can do that. See, let's say the government
okay, the first thing they are trying, they know that they went somewhere wrong and they are trying to correct it through CBC. Kila mtu akona skill yake kufanya hapa nje, but for now they are trying to correct it. Niambo vinaambiwa
do you know si siku moja tu government yamue iseme if a company imefunguliwa in Kenya that 90% of the workers wenye atakuwa kwa hiyo kampuni wakuwe Kenyans, because kampuni zingine zinakuja na manpower from their countries. He makes sure at least the manpower provided in this country.
Yes.
Kama ni developments, kama imeandika ikaitisha like for example the roads made by Chinese, waseme the government ikuje seme jobs ziprovidiwe watu wa hiyo area. Kama ni Nairobi, watu wa Nairobi wakuje na watu kama wawili from China, wakuje wawafunze, and wakiwafunza si wameshajua, they let them do the nini, so that at least wao watajua watapata the skills, because we will not forever depend on the people outside. Hatutategemea watu nje forever. Haya, zile manyumba zenye zinajengwa tusichukue contractors from Kenya. I'm sure that each county iko na contractors, and each constituent iko na engineers. Let's go to that engineer tuweke posters to say we need people to construct the houses the government wants to construct. watafute engineers, contractors and workers. Each constituency. Do you know that will reduce the nini? Because kama tunaambiwa ni 3,000 houses. Do you know watu wenye watakuwa employed kila mahali?
Do you know, I said the same thing. You said the same thing. We were discussing some hosts, some guests another day, and I was like, what if ukuende Voi? Sindo Voi kuna mayouth. What is from Voi tunajua? Sisal.
Yeah.
In Voi, that is the cash crop huko.
Yeah.
Tata Taveta. Yeah, but ni huko tu. Uchukue saa kwa hii Sisal uandike like 20,000 youths from there. Waingie into that. Waingia hapo.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah.
Aya, ukuja Devik, the river. Kuna companies ngapi? In fact, because the river is an industrial area. Uandike like 50,000 youths into those companies, kila moja 10. Unawatoa kwa streets. Ukuje Kitengela, uende is in Kajiado County. What is in Kajiado County? Ni maziwa. Inatoka huko Kajiado County. What is what? Create a dairy nini hapa kutengeneza maziwa, pasteurized milk and stuff. Andika huko. Sawa, imeenda Meru. Ni jabe na uzo huku. Okay, what can we do hapa nini? Tunaandika use huko. Tuende Mwea. Ni mchele huku. Yeah, hivyo. You know, with what we have there for now as we solve our issues.
So if that can be done, then as a country tutakuwa mbele. You know that. Do you know that in China, it is supposedly said that ukiwa primary ndio unafunzwa hadi kutengeneza simu. These phones that we use are made by
some Bluetooth speakers
are made by primary school students. Like unapata
like an art project.
Yeah, like hii class ya art yenye sisi tuna model tu nyumba
na matope ya clay. Hata si ile the right nini loom soil ambao mwaneno mwagilia loom soil pale alafu mje.
You can imagine sasa tukitumia hiyo kuna mwingine hiyo saa anatengeneza simu na hiyo simu huko ikitolewa huko itatolewa kama kitu haina imetengenezwa na mtoto iko na malfunction and all that, lakini tukiuziwa huku 20,000. You can just imagine that. Mko hapo. So if Kenya we would change as a country, we would change our way of thinking. Sometimes there is this certain movie I watched ilitoka juzi. We are told we have to get lost to find the way. So you have to get lost to find the way,
and there's always another way.
Yeah, there is always another way. So if we think outside the box, do you know, like or if not outside the box, sometimes tuache kufikiria outside the box sana, because we have even finished the surrounding chenye kiko outside the box tumemaliza. Sasa turudi hapa kwa box.
Unajua is one thing
tuone Zulfa what the box has to offer. Because tumeangalia outside the box sana mpaka tunaona space. Now let's come to the box and see, okay, this is our box. What does it have to offer? What can we get from it? No. Yeah, instead of just going not knowing where we are going, let's get lost inside the box, and then we can know if we'll find something useful or something meaningful. Yeah.
Unajua there's a certain way of things that people are told that they should do things. Like you should be married at 25. Sawa, as a woman. And as a man, by that wafako umeshajenga uko na nini, si ndio? And yani unapata there's a certain way imekwa ni kama that is the only way.
Yeah.
That is the only way. I was talking to my mom, so and we were talking about my sister, my young sister. So she loves beauty, like beauty.
Yeah.
Unaona? So much beauty. And my mom was like, unakuja hata usichukua vitabu usome, unaona unakuja kula beauty sawa.
Yeah.
And I was like, mom, unaona seriously mpaka sasa uko hapo uko like akaniambia you know that sijui mwani muongee hivyo because let me tell you it's not that way sawa. Yani like because that beauty inaweza kuja kumpea pesa baadaye. Nimeongea because that is kila mzazi anafaa kusema hivyo. Akaniambia mwenyewe anasema hivyo, nimeongea because my mom told me that, and maybe her mom told her that, unaona, but that is not the only way. It is because tomorrow, I'm not saying what should not go to school sawa, but ukiona si lazima uende high school, unaweza an artisan course, enter to that artisan course. For real, ugain a skill. Bila hakuna jawa ribu school fees ya 4 years and then utoke when ufanye something else, you know. But if you know you are not meant for this, and ufanye hata beauty, an artisan thing, kuna TVET colleges. Unajua hivyo? TVET zina nini? Wamesema watakuwa wana recognize people with talents, people with anything. Sawa? Continue.
So when time gets to that point that you say, even as parents, you should know that you should sit down with your kids. Muulize umepata hii, unaona ukiendelea na high school
ama tukupeleke tufanye kitu kingine,
learn as a parent. You should know when your child needs something,
and yes,
we are told God does not give you everything that you want. He gives you what you need, what you deserve. So as a parent, jifunze tu kukaa chini na muuliza unaendeleaje, somo inakupeleka aje, you see. And ukifika hapo atakuja akishindwa na hii akwambia, you know what mother, you know what dad, instead ya kwenda hivi si mnilipie hii, I think within a short while, 3 or 2.5 years, I'll get this skill, I might get a job, because hapa naona tukiari
I can employ myself.
Yeah,
umesema hivyo, it is true. There's a classmate of mine.
Yeah.
He was the head boy and I was the head girl. Sawa. Akwaga mjanja. In fact, I think he became the head boy because he was talented kwa hizo games and stuff. Sawa. So when alimaliza class 8, babake wakaenda wakaja mzenyewe Ken. Hapa ndo mpata sijui max sijui 65.
Yeah. 65.
No, I'm just joking. Sawa. Unaona? Sawa. Kuna haja kweli nikupeleke high school. Akasema no, nipeleke nijue kuendesha tractor. Zile tractor zile za excavators.
Yeah.
Let me tell you right now, he has a Range Rover.
Yeah.
Sisi tulikuwa shule hivi 4 years, enda mwaka mmoja na akuja akapata kazi Tanzania ya sijui wazungu.
Yeah.
Right now that guy tunaongea like anakuwa like ni Zulfa mgani? Unaona?
Yeah.
That Ken and generally inaitwa Ken. So maybe as we mesema as parents we should be like ngoja, my dear, let us sit down, learn to sit down with your children. Si ndio? So Zakaja amesema kama una talents wewe hapa Kenya wahame. Si ndio?
Hapa Kenya
we have no place for you here.
So as I was saying, so upate at least, and one thing we should have is closure with not closure, I mean
closeness, openness and closeness. Yeah.
Be close with your children. Jujue okay, one thing about me and my mother, she cared about what I got and how I learned. Yeah, stop caring about what children get more than what they learn.
Grades.
Yeah.
I don't know, even my dad was like, and I remember nikitaka kumwambia like sawa. I had like after class 8 after your KCP, I had like 3-1 KC your stuff, and my dad was like, sababu eti kuna mkidi na iba amepata 3-3. No, I don't want 3-3. I think he had like 370 kitu, and because I was in a boarding school na alikuwa si wa boarding school, my dad was like, amekudefeat, and I'm like, why? Because it anajali sana kuhusu hii kitu than me.
The grade more than
anasema mbona alikuwa na day school na wewe ulikuwa boarding school all your life, you had hakuna mali ulikuwa unachukua tioshe vyombo umefanya nini, sawa? So why, unaona? And I was like, Dad, seriously, when you go to high school anda kukuja ongea mbele watu wako like physics alikuwa na A, lakini nimemwambia sana nikisema akwa na A+, unaona?
Yeah,
una get?
Yeah, I get that.
And now when akaja anasema hivyo, anasema if you don't have a talent, TikTok and YouTube. No, tell people to acquire skills. Let schools teach us how to acquire skills. Naona pale muda unatupa kisogo. So yes, what I can say is dear viewers, if you have any advertisement that you want to do with us, you want us to partner with you, there's a number up on screen. Please double tap. TikTok imesha niingiza hapo mzee TikTok. Double tap kwenye screen yetu. Okay, nenda achukua namba, kuna namba pale imeandikwa pale, and use that number to communicate with Kenya News Alert team, and mtaongea, we shall know how mtaongea, msikizane what you want to be advertised, where it is and stuff. Yeah, but we are here to advertise you, sawa? So what we are going to say is goodbye. Tomorrow we shall be here early in the morning with morning tea show, and I've been your host, House of Zulfa, in Kenya News Alert, and I had a guest today. What is your name as you tell them bye-bye?
My name is Lewis Philip, and it was nice being with you. Do have a good evening. And one more thing, we also do live coverage. So in case you have an event that you want it to be broadcasted live, just holler us. Yeah.
Give them some advice. Wape advice when you kuingia TikTok na kushake kiuno.
Okay, si lazima uko unajua kuingia TikTok. There is this nini. There are so many things you can do. Hata kama hauna talent. Like for example, you can just chukua simu kwa tu una edit majina ya watu, because I see saizi nasikia kwa nini kwa Facebook ukipita unasikia I can edit a name. Ingia tu kwa simu uangalie name edits, and yeah, you can edit someone's name. Now that is a 10 bob per name. 10 bob. Yeah. As I was saying, you can edit name and get paid. Like
edit your name aje?
Unaiweka like for example your name is Zulfa. Naiandika in beautiful colors and naiweka background beautiful. And that one is 10 bob per name. You know, if you edit 20.
Hiyo job unapata wapi?
See, it is just an app that you download on your phone. You edit, unaambia mtu. Yeah, and you can.
Okay.
Squeeze si kila kitu na nini.
Okay, so this is another job for you viewers. I use mko pale nje. Phones. So bwana producer.
I think ametoka kidogo.
Okay.
So as we go on, viewers, we will as we wait for our producer
to come back.
Yeah. So Zulfa, can I ask you something? What do you think about there are these stories that have started to surface about the Anunnaki? Have you ever heard of the Anunnaki?
Of course I have.
So do you believe in those beings?
In the Anunnaki?
Yeah.
Believe when you say believe.
Okay, the Anunnaki are believed to be aliens that supposedly created the universe. Now those people who believe in the Anunnaki, they do not believe in God. They believe that the Anunnaki created the world. The Anunnaki also created the Egyptians and the pharaohs. So it was like just the way they believe that the pillars were built by the Anunnakis and giants. So I
researched something about that.
Yeah.
And they said yes. So our producer is back and hapo ndo muda umeshatupa kisogo, tunataka kuaga. Tupatane kesho asubuhi.
Yeah, it will be a beautiful morning. We'll talk about
we shall attack more.
Okay, I will not say attack. I will not say attack. To me it will be just it will be a friendly
attack. No, tuna tackle attacking. Si hivyo unafikiria?
Tackle. Because it is said it takes two to tango. So we will bring in the tango dance with the president and what he has said and why he has very, very highly escaped the job increasement subject. Why people will not get jobs from the government, and what are your thoughts? We'd like you to leave your thoughts in the comments, and yeah, we'll see about that.
Okay, so goodbye. Let us see you tomorrow. Hello, good morning this beautiful Saturday morning. I'm your host, House of Zulfa, and this is Kenya News Alert Morning Tea. Yes, so jana ilikuwa Jamhuri, and I hope you guys had a really good Jamhuri day. Now I have a guest today with me. I'll be bringing guests every day. This one particular guest, yeah. so let him introduce himself.
Hello everyone, I'm Lewis Philip. As always, I'm always happy to be here with you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Again.
Thank you. And
yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. How was the long night? To me, mine was long.
Was long, yeah.
Yeah.
Mine wasn't long. It was actually short and sweet.
Oh yeah. Short and sweet.
Yes.
As they all are.
They are. I love my duvet. I don't know. Nifanye kama yule mdada ambaye leo duvet yake ama you know.
Yeah. Mkianza kuoa duvet sasa sisi tutaoa nini? I think I'll have to marry something that does not keep me in bed. So I know I'll marry a fridge. At least nikwe
food.
Nikwe na chakula ya kutosha.
That is wise. Now that is wise.
Very.
By if I could marry, I would marry like the beach. Sawa? And the beach Mali Jericho Rosales ametoka. Sawa? Now let us get to the topic. So yesterday was Jamhuri. Tukasema tapika chapo but we didn't.
By the way,
what happened? Wewe ulifika ukadoze na mimi ukaenda room na mimi nikashughulika. Okay. Yeah. So the thing is our president, a lot of people spoke.
Yeah.
Our president spoke too. Sawa? He talked about some things. Ambazo I want us today tuzichambue.
Yeah.
Vizuri.
Yeah.
Pole pole. Atungeongelea jana.
Yeah.
But right now we want tuzichambue. Si ndio?
Yes.
So, tell me. Did you listen to that speech?
Yeah, I listened to it.
Now, point to point. We want to go point to point. We have like a whole hour.
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah. Before I start my speech, let me just make this declaration, Mr. President. I'm 2% supporting that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say at least 30%. Yeah, because it might not be that correct, all of it. You know, not everything will be like fair and all that kind of stuff. So I'll support you at 2%, and at 30% that is, because some of the things that you said are true, others I don't know, others I'm still following up, and the comments that the Kenyans are giving are quite not what we expect. And most of the Kenyans are like, is this true? I doubt it. Oh no, this and that. So
do you know, let me tell you something.
Yes.
There's a thing, I usually take everything literally this way. Like, take it as a relationship. Sawa?
Yeah.
Now, to assume ushajua chali yako kudanganya mademo yako kudanganya, they're not honest.
Yeah.
So the moment anabonga uko like, where am I any friend of yours?
Yeah.
Sawa?
Yeah.
People they'll take like with a little bit of salt.
Yeah.
So Kenyans are not reacting to it like really good.
No, they're like, did you see that others were locked outside and they were like, why is there social classes? There were empty seats. But some Kenyans were like, they did not sit where, not even if they should not sit near the president. They should sit at a distance where they can see the president. Others were outside, others were seated down.
Why? Kwani hakuna viti hapo kwa uhuru nini?
There are so many.
So hawafai kulia ama?
I don't know what the social classes, and others were so mad and yeah. So everyone, like yesterday, there were people of all caliber, of all classes, and of all kind of craziness. This is Kenya, so some things are not a surprise to us. Yeah. So the president's speech was quite moving, if I may say. It was quite touchy, and he made some points that we expected, and some he ignored, and all that as Kenyans we got it, and yeah, we are still seeing if what he said is all true.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Yes. He spoke, sindio?
Yes, he did.
And it was like, I want us to go to everything. I want us to know every detail. He spoke, he said what he said. Me, I think when you're like a politician, you should have like really thick skin, because not everyone is there to penda you.
Yeah.
Sawa? And they are here like to criticize everything you're doing. Sawa, kuna wale ambao watakupenda sawa, but most of them will be like, unaona? Atutaki what you're saying. So I want us to get to like now the speech itself. The speech, and let us go from detail to detail. Let us go to detail to detail. Now I want you to tell me. He spoke about food. Sakaja discuss jana Sakaja. Alianza na chakula kwanza, si ndio? Akasema kuhusu nini chakula?
Okay, about
chakula is not food. How youths we can employ ourselves through talents, si ndio? But unapata tunasema not all of us wako na nini, wako na talents, and now if you don't have talents, what do you do?
Okay, so about the food, this is what he said, and I quote, farmers have brought more land under cultivation and produced much more per acre than before, thanks to the timely availability of subsidized inputs and extension services. Agro-industries have more raw materials and value addition is on the rise. The agro-industrial sector is also creating more jobs each year as we gear up to compete in various export markets driven by expanding intra-Africa trade. Trade opportunities in the European Union and United Kingdom markets, and our growing competitiveness in global markets. So due to the food security, that's true, it has been there, and we have seen it since his reign. We can say that some of the jobs have been created from the agro industries and from the farming and all that kind of stuff. So we say that it is true, partly. Let's say
Now let me ask you a question. Yes. Nataka nikaribisha mic vizuri na unisikie vizuri ya. Now let me ask you a question. For real tumefuatilia kama issue ya chakula. Sasa unga umepungua bei. Si ndio? alisema atapenda fertilizer. Yes, it was sold. Yes, it was sold. Yes, but iliuzwa kwa bei ya chini ambayo people can afford. And yes, they did what? They bought it and they planted. Sindio? Okay, now what else happened? So chakula 2022 ilikuwa imetoka gunia ndogo, na maana chakula kilikuwa very 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 expensive. That is true. Sindio? And people were talking about it, and people were like sawa, hiyo chakula ni pesa nyingi, hiyo unga ni pesa nyingi, sindio? And now after that I remember sisi chakula kimekuwa 67 million gunias, sindio? Na people are getting employed kwa hizo companies, sindio? Okay, not everyone, because obviously ini pole pole. Yes, everyone should have a job in their own country. Sindio? But the thing is it takes time kufika pale. Tunaona kidogo. Yes, kuna vitu nyingi zilipromisiwa. Yes, kuna vitu zinaenda vibaya, but tunaenda step by step. Tuende kwa food kwanza. To start na food. Food ikoaje sahi?
According to the president's statistics, and I quote, food is now more accessible to households than before. And as I stated in the State of the Nation address, our country now boasts substantial national food stocks: 95 million 50 kg bags of maize, 9 million bags of beans, 10 million bags of wheat, and 2 million bags of rice. Step by step, we are building a food secure Kenya where every family can afford and access a meal. So with that in mind, is it like realistic? Because still in Wajir they are still starving. In Kenya they are still not in Kenya, even in Nairobi there are still families, no food, no job, and they can't even get lists. So if this is what the president is trying to say, then he should consider the whole of Kenya, not just the statistics of the rich. Or because yes, maybe this one might be let's say here in Nairobi or in Kiambu or in Nyeri, but what about in Garissa? Do you know those people are like forgotten? You should consider them too. Yeah, so some of these the food security iko sawa, yeah, but not everyone is getting their daily meal. There is someone who stays 2 to 3 days without food. So yeah, it's all for to you.
So you know, the thing is, it is step by step. It is step by step. We can't expect that everything will be perfect once. Nilisema ni miaka miwili tangu urais achukue. Only 2 years of correcting a lot of things. Sindio? Only 2 years. So we must give him a chance to try and do it. Sawa? Yes, we are unemployed. But nilisema jana, as I said yesterday, nilisema ukipata chance, yes, umesoma udaktari, but if you get a chance to go out there and the government is providing that for you to go out there and work, you should take that chance. Because at the end of the day, the money we are looking at, sindio? Now let us look at kila kitu kidogo. Tuweke salt, tuweke sukari. Chakula kilikuwa very expensive, and saizi at least unga ni 120, so at least kuna ka stabilizing kidogo, sindio? Mboga unapata at least, kitunguu kuna wakati kidogo kimepotea sana. Saizi wewe kimeregea kiko at least, sindio? Now the thing is, why don't we like give it a chance? Pole pole. Yes, nasikia Kenyans walikuwa wamejam sana. Sana. Na Murima, you know, the thing is, yesterday kwa sema, we want to know what if he address the Murima, but before we get to that, nataka tuchambue all he said, what he said, you know, tuchambue kidogo, sindio? So food iko fiti sahi. Food iko fiti, sindio? So that is a tick, sindio? Now let us go to employment. Read me the points of employment.
Okay. In employment, the president urged the Kenyans to, for example, okay, as Okay, he urged the Kenyans to look for skills and to learn something and learn to employ themselves, because in every place there are Wi-Fi's, so online jobs are they are out there. And he urged them, because in his statement in the Wi-Fi sector, he said, the bottom-up economy, and I quote, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda prioritizes digital transformation as a cornerstone in inclusive economic growth. This is why we are undertaking an ambitious expansion of our national digital infrastructure by deploying a fiber optic network to connect over 74,000 public institutions and establish 25,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots, because digital transformation is a critical enabler in creating opportunities across all sectors.
Okay.
Yeah, so with that, everyone has an opportunity to make something, and then by their skill, they can use the digital market to the digital network to market what they are making. Like if for example there are people who do projects, si lazima ukuwe na bundles ndio post. So with the Wi-Fi, the 25,000 the alleged 25,000, you can be posting them, you know, everywhere, like and then by then mtu ataona, wow, you do a great work, atakuja kununua, you know. But
let me ask, tumesema una post ni 25,000?
No, the Wi-Fi's across the country are
25 zinawekwa upande, tuko kama the country in Asia, inaitwa Indonesia. Indonesia, kitambo, that was 2017. I remember I had a friend who was living huko, and they told me that everywhere kuna Wi-Fi. Like everywhere, you don't need every place you stand. Hata uende sisi kwa fore,
kuna Wi-Fi.
Kuna Wi-Fi.
Wow.
Sawa? Yeah. So that is what they are planning to do. But like we have free net. Now see what I get hacked. If what I draw information, because when you're online all the time, they know where you are all the time. So yeah. But it is good. But it is good. Sawa? It is good.
Yeah.
For us the people, because sawa, tulisema jana Sakaja alisema kila mtu akuwe na nini na skills, kila mtu akuwe na talent, sawa. But let me tell you, what if your skill is kama vile nimesema, I told you I have a friend of mine who sells ako TikTok, by the way. And TikTok is, nimeenda nikafanya research yangu, and TikTok, and I've talked to people and they're like, TikTok is good. Now we say that the hand that you are dealt right now na venye our fathers unapata sisi kwa government ama kwa every job ni watu wazee, and they are like, we want experience. Now if you don't have a talent, how can you use social media? And I was like, I told this person Wanduthi, aliniambia, do you know what I do? Mimi naenda huko naongea naeka venye nabeba watu service ni mtu nikimbeba namwambia, can I take like a video with you, niseme I deliver this thing to you. Si wa any balls company ama any global company ama anything, he's just yeye tu. Unaona, and anatumia TikTok na watu wamependa namba yake na kuna clients, hata mtu anaambia mtu au mtuma mbali sana. Unaona, so what am I saying? If si lazima ukuwe na talent ndio utumie social media, you can post what you do. Na katakata sukuma, unaingia live time, kama unafungua kibanda saa 10, unaingia live from saa 10 to 5. Na ni kwa watu they just use kukatain sukuma, you know. So mtu anajua ngoja nitaka sukuma mzuri, niliona zile sukuma ni nini, ni green huko. Okay, you're in a hotel, sawa. There you go live from there. But then I used to kuna siku nilikuwa naingia live with this person na ako Dodoma, sawa, na anapika mahamri, na ananiambia I usually go live. Amenunua kama ife kadogo. I go live siku mzima. I set my phone there and I'm cooking and I receive orders hapo kwa live. Nitumia place flani hapo na asita kuna hotel fancy. So that is creating employments for ourselves. And the social media and the government is saying they're going to put user Wi-Fi places. That is good. I continue.
Okay, in still that point, he still said, in other words, an addition 20 million Kenyans are being prepared for high productivity in the digital economy. We have also adapted the integration of creative industry courses into technical and vocational colleges as a reliable mechanism to build a skilled workforce. So the president, I think for the time being, I can say he's doing a great job, because right now manual workers are being overtaken by robots and AIs, you know. Watu wa kufikiria saizi hawatakikani. We only need people who work through the internet.
Yes.
And creating a network, mechanized built skilled network, that one is something that, let's say, it will stay for a while without being replaceable, you know. Everyone will be like, now they know something, you know. They know how to software, they know how to hack and all that kind of stuff. So with that, the lack of jobs might reduce. If what the government is saying, then let's give it 1 to 2 years, then we will see. Because right now in Asema, like around 1 million people have been employed by the houses, by the the 20 million citizens have been employed by these ICT things. So, speaking of jobs, another thing the president said is that there are houses. He created 1 million jobs for the houses. That I think around 30,000 houses are being constructed, and some of the houses are even done building, and they are ready for the Kenyans to get. So with that, we know that the affordable houses are now ready, and but one thing is that I don't think they are that affordable, because kama ni za mtu mwenye anafanya kazi na mwenye afanyi kazi, mwenye afanyi kwa kampuni, you know, like because for example mimi huwa nalipay your affordable housing, yeah, and it's like they're like I will pay. Sasa nikiretire, si hiyo pesa itakuwa imetosha kwenda kwa nini ku get my own house. Can you imagine sasa mtu mwenye anafanya ajafika hiyo part ya kulipa, anafanya low farming, tuseme tu mkulima kawaida, unataka kusema that person will never get a chance to live in that house?
You know, there's that person who will never get, unless they change they change the system of paying for that house. Ama they make it, there's a way that you can pay for that house. Unaona? Maybe now from there some people will have to enjoy that, and some others maybe they'll find another solution to do that. You know, talking about that, I want to know, did the president address the issue of Gachagwa's impeachment?
Okay, he said that he will deal with his naysayers. He wants to prove his people wrong. So right now, as we know, that one of his naysayers is the deputy president. Though I did not listen to the whole speech, I just got the important ones. I was like, okay, I think he still addressed it, but in part of it, which we will check out later.
We'll check it, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, so with that, the government said that he will try to work in union with all its stakeholders and all his people as Kenyans. And as a Kenyan, the president urged that everyone around should give him time, you know. As I said the other day, ruling is not easy.
Ruling is not
Ask anybody who has ever been a prefect in high school, not even in primary. Primary, ukisumbuliwa unapeleka mtu kwa mwalimu. In high school, not just a prefect, even the head boys, they can tell you ruling is not easy.
Okay, so what we can say is our president Sai, sawa, with all his shortcomings and with all the things that we know, that we are like, see, this happened and that happened and this happened and that happened, sindio?
Yeah.
So kuna vitu ambavyo tunaona, kuna chances ambazo tunaona tunapewa by the government, sindio?
Yeah.
To try and work, to try and do something for us, sindio? For ourselves. And these opportunities have been created, and what we can do is use them. Kama ya wifi is sawa, sawa, watu wako like tuko njaa, hakuna majob, but of which kuna maswali fulani naweza uliza. Unajua kuna watu ambao hawana masimu, sindio? Kuna watu ambao hawana social media. Aya, nasema bado people wameka chances za kupata simu easy, kunalipa mdogo mdogo, kuna M-Kopa services, people are getting a smartphone with 1,000, then you pay like 30 bob, you pay like 50 bob, you pay. So maybe maybe if we use these chances of using social media, of using every chance we can get. Now, jobs go online, by the way. Do you know that? I think we changed now. Saizi nasema tukubali venye tu. Unajua naambiangwa unaangalia situation venye iko. Sawa, angalia your situation. Na usianze kulia, because this blame game and this complaining, we will not go far. We will not. Let us use the chances that we have right now. Tukubali venye okay, sawa, fiti, as I've said, nilisomea udaktari, nilikuwa pesa nyingi. But hizi job napata na kufanya survey online. Do you know I did survey, by the way.
You did survey?
I had like this friend of mine alipataga survey last August. Survey for 3 months, and it was a lot of money because every question you answered it for 50 bob. Question moja 50 bob.
Wow.
Question more than and I did that, and I had nililipa rent evo, and I did stuff.
Wow.
You know, before I came to work here, before I got a job here, you know. And that is not what I've done. That is not that is not what I've studied. That is not what I've done. But you have to accept. Fiti umesome walimu na kuna job walimu. But kuna job unapata hapa online. Kama yenye usema sijui unaweka jina una sijui whatever. Accept that. Sindio?
So what you have said is true, because sometimes you are told learn to improvise, you know. Not everyone has a smartphone, and if not everyone has a smartphone, there are those for M-Kopa. You can take a smartphone and be paying slowly, and with that, if you take a smartphone, just know that you'll have money to pay it, because ukikosa kulipia sinafungwa tu. Anyway, and another thing the president implied is that we should be optimism. We should be optimistic on his grounds. And I quote: "It is confidence based on understanding, hope built on truth, and optimism that stands on facts. We must do all we can to maintain the essential character of our republic as an open and free democratic
we will have to work together. We'll have to accept. Let me ask you. Let me ask you something. Now, for example, now umefika place wewe, sawa? Where with see you're doing political science, sindio? Ukifanya sisi unafanya political science, and maybe you come upate political, hakuna job. Because unajua kuna job sasa. Kuna job ziko sisi si hizo. Sababu ni mababu wameandika huko. Mababu, unasikia mababu, and when you go there they want like wanataka ukue na nini na inaitwaje? Na experience ya miaka 10. Na upate usoko home na umefanya political science una kazi. What do you do? Utasema sasa ama kuna chance ukuja mbona best yako, by the way, kuna chance fulani hapa ya job. What will you do? But people have egos out here. I had a friend, by the other day from work. I met him. Tulifanya kupatana. He was my primary like Apple desk mbele. And then we meet and we are like, it's like our faces never changed tangu tukue nini. He's like ni wewe. Na I'm like, hata mimi I'm trying to know, is it you? His name is Brian, yeah. So big up Brian. He told me atakuwa naangalia all the time. Like unajua nilikuwa mbea bado nikiwa primary. It's like you got the right job ya kuongea because you loved that, you know na. So and he's like, I went to Masai Mara University, I did this course, you know, Nimjaka, and I did, you know them, and these big names, now what are you doing? And I'm like, maybe I can't do another job. I go for school for 6 years and I can't. No, I am here. And I'm like, Brio, do something else, you know. I'm like, no, unless niandikwe place flani. I was but it's from a rich family, you know. Ako too fine. But no. So you know issue.
And another thing, I love you, Luz. I love you so much. Lakini your ego, trust me. As they say, Luz and ego. Anyway, if you get a job, hata kama umesomea course moja for 10 years, my dear, what is yours is yours. And
what is yours is yours. Let me tell you, what is yours is yours.
Do you know there is this character? Her name is Brandy. Brandy acted as Cinderella in
19... Brandy ule moja kuimba? Brandy, si Brandy, we know only one Brandy.
There is another Brandy. She's a lady. So she acted as Cinderella in 1997. And that role has waited for her for all those years. In 2024, there is this another movie. Is it this year or last year? There is this movie ilitoka inaitwa Descendants, The Rise of Red. That same Cinderella, I act as Cinderella and the one mwenye aliact as Prince Charming then wamekuwa tu wawili in this movie. So my point is, what is yours? And it is written in the stars. It is yours.
But that is true. That is true.
No matter how many what kind of other job you get.
No matter who.
Yeah.
Just if it is yours, it is yours.
Knowing that yako inakuja. Because
but for now, you know, I told my sister-in-law yesterday. I told her, she was like, you know, me, I went to school, I did nursing, and mpaka says japata job. Unaona? But right now she has got an opportunity to become like a stylist. Anajua naturally kusonga, you know? And namwambia wacha kwa ulifanya nursing fiti. If nikifenda hapa sahi, you will help me, you know? But for now, what can you do for now? What can you do? Nenda usonge. Ujui who you will come kusonga kesho. You don't know who you will come kusonga kesho. And maybe utakuja upate nini? Ngoja nicheke. I'm thinking about how Kenyans think. So, and Kenyans are like sijui ni ego ama ni pride ama ni nini, unaona? And nilimwambia, you don't know utakuja kusonga nani, ujui utakuja kusonga nani hapo. So if this is opportunity that you're getting, chukua, sawa, unaona? Nikamuuliza, for example, so your nurses walikuwa na, if you want jobs right now and you're a nurse and you can go like sijui eti wapi, so unaweza enda majua kwa like mimi siwezi. I'm like, wacha kukua hivyo, because this is tuko hapa at this moment. Na itabidi we make a lot of sacrifices. A lot. You know, as the president is doing what he's doing, as we give him a chance, because there are 3 years zimebaki. 3 years. Sindio zimebaki. Before like we know for sure. Sindio? For sure. Tusishoot kwanza before tujue. Si au?
Lakini hapa tushashoot. Let's just be real. Just be real, because here we know that unless we are at gunpoint, or unless the MPs who are saying at the president arudi kwa 10 years warudishe your motion, here we know that he's not coming back. Let's not lie to ourselves. We all know he's not coming back. With what he did.
How do you know? Come on. So now you know that I'm not coming back. How do you know that I'm not coming back?
The Murima has neglected him. The Luos are not with him.
But he has like the entire parliament on his side.
Then the parliament is still okay. Half of it is not coming back. When you vote yes, our Rudy.
So unasema sasa ni Matiang'i anachukua. Ni Matiang'i anachukua.
Unajua
mimi president sijasema hivyo. Ni yule amesema.
President hadi yeye mwenyewe anajua chances yake ya kurudi ni 20 over 80. So akirudi I will salute you.
Okay, so he knows. So he knows like kama is there something you're taking, take it now.
Yeah.
Because you're not coming back.
Yeah.
Acha jokes.
Like okay, it's politics, and we are told politics is you should not predict politics.
You should not predict politics.
Do you know
predict politics?
Yeah, we predict.
We do as Kenyans tunajua.
Do you know the time during the last election ya Uhuru and Raila? That we were 100%, even more than 100.
My grandfather, 300,000%.
My grandfather was like, Raila ndio anachukua.
No.
Raila ndio anachukua the second term, and he was
the second term.
Yeah, he was like, Raila ndio anachukua hii. And out of the blues, Uhuru won.
Do you think there's a moment in Raila angeichukua kitu?
Okay, they say that it is just conspiracy. Conspiracy from childhood, nini Moshane. That is not relevant. But freedom of speech says we should speak. So I'm not.
No, we are not in Tanzania.
Yeah.
We are not in Tanzania.
So it is saying that
kidogo ukiongea hivyo politics unasikia tu mlango wanakutrace live uko wapi ngongongo. Okay, unasema nini kuhusu Samia? Njoo. twende chumba pale cha nyuma. We are not in Tanzania, we have freedom of speech. And I was told, by then there's a day I was live, and this person told me the reason why we are speaking so freely is because that Raila fought for freedom of speech, freedom of media speaking. But the fan told me like it is ni sababu yoyo. Sawa.
So it is that not everyone believes in Raila.
Why?
Because they are like somebody who can go, who cannot believe in his own father, who can defy his own father.
Where now nipe umbea vizuri. What happened between they and babake?
It is said that he cost his father's election by running as himself. Yeah, so you can imagine if they say he is cast, it is true. I don't know.
But I heard something like that.
Yeah, nikiwa primary. Yeah. So let's say if someday we ever want to be in a worse place than a place that Ruto has put us. I love all of you Kenyans, but maybe we should try Raila and then see if the case is true. But I love Raila too because he's my hero of all the suffering he has gone through, and he never gives up. You know, he motivates me. Somebody once told me, if you ever think of dying, look at Raila. Kuwa na Raila kwa simu yako, umuangalie.
Because that
at
man
70, I think is he 78 or 70 what?
Ako 78.
Yes, he's 70 something.
Ako ancient.
Yeah, he's ancient.
Na ako pale anapigana
and he's still fighting.
He's still fighting.
He never gave up.
Why are you giving at 19?
I really love that man.
Why are you giving up?
I really love that man.
Years old giving up na kuna babu ambaye ko pale.
Na bado he has the dream of being a president.
Ako like that Kimanthi, I fight till the last election. We fight until the last gun.
So yeah,
I'm going to fight until the last election. The last one, but if I'm in my deathbed, I want like vote for me.
Vote for me. Ata kama ni that one day.
I'm there. Then don't give up.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Yeah. Don't give up.
In case anybody ever thinks of giving up, look at Raila and muangalie vizuri. With the voice, the torture, and the age.
But there was also that he was tortured.
Yeah, kufungiwa kwa ice cold water and inapigwa shock.
Wow. Kwa nini? Tell me about that. Let us go into that. Why?
The tortures were so terrible. Kufungiwa kwa maji.
We shall discuss that.
Yeah.
Come the next government and history.
Let's do.
We shall do that one.
Yeah.
We shall do that one.
Yeah.
So So we shall go for a small break and then we shall be back.
Yeah.
Continue on comment. And before we go on that break, I want to say something. Yeah. So this is Kenya News Alert. This is the best thing actually is happening to Kenya right now, and we are going on to East Africa. So in Kenya News Alerts, we are your partner when it comes to advertising anything. Sawa. So there's a number in your screen there. Go there. Sawa. Double tap it. Double tap it. So go check that number, call it, text it. Utaongea na our executive producer, such a beautiful voice. Sawa. Uongee naye pale, amuelezeane nini akusemeze, and then tuta come back to you. Sawa. So let us meet after that break.
Okay. There is this story.
And they are paid really well.
Yeah, there is this story in Kwaskia that one person, alikuja, she was taken from here, akaenda akapelekwa huko in German. So she was kind. She met this old man. She was kind to her. Everything alikuwa anamfanyia. So the man had no family. So akamwandikia all of his wealth. Akamwachia. You can imagine. She became a tycoon just because of being kind. So people out there, if you are a doctor, make sure that
not a doctor. If you're a person.
If you are a person and most
just a person.
The nurses and
let me tell you a story. Ulisoma said books, senior.
Yeah.
I don't kuna said book fulani na sawa inaitwa aje. It used to have like a lot of stories hapo ndani. I remember
Damu nyeusi ama
I think damu nyeusi. No, damu nyeusi. Yes, the Munyesi used to have a lot of stories. Ile kwa ni red na kitu ya black hapo. Yes, and I remember there's this girl alikuwa anaenda kwa theater and then she met an old man and she was old man alikuwa anaenda into something shock because the sugar levels were low and he had diabetes. So they get she's kind of like, you're a nurse? Yes. Will you take care of me? Yes. And I get employed wanaenda maju, but apparently the guy falls in love with her. Wanafika London, ude wako like, sasa now I'm going to take over everything, let me ride, now I'm the one who's going to take the entire money. And then she goes for a ride and anagonga na gari anakufa.
Yeah, I got that.
You know that story?
Yeah.
So usiambie watu eti wakwe tuka into wazungu. Sawa? Ama anyone?
Okay.
So anasema kuna jobs that get created. Maju za nurses.
Yeah, the nurses. And there was this last time alisema that even teachers are going to be taken uko maju. And yesterday alisema that teachers will be he will recruit teachers will be recruited so that upate the UN, is it the UN at one teacher for every 14 students.
It is true.
Okay, so kama iko hivyo na hao wenye wanapelekwa maju, mbona wasipewe kazi hapa kwanza?
No, history ya maju imekuja na Alfred Mutua. That is a minister for something
is it external affairs.
Yes. Is it nani? Si minister wantangu waje siku hizi? CS. Sindio? For
external affairs.
Yes. Now ni chance. What is a chance? Because wamejua. Okay, me think they are really addressing it really good. And I spoke about it yesterday. They are trying to find jobs. For now, ni kama vile babako akwambie ngoja for now umepata shule, yes, unafaa kwenda Nairobi Boys. But sina school fees ya Nairobi Boys. Unaweza enda hapa today school as I deal with it. Unaona? So for now enda maju fanya kazi kuja. Kama kuna once you became a teacher, si bora you become a teacher. Hata kama si hapa, yes, it is hard because you're going to leave your family, you're going to do what, but go out there. Fanya job. Sindio?
Yeah.
What else did he speak about?
Okay, so there is another thing about the financial inclusion, which the president said, and I quote, financial inclusion is now reality in millions of Kenyans. The Hustler Fund is making its second anniversary on a highly successful note, having empowered Kenyans by lending a total of 60 billion so far. Is that true? Okay, yes, and Kenyans don't pay things. Okay, you Kenyans, you should pay this money because come inakusaidia learn how to, to show that it is helping, it is productive.
Kenyans, I don't know how to appreciate.
They don't. Like that's why ingekuwa Kenyans know how to appreciate. We would be more romantic than those outside because everyone experiences first love, love at first sight. And if you know how to appreciate first love, you can know that you can know how to give it back. Lakini kama we pay, how will you know that you are appreciated? So Kenyans don't, and we should learn how to. Okay, and as I continue, I'll say, the president continued saying, liberating millions from predatory lenders and predecessors' financial situations, enabling them to meet their needs, fund their hustles, and build their credit scores. Our ongoing conversation with borrowers focuses on concerns related to the short borrowing duration, modest loan amounts, and the time required to increase borrowing limits. In response to this feedback, the fund has designed a new product, the bridge loan, to help Kenyans with good credit scores transition from personal loans to enhanced facilities offering larger loan amounts with longer repayment periods. Yeah, speaking of which, I saw it another day. I was paying my 200 and I was like, oh yeah, ndio hii wameleta. But I was like, is this true? Do you know there is this line of mine I had borrowed and then I wanted to trick the nini. I had several lines and I was like, let me make sure. Unaambiangwa ni around 5 hivi. 5 people, more than 5. So nikachukua those lines, zingine za kitambo, zingine zilifungwa, nikaweka the numbers there. And they were like, zikakubali, So kuangalia, since then, namba yenye nimeweka hapo, kwa hiyo group, kukopa as a group kama chama, it does not get a loan. I don't know why. CG, it's like they must make sure that
CBR sitana CRB.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to tuenda sasa tumaliza speech ya nani? Tuende kwa michezo kwenye Taifa Leo.
Yeah.
Let us know our sports.
By the way, ni wa timu gani?
Acha hizo maswali. I usually say I'm Liverpool, but do I know anything about Liverpool?
You don't know anything about Liverpool.
So tuende kupale.
Yeah.
Let's kusomea mkutasari wa michezo. Sawa, habari za michezo. Kuna jinsi Hussein alivumilia mahangaiko ya FKF kuteuliwa rais mpya wa Canada nchini. Sawa? So rais mpya wa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF, Hussein alivuka vizingiti haba si haba. Sawa? So there was election. I remember ule alikuwa amesimamia sports huku ni Nick Mwendwa.
Yeah, Nick Mwendwa.
Nick Mwendwa, si ndio?
Yeah,
I know something about that.
Yeah.
So let us on that. Hussein, very handsome, by the way. Very handsome,
very cute, very demure.
Yeah. Do you know Najib Balala?
Najib Balala, yeah.
We shall discuss that later. So Hussein ana miaka 47 alitwaa usukani mwa FKF baada ya kupata kura 67, huku makamu wa rais wa FKF anayeondoka Doris Petra
Yeah.
pamoja na katibu wa zamani Barry Otieno wakipatana kura moja kwenye duru ya pili ya uchaguzi huo ulioandaliwa Disemba 7, 2024 katika ukumbi wa Kasarani jijini Nairobi. Sawa?
Yeah.
So nasema licha ya Petra na Otieno kusalimu amri baada ya mkondo wa kwanza, ilibidi mkondo wa pili uandaliwe ili kuhakikisha mwaniaji anapata 50% za kura zote 90 zilizopigwa. Sawa? But I think wana smile pale. Sawa? There's a picture there. We're not going to show it, but if you want to see it, enda kwa Taifa Leo. Sawa? Hii ilikuwa, so the thing is, Nick Mwendwa now has given it to Hussein. Is going to be now the leader wa FKP. Sindio?
Yeah.
Okay. Umeshafika kwenye Taifa Leo?
Niko kwa nation na hapa. They're like
michezo.
Yeah. In what they're saying, Mwendwa, a showboating character whose pride and ego preceded him, believed he would occupy the highest seat in Kenya football forever and only leave when he wanted to. But in the end, he lost fair and square in an election 1 year later after his attempts to extend his term in office were exposed by violent football fans and thwarted people. So like, is it a must that if you have a certain seat, we clear forever?
No.
See, at least.
But kama unakalia forever, si lazima utumie nguvu. Be kind to people.
Yeah.
People will want. Unajua watu sijui bwana, kindness goes far.
Sana.
Kindness goes deeper. Let me tell you, watu wanasema lazima ukuwe mbaya. No. Being kind takes you far.
Yeah.
Because I will be like ngoja, but this one huyu anatuelewa, huyu anafanya kazi yake, huyu anatuzingatia, but ukiwa like nakaa hapa stocky amna ni, but that guy Nick Mwendwa used to be like very egomaniac.
There is this chama yenye mamangu na kuanga. This chama is 25 years old. And since it was founded with one person, founded that chama has had one chairman. He has been there for the last 25 years. In every election he wins. In every election he gets
but kama ni Mkamba yo ni Orogi.
Si Mkamba. He's just a Kamba by learning and by speaking. But he's a Kikuyu and he's like so great in the job. Because till today you can imagine 25 years and that means that chama is older than me with 4 more years. Can you imagine that? How good is he? Because the last time Shosh was not around, so me nilienda kwa nini. And I heard how he was giving his speech. Hadi nikasikia the power, nikajua why he is on that seat for 25 years. You know? Yeah, so my nini is to anyone, to the current one, the current FKF president. Just lead. Don't lead like don't follow Mwendwa's footsteps. Because if he did with pride and ego, don't follow that. Because we are told pride comes before a fall. Just be you, be kind and be great, and show your people that a leader does not say do, he said let's. You see, he starts by example. Yeah, let's do this. He does not say go, he say we should. He does not say you, he said we. So he says we should, not you.
Okay, good. So let us go to the next thing. So wanasema do you have another report of games there?
Another report of games is that Indian team becomes youngest world chess champion. Do you play chess?
I used to, but not now. So let me
Michael
go to
Arteta and Arsenal considering January transfer after Thomas put it below. After Thomas put it below the team, they are thinking of transferring him. Anyway, and the rest are just
okay. Now let's go to kwa taifa leo. Wanasema wazee wanaonyesha ubabe mashindano ya kuogelea Kiambu. Do you love swimming?
Yeah, I love swimming.
Do you love the ocean?
I do love. I'm in love with beaches and oceans.
Have you ever gone to an ocean?
Yeah, at our home we have an ocean somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
So unapenda kwenda kuswim huko?
Yeah.
Okay. So to let us know about that. Me, I love water like sijui nini. So let us go. Anasema shirikisho la mashindano ya kuogelea la kaunti ya Kiambu KCAA liliandaa mashindano ya kufana ya waogeleaji waliozidi umri wa miaka 25 almaarufu masters katika shule ya Potter House. But they do know Kiambu is for the rich. Yeah, I want you to see the name.
Kabisa.
To see the names, yes?
Yeah.
So asema shule ya Potter House school mtaani Runda.
Yeah.
Kiambu Jumamosi,
yeah,
ndio?
Yeah.
So zaidi and you know Kiambu is old money, and there's nothing so beautiful like old money.
Yeah,
zaidi ya washiriki 172 kutoka klabu na shule walizojitokeza kwa mashindano hayo ya siku moja, akiwemo Esther Karaoke. And it was for old people.
Yeah.
Miaka 72 aliyekuwa na umri wa juu kuliko waogeleaji wote waliojitosa bwawani kuonyesha ujuzi wao. Jacqueline Masharia ambaye ni kocha wa timu ya Harpoons alikuwa akiogelea katika kitengo cha washiriki kati ya miaka 30 na 34. Alitawala mbio za mita 100 dakika, that is 1 minute, dakika moja 47:05. So in 1 minute in 100 meters akaswim. But he's a coach, so obviously it's good, yes?
Yeah.
Sindio?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Swimming.
Do you know
swimming?
Do you know
and the thing about hii michezo ya leo, it was for old people. A 72-year-old woman was there swimming. A 34-year-old. Now that makes me feel really good because now women are getting recognized and women are putting them at what age. Unajua kuna miaka ukifanya mwanamke people are like ati eti wewe ni hivyo sasa retire.
Yeah.
Si ndio?
Yeah.
So uko kwa taifa leo sasa? Bado hujafika kwa taifa leo. So that was swimming yesterday. Si ndio?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next thing. People are doing things out here.
Yeah.
And I don't know to organize after that,
after that we'll go to some international news and see.
Twende shilingi milioni 10 pap Jumapili ya that is there was kuna mtu ambaye alishinda marathon. Sawa? I will not go to that so much. So tuseme leo ni Man City and stuff. So if you want to know about michezo nenda kwenye Taifa Leo. Sawa? And get to know. And again listeners, today we were talking about the speech of Ruto yesterday. Tukibambua tukiona the disadvantages and the positive things about it. And as time inaisha hapa inatupiga kisogo, we want to finish this. We say thank you for joining us. We say always welcome. On Monday morning we shall be here live, okay? So thank you so much. And then I say, now if you want to advertise anything. Kenya News Alert is your partner when it comes to advertising. We are the best. We have the best cameras. We have the best everything. We shall represent it. We shall know what you want to be portrayed out there, and we shall do it for you perfectly. So if you want perfectness, if you want us to do it for you, then please, there's a number pale kwa screen. Call it, SMS it, iko WhatsApp, unaingia SMS, inakuja directly. Sawa tupigie simu, utaongea na wakurugenzi wetu. They are so kind, they understand you, and they bring it out to the world. Kenya News Alert, I will again say, it's your partner when it comes to advertisement. So you call us and we shall come to you. Thank you. Sema as I finish it.
Okay. So somebody here says, tano tena ni wewe na watu wenu na ujinga yako. Huyu mwaga, huyo mwaga kabisa, Ruto must go. And someone here said, hawa ndio watarudisha Zakayo 2027, 2032. Very ignorant Kenyans, because some Kenyans were saying at least he did that. And somebody says, how can you interview Wasaliti and expect different opinions? Enda pale street and ask those Kenyans who didn't attend. So everyone who attended is regarded as Msaliti. So you can imagine now Kenya has been divided again. What can bring Kenyans together?
What can bring Kenyans together?
Because
unity.
Jamhuri Day was one of the days that Kenya would come together. Now those who went,
but it used to be like a big thing. I remember my dad used to make us to Kai Chini. We watched that entire thing.
Yeah.
But I think, as they said, the leaders should start by being together, by being honest.
Yeah, some people are claiming that the people who attended were paid to attend. So you can't expect them to be.
We'll never know. We will never know. Okay? So what I'm going to say is bye-bye. This is Kenya News Alert, your favorite show, morning tea show. Okay?
Yeah.
And thank you so much for our team out there doing everything to make us look so beautiful in cameras, and on live. This is House of Zulfa, Kenya News Alert. You're done?
This is Lewis Philip, and thanks.
So bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I'm always happy to be with you, and you can follow us on our social media, Kenya News Alert. And
yes.
Have a good week.
Government and History Show. Welcome.
Thank you. I am your co-host, Lewis Philip. I welcome you all, and I hope we'll enjoy the show.
Of course they will. It is us.
Yeah.
Okay. So, my dear.
Yes, dearest.
When after the show you left.
Yeah, I went for an emergency kiasi. I had to take care of something.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Nairobi umepata ikoaje?
Nairobi iko tu venye inakuanga. Yeah,
inakuaga aje?
So sunny, so dusty. And full of all kinds of people.
True. Actually, I don't love going to the town.
Why?
Maybe the uptown part, because that one is clean, it's slow and stuff. But I hate that. I hate that.
Do you know the one good sweet thing about Nairobi is that yo kupita-pitana.
Mi sipendi kugusa-gusana na watu.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Because already kuna ile, the other day nilienda place flani, nilikuwa nimeenda Isli. And I remember was nikatafuta Bolt. Kutafuta Bolt huyo mtu wa Bolt ananiambia please shikilia simu yako hapo kidogo imeenda. Sawa? And I'm like, so when I come here I have to be on guard all the time. I have kukua. No, what is fun with that? Seriously? What is fun with kukua on guard all the time?
My dear, it is Kenya. And as all people, as everyone says, I blame Ruto. Yeah. Sasa kila kitu ni do you
we had decided a thing like that here in this studio, like nimeenda nimenyimwa, blame the society.
Hakuna society,
blame the society. No, we blame Ruto right now.
Yeah, right now that I blame Ruto.
Okay, so now today unajua tumekuwa tukiongelea why does the Murima have power, you know?
Yeah.
But now let us go to every person that you know. Every Dedan Kimathi is from where?
Murima.
Jomo Kenyatta is from where?
Murima.
Harithuku is from where?
Murima.
Now we're going to go to Harithuku. Who is Harithuku?
A father, a son, and a husband, a president.
He was a son. Anini?
A son, a father, a brother, a president. Yeah.
Okay. So now Harithuku, that is true. Now Harithuku, according to everything, Harithuku was a Kenyan born in Kiambu. Wapi? Murima. I want when I say unasema Murima. Sawa? Nikisema unasema Murima.
Sawa, Murima.
So, Metahato village.
Murima.
As a politician, you know, Murima people, because we're asking why does these people have so much power? So much power. It is because ni kama ando ase walichanuliwa kitambo kajua, you know what, tukianza hizi food step hivi we shall own this country one day. And they did. So Harithuku was born in 1895. I think that is like 1849, maybe 20 years after wazungu washakuja huku. Sindio? Was a Kenyan born in Kiambu. Say what you're supposed to say.
Murima.
Good, sir. Mitaho village as a politician. He was one of the pioneers in the government of modern African nationalism in Kenya. From where?
Murima.
Good. He helped found the Young Gikuyu Association and the East African Association before. Now this is just a recap as we get of education to end it to what. So because we shall go to education. So Harithuku was born in Kiambu.
Murima.
In Kiambu district of Central Kenya, where?
Murima.
Good. His family were Gikuyu.
Murima.
Murima, because you're Murima.
The people of Murima will crown you queen. Ukiendelea hivyo.
Murima.
They will consider you. They will consider marrying you.
The biggest supporter.
Hey.
Msinipige nyamani. So one of the ethnic groups that lost the largest amount of the land to the white settlers during the British takeover of Kenya was
Murima.
Good. So he spent so 20 up. I think you already have it there.
Yeah. Now
continue. Nitakwambia Murima mali Murima and then explain to us. Okay. So due to that.
Yeah.
So sasa nikwambia Harithuku. Unajua we just ni kwasaka tu Harithuku. But in history we don't really talk about him so much.
Yeah.
Sindio?
Yeah.
But now right now we want to talk about him in deeper sense.
Yeah.
And today for 30 minutes we shall be talking just about Harithuku and his contribution to Murima and why Murima now has all that it has today. Sawa?
Yeah.
Okay. So Harithuku alizaliwa Kiambu.
Yeah. Murima.
Yeah,
kwa Murima.
Sawa. Yeah. In Kiambu district. His family wa Gikuyu. Najua Gikuyu, I think they feel they are odd because the Gikuyu, the white settlers really took their lands and went there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So one of the ethnic groups that lost the largest amount of lands because Kiambu, in fact, when you go to Kiambu, Kiambu is like old money. A lot of people are there. A lot of like houses and a lot of things za wazungu walienda huko sana. I don't know, it's because of the like because of the whatever, because of the white settlers were there, and because of the cold weathers, and they used to with the cold weathers. Unajua mzungu aweza najua inamchoma. Okay? So
so do you know the name Kenya comes from Murima?
But now, no. Let me tell you now the name of Murima, where it comes from.
Listen,
no, okay. Let me tell you, because I was told by someone from actually Uko. So when the settlers came, the explorers, they came. And they came, mtu walikuwa wanapita hivi na nani, there's this person wanafanya long distance trading from jua sana. So I'm forgetting Akamba. And they were here in Chumbi now it's called Junction. But then I don't know what was his name, and that person asked that Kamba, he asked them ile mountain, now Mount Lukenya, sawa, Mount, unajua Lukenya? Aliuliza ile mlima inaitwa aje? Sawa, akamwambia Kima Kenya. You understand? Kima Kenya. Now that was now ikabaki ati Lukenya, unaona, and Mount Kenya, and everything is like he assumed nimeambiwa kunaitwa Kenya and it becomes Kenya. Maybe they have other different variations of this story, but that is the story that I was told, because Kambas were doing. Do you know the story of the first explorers that were killed there in Lukenya? While going for long distance trading, they were killed by animals. But you can continue with your story. Where did it come from?
Then these are two different stories. One is of Lukenya, the Lukenya Hills, and the other is of Kenya. Now, the first one is of Kenya, and which states that Kenya came from Mount Kirinyaga. The whites were like, what is the name of that mountain? Just like yours, and they were told Kirinyaga. So they were like, okay, that is quite a long name. How will you shorten it?
Now, they were told inaitwaje?
Kirinyaga.
Kirinyaga.
So they were like, okay, from the Kirinyaga came Kenya. Now, about the Lukenya, they were like, there was a Kamba in the midst of the Mzungu. So the Kamba said, the Mzungu said, standing on the hills, he said, wow, look at Kenya. The Mkamba understood, wow, Pani Lukenya. And since then, it became Lukenya. So like, do you know that Kamba? It became the name Lukenya.
Well, I tell my stories.
Do you know that Kambas are the ones who named Kariakops? Kariako was formerly known as Kariakops.
I know Kambas the stray name. Now let us go back to Harithuku. Let us go. Tell me about Harithuku.
Okay, his education, Harithuku was born in Kiambu, that we have said. His family were Kikuyu, that we know. Sorry. Harithuku became a typesetter for the leader of Amakamba. So it's nini. So Harithuku became a type that one now, and typesetter. For the leader, a European satellite newspaper in 1918.
Do you know when 1918 is?
1918.
1918 to me is a year. I don't know why I'm so attracted to it, but I just love it. I don't know why. It's like I am reconnected from then.
You're reincarnated from 1918?
Maybe, because I just love that year.
Do you know I am reincarnated from the Romanovs?
I can see. So you rose to the position of clerk, of a clerk telegraph operator in the government treasury in Nairobi. Office. Sawa. Kuna kitu ambao hujasema. Hujasema he spent 4 years at the school of Kamboi Gospel Mission. Sawa. So from the ground there, we can see that he is raised from a Christian background. Okay?
Yeah.
So now we know he knows. And maybe there's something I usually compare. Remember the Israelites?
Yeah.
They were colonized by Africans. Egyptians are Africans. And now how comes like 400 years later we were colonized by white people? Was God doing like, you guys colonized my Jew people, now you're going to be colonized the same way? So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that this person was raised from a gospel thing, so from a Christian background, because he went to Kamboi Gospel Mission, then ukasema alikuwa typesetter for the leader, no, the magazine called The Leader, The Leader, a European settler newspaper in 1918. He rose to the position of a clerk telegraph operator in the government treasury office in Nairobi. Sawa. So one thing that I'm seeing with these people is that come of the same Dedan Kimanthi, they go to school, they are there. It's like anyone in your government, they are learning the government, they are seeing everything. Sindio, continue, my dear.
Do you know that Harituku was a herds boy? He, by the missionary, the first missionaries to arrive at their home, hired him as a herds boy and as a house boy too. Yeah, and with that they were like they saw how energetic and how hardworking he is, and that is how Ariduku started growing in fame, and that is how he started knowing the ways of those people. Do you you know, as I said earlier, keep your friends close but your enemies closer, you know. So
now how do I keep them closer?
So you just kind of befriend them. You
befriend your enemy
with a smiling face. You know, a smiling face, you know, when I smile at somebody, they're like, wow, likes me. And trust me, the only people that I like God are the only people who know my deepest, darkest secrets. Yeah, but
so let me ask you, people say that so you befriended his enemy,
and then he was like he started knowing their secrets and knowing everything, learning.
Nikwambie story moja because umeanza kuongea ni kama ulikuwa hapo na yeye. So I was somewhere in Mlolongo, it's something related to this, so I was somewhere in Mlolongo like I'm going to say like 5 years ago, because I've never been to Mlolongo tangu then, and I hate that place now.
Oh dear.
Yes. So and I met this guy somewhere in some place, and he started telling me a story. Like I was just then, you know, I'm friendly, I talk. So we were talking, he's like, acha nikwambie story ya Diamond Harmonize. Unajua Tanasha alisema, and the way he was explaining that story at internationally, I'm sure usiku, and he's really serious. Saa 8 usiku na Diamond akamwambia nisaidie na glasi ya maji. Akaenda akapata hakuna maji. Kwa nini? Because maji ilikuwa imekatwa. Now this person, unaona, and then akola ikati akampea juice. Alimpea juice ya pineapple. Diamond akakaa kwa balcony anafikiria. Akafikiria akamwambia pigia Harmonize simu. Ni saa 9 ya usiku now. You know, you listen to this story, you're like, were you there? You unataka kuniambia. Now let me tell you this story. So and then and then Diamond akafika. Diamond alifika amevaa kanzu. That I'm telling you, like, quoted what that guy was saying. Sawa. Akafika wakakaa chini akamwambia, unajua Harmonize kakangu mali umefika, nataka tumharibu Alkiba kimziki.
Like
sasa atajifanya kiki tumekosana, utoke ende mahali pengine. Ukishashika hilo mpande nishika upande. Alkiba ameisha. And I'm like, guy, were you there? I'm like, mimi nakwambia, si mimi nakwambia. So that is what unaniambia eti alienda kwao, eti alituku alienda hapa kwa Azboy. And then sasa akaanza kulearn secrets. What secrets, my dear? What secrets? But it is good. Let us continue.
Okay, so in 1902, the Kikuyu clan donated 100 acres of land to the Gospel Mission Society for the establishment of Kambui Mission.
Yes.
That school where
he went to
was donated by the Kikuyu clan. So do you know, sometimes Kikuyu can be let's say, what is that word? Generous. You know? They can be generous like the Luo. I love Luo people.
So preach wewe.
Mimi nitakuwa nawaambia.
You love Luos, yeah?
I love Luos.
You love them.
I love them.
You love them or you love one person? You know, you love them.
Let's see. I love them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, as we continue to talk about Ari Thuku, and we want to know, and because the Murima deserves owning leadership. According to everything now, we are seeing everything that they gave up and everything. Now I'm just saying this in peace. So guys, Kenya News Alert is your partner when it comes to advertisement. And there's a number there that use that number to speak to our executive producers, and then you will communicate on where and when and what you want us to advertise for you. Sawa? Kenya News Alert is your partner when it comes to your advertisement. Continue, my dear.
Okay, so we are told that after he left school, okay, when he was still there, that is where he learned how to read and write because of the interaction.
Okay, with the white people.
With the white people. See, I told you, you learn the secrets when you keep your enemies close.
That's a secret.
Yeah, those are secrets because black people by then were not allowed to learn, you know. Okay, so subsequently in 1907, Thuku was employed, that one is as a herds boy. In 1911, he left Kamboi Mission to seek employment in Nairobi, but soon landed in trouble for check forgery. That sounds like a Kikuyu, no offense. At Standard Bank, where he was working as a sweeper and messenger. So
nice. Nice.
So like he leaves school after 4 years, and he's like he's going to where everyone goes to make money, Nairobi, and he forges